So my name's Alex Newman, and this is 1 month inside of my coaching business. In today's video, I'm going to break down every single training that I've ever made. And if you're an online coach watching this right now, by the end of this video, you're going to be equipped with every single funnel, offer, script, service delivery, sales, and appointment setting framework you are ever going to need in order to have your coaching business hit 100K a month. So without further ado, I'm going to be quiet and let the videos play. So if I could have watched this video a year ago from today, I would have saved over $200,000. And no, that's not opportunity cost or any weird metric like that. It is literally cash that I paid out that I wouldn't have had to pay out and kept in net profit in my bank account because everyone is starting a coaching business. First, we saw the rise of the Imans, the Dan Lokes, the Tai Lopez's, and now everyone realizes, well, this is the best multi in the world, so they're all trying to get their fair share of it. And doing that, all of them, except for you watching this video, are going to make the same mistakes that I made along this path, building out a team, corporatizing your company, which is only going to make your sales harder, your setting harder, your client delivery a nightmare, destroy your profit margins, and overall make your business a hell on earth to run. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you the alternative method that I found to actually run your business in a way that you enjoy, have good client relationships where you can stack recurring cash instead of one-time payments, and do so while running at a 90+% profit margin, obviously before the money that you spend on ads if you're doing that, or if you're doing organic, the 90+% profit margins. So in doing that, how does it work? So the first thing that we have on my whiteboard over here is we have the old coaching model. So this was how I ran my company personally. We had myself, we had my business partner here, and below that, the way that we ran our operations is, first off, for service delivery, it was an absolute nightmare. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people that we had going on over here who were responsible for all of the clients that we had down here. And our clients, we did one-on-one consulting for, so this was roughly anywhere between 75 to 100 people. Then over here we had our setting and sales team, and the way that these two ran is we had about 2 appointment setters that we had on the go, and then here is again where the nightmare starts. We had 4 closers that were consistently on the go. So this was our sales. So we had the 2 setters over here, and then we have these 4 sales. And then this would take obviously all the calls, and then these guys would set all the calls that these guys end up taking. And I know, I apologize for the writing. But to show you what the problem with this is these 75 to 100 clients, I kid you not, for the first 3 months of our business, not a single one renewed. And no, that is not because the service delivery was bad, etc., etc. It is because expectations differed from reality. We had people that got tremendous results. We got case studies. They absolutely smashed it with their marketing agencies, but they didn't want to renew. And we just kept running into this problem where we pretty much ran a sales agency. We would do our YouTube and our content and our ads. They'd go over to the setter would set the calls would close, and then we maybe have them for the first package, and then from that point on, they leave. And it was pretty demoralizing because myself, my business partner here, is sitting there thinking, well, we want to run this business for the next 5, 10 years of our lives. How are we going to do that if every single month we reset to 0 in revenue and it feels like our life is completely on edge? And this problem plagued us for a very long time until we found a new and different solution. And I'm not going to create like a crazy opportunity or any massive changes, but fundamentally, what I want to explain in this video is what coaching is actually about. Because if you're able to do your business in this way, I kid you not, you're going to get everything that I spoke about at the start, and you're not going to have to run on the around 40% margin that we did when we had a bad month on ads, and even if we had a good month, only 60% margin, which when you're making 100, 150K, 200K a month is a lot of money that you're paying out, especially month over month over month over month. So the new model. Well, first, before we go into what the new model is, I want to explain a little bit about why people are buying from you. So first, we're going to start, and this is going to be you, and we're going to go all the way to the first phase, which is going to be content. If we have a big funnel here, first phase right here is just going to be top funnel, which is content. So this is ads, content. It's like why the people are landing in the funnel in the first place. This is directly connected to your brand. It's your face. You're sitting there talking. You're the person that's bringing in stuff. So what is the expectation that all these people have? Well, in Mr. Prospect's mind, the only thing that he's thinking about is you. He's the reason why you're the reason why he opts in. You're the reason why he goes onto the funnel, talks to the setter, talks to the salesperson. And this dives into the next issue. In the middle of funnel, right here, where we have them talk to a team, so they're on some form of calls. If they're not speaking with, once again, you, this is where we get the first strike. Strike number one is for destroying their expectations. They expected to speak with the person they saw on this funnel that they thought was oh so great, presenting them this amazing offer, and the first strike is that they pick up from some random setter. If you're not monitoring the phones, is probably saying some stuff that just doesn't align with your brand or just isn't what you could do. If you were the person on the phone, you'd probably have an 80+% set rate, but you're sitting there putting up with mediocre numbers like a 10% set rate. And I kid you not, if you were to get on that phone, it would be 80+%. And you know that, especially if you're a skilled coaching business owner that's already making money. So that's the first strike. This is where your first wrong is. All right, so let's say the setter does a good job and we go to the closing call. So closing call, they say, all right, well, I spoke to John on the phone and he said, da 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 da. So to see if you're qualified for this program to achieve all the results that Mr. U is watching and that Mr. U has circled and created the environment for, I'm going to talk to Mr. Henry over here. And Henry's the closer. And Mr. Henry over here is going to do the exact same thing as the setter, just 10 times worse. And this is where your second strike is. Second strike, you've destroyed trust again with the prospect because during this whole process over here, again, they're still watching your content. They're still consuming your top of funnel. They're still reading your stories, your case studies. If they're looking at someone's Instagram to determine if they want to buy, it's all you. And right now, you are nowhere to be seen. So the second strike. Again, doing this, you'll probably know the difference between founder closing and you know the difference between closer closing. A closer closing KPI, everyone likes to say, yeah, we can get them to 30%, we can get them to even 40%, an absolute killer. We know that the average roughly will sit closer anywhere from like 15 to 20% on the close rate. And the reason I know that is because that is what our closers did. They sat at a 15 to 20% close rate on about a third of the total package cash collected, which is by no means bad. This is completely fine. But that's where the second strike is. They close, and here is where the third strike is. And I kid you not, if it goes this far, you are going to create terrible client expectations and you're fighting such an uphill battle that if you're doing service delivery with external people and people are still staying and still getting results, if you were to hop in there yourself, I kid you not, you would have not a single client churn. This is the third phase, which we go to, delivery. So we're working with clients, we're helping them out. And again, if they do not speak with you on this phase, when I say that, I don't mean one group coaching call a month or one group coaching call a week. I mean their direct reference point when they have a problem. If it isn't you, this is strike three. You've committed every sin of a coaching business, and as a result, you are destroying your margins and making the entire process way more exponentially difficult. Strike three, you are out. And from this point on, what you'll notice is you'll probably be running around panicking, similar to I was, where service delivery almost feels like a game of just like whacking moles. You've got all these clients and you've got your team meetings where you're speaking about, okay, is this client good? Is this client good? Is that client good? You're talking to your team members who go out and service them or directly interact with them. And you're kind of sitting from this high tower, hearing everyone want to speak with you, going through your own course content. But fundamentally, the person who they're speaking with on a day-to-day basis is just some random guy. And trust me, I'm not saying that it has to be like some absolutely crazy kind of combination for service delivery, and it doesn't need to be someone who is underqualified either. So if you have a VA, obviously you're going to get terrible results. But we had people who did 7 figures yearly with their business as our consultants. And even then, the trust was still absolutely shattered. And the reason why is because this whole time, even in the program, most likely the course content they're consuming is all you, and they're still watching your top of funnel content, interacting with your page, going maybe messaging you on Instagram. They all still care about you, but they've just been kind of crowded around by setters that aren't you, closers that aren't you, and then delivery that's not you. And the only time that they get to speak with you, if you're good or even like doing mediocre, is that one coaching call a week. And I bet on that one coaching call a week, it's flooded and everyone's kind of just like drowning in you trying to ask questions. And all the client problems from the week that had kind of accumulated up until that point all go away the second that call happens because they finally get what they wanted. And this was the problem that we ran into so much, because when you run the business like this, the first thing is that it destroys your margins. To create an operationally complex organization that can do all these functions for you while you kind of sit back is, funny enough, completely reverse of what actually happens. By building this, sorry, by building this huge accountability network that you have to be responsible for, you're actually making it way harder to do each of these processes because they're all hoping to just speak with you. It's kind of like your org chart. If I erase this super quickly, it's kind of like your org chart is going back on you. So typical org chart, it's got arrows down of the line of command. But it's almost like if we have problems right here, the only thing that happens when you run your coaching business like this is the problems just circulate through your team members straight up to you. And it makes you this like frantic human being that's no fun to be around. And trust me, I know, because I was that person. I've been that person for years at a time, and it absolutely sucks. So by this point, you might be asking, okay, well, like, what's the alternative? And I promise you that there is a way to do this where you do not absolutely destroy your time, because that's probably what you're concerned about. The reason you built this whole team in the first place is because you don't want to sit there doing things that you feel like are below you because you want to grow and keep expanding and making more revenue. And I want to show you exactly how to do that with this model. So the first things first is I need to explain what proximity is. So by definition, the word is pretty much just how close one thing is to another thing. And by selling a coaching business where you are producing content, the biggest thing that you need to focus on is just the proximity of your clients to you. So if we've got, again, you in the middle, kind of the big man over here, what you sell is these shell layers of proximity and how close they actually are to you. And based on how close they are, this might be triple money. This is the big stuff. This might be double money. And then outside of this is kind of just like the free stuff that you sell online. And if they want to get really close and like work directly one-on-one with you, this is where there's the big money and you charge ridiculous amounts. And this is fundamentally how you want to run the business. You have different charges based on the proximity that they get to you. Because fundamentally, if you're producing content and you're selling it in a way where you are the main attraction, you need to realize that that's all people care about. They don't really care about your team or even the results and offer to a certain extent. It's more so that they just believe in you and what you have to offer. So the way that we can do this without destroying our time is fundamentally, we're just going to need to do a little bit of careful planning. And I know this is going to seem super simple, but if you can do this, you can probably fire your whole team, save, I don't even know, if you were like us, hundreds of thousands every few months or so in money, and just keep that in profit. So first things first is we've got the setting process. So the setting process is the one that I know a lot of people are going to get tripped up about, because from a by nature perspective, and I say this as someone who ran an appointment setting agency, I know that in order to set, you have to be volume and it has to be quick. You have to be calling people in under 5 minutes. And I want to tell you right now, what you want to do with your setting process, again, as someone who loves appointment setting, is put a line through it. You want to put a line through the setting process and you want to take a completely different approach. What this is going to be a big community. So instead of trying to directly convert everyone by just like maniacally calling them on the phone, if you're below 100K a month, all that you really need to do is just focus on getting more traffic into your funnel. You don't need to go like crazy on the phones, etc., etc. So the way that we do that is by, instead of trying to direct them to this crazy call sequence, we just funnel all of our traffic into a community. And a community can be seen in a few different ways. It can be like a Telegram. Sorry, you can't read this writing. It can be a Telegram. It can be a school. It can be an email list. It can be IG stories. And if you're good, you're going to do 2 of these. So the ones that I typically like to pair are like IG stories and school, or like a list and a school. Those are the 2 that I probably primarily do. And what this is going to do is it's going to create a way that replicates what the setting process would do, but it lets people buy on their own time, and it does it in a way where you're still leveraged in a one-to-many way. So you're going to direct the traffic here, instead of trying to maniacally set everyone and like convince them when they're still kind of on the fence. What you want to do is you just want to have people join your community. And if you do something like school, you can have an auto DM feature that creates conversations once they're already in the school. And you can run community calls, free community calls, and speak with these people in a one-to-many format so that you're not burning all your time just trying to set appointments. And that alone is going to dial in your setting process in a way where you're not trying to convert leads that are crappy, because you know that every person that opts into your funnel did so on their own volition, probably over a period of time, which makes them a lot more qualified and a lot easier to sell. Which takes us to the second point, which is the sales process. So we got our sales process. We have these people converting in organically. Okay, they're booking appointments. So now how do I do this without making my life a maniacal sales disaster? The first alternative, which you've probably seen a lot of guys do, is the no sales call. Now, I personally don't think this is the way to start. If you are someone who is still trying to get off the ground and you don't have like a crazy audience built up, doing a no sales call is going to do nothing but increase your time horizon. It's not going to lose you sales. You're just going to have to make the time that you give it a lot longer. So if you want to make money this month and the month after that and the month after that, don't do this yet. You will need to build up a little bit more content stream. What you want to do instead is what I like to call a very high friction sales funnel. So if we create another funnel and we have appointment here, we want to narrow this funnel out big time, like this, in order for someone to be a client. So what I mean by that is we've got a few factors. We've got like the form that they go into, then we've also got the pre-nurture, and then we have the call structures. So got these three factors. First things first, you don't want to do a Beatty form. Just don't do a Beatty form. A lot of the time people have forms with questions like, okay, theoretically, if we had to spend $5,000, would that be okay with you? And questions like that on your forum here are only going to mislead people. You don't really need to do that. Because you're building up people through a community and they are getting value for free from you, you don't need to fluff around like it's a free consultation or anything like that. The frame going into the call and how they book appointments can literally be, see if you are qualified to work with me. And because of that, on the forum, you can ask questions like, okay, do you have X amount on hand to invest if it is the right fit? And by doing that, in a sense, you're already pre-qualifying people. And I know that if you are a half-brained individual, if someone says they've got $3,000 or $5,000, $10,000 that they want to spend with you, and they say they're ready to do that, you yourself probably want to take the call, because it's like, all right, we'll just catch the handoff. So the first things first is a very high friction form. This will do you wonders, and when you see submissions come in a form that actually qualifies someone to work with you directly, you're going to want to take the calls, because it's like, holy fuck, this is an interested customer. I just want to meet them and push them over the line because they seem like they already know what they're doing. From that point on, once you see that appointment come in, you can do the pre-nurture. So on your form or after they book in, you can say something along the lines of, hey, I'm going to call you, I'm going to text you. And a very big indicator if I want to work with someone is how they communicate. So if you can please answer the phone, or if you can't make the phone, please respond to my text. It's going to be really important because I want to know a few more things about you, your funnel, how you run your business before the call, or else it's going to be a complete waste of time. And you can change that based on whatever your niche is. So then in the pre-nurture, you can pretty much say, hey, if you don't pick up the phone, if you don't answer, we're not taking this call. And if they booked in with this high intent form where they really want to buy from you, they're going to also do this. And if not, you just cancel the call and you don't waste your time. Then from the third point, and actually before I go into the third point, I want to talk about kind of the dynamics around this. So if you have these two things set up and you're doing anything under 200K a month, which we just managed to get over, the biggest thing that you're going to see is you're going to get maybe 1 to 3 appointments every day that are extremely qualified. And when it comes to day structuring, you put these in the afternoon after you've done work for the day and you qualify them. And it's like a dream to take these calls. Because again, with high intent and someone you already called and spoke with over the phone that's like, yeah, I want to buy from you. This is sick. Let's speak. Boom. Amazing. These appointments are now fun to take instead of this like arduous kind of like tit for tat, cat and mouse sales process that you're usually used to, where people are misled, they don't know it's a sales call, they're not qualified, all this stuff. It's just a joy to take because you're actually just speaking with them, seeing if you can help them. Then from the third part, call structure, super simple. You want to hop on, and if you're doing really good, you can do like a 30-minute with a 15-minute buffer, so 45 minutes that you can take up total just to hop on, see if it's good fit, cash collect. A lot of the time that's what it's going to be if you have these high intent forms. And if not, what you can do is you can just call it short if it's not a qualified lead immediately, and then from that point you are good to go. And if you can make this transition, what is going to happen? I'll tell you this. What's going to happen at first is it is going to be a little bit quiet if you just immediately make these changes, because everyone in your customer market is going to be like, oh, I'm used to speaking with salespeople, da 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 da. So you're going to want to change up your entire funnel to making sure that they know they're going to be speaking with you directly, because that's going to hugely impact the way that people perceive the call and the value that they associate with it. So from that point on, what you want to do, and just a little tidbit that you can use to kick it off, is as soon as you make that change, you just wanted to run a database reactivation campaign. Pretty much throw up on IG stories or whatever your email list is. Hey, I'm literally talking with people one-on-one to see if they're qualified. Just fill out this form and I'd be happy to speak with you. And if you have that high intent form, you're gonna get a whole bunch of people that influx in. You can probably make a crap ton of money as soon as you immediately change this. The next thing that I'll go into is the service delivery, because you are smart enough to figure out the rest of the sales stuff. Service delivery over here. So now we actually have the service delivery, and this is where if the setting process freaks you out, you're like losing your mind over the idea of servicing clients alone without a customer support rep. And I mean, fair. If we go back to this proximity model here, if you look at the scale that you're having, it's going to be a pretty daunting thing until you understand how to actually operate and run this model effectively. So here are the spheres of our sales. So the first thing is we've got one-to-one, which is direct proximity, like, hey, this is me, you. Then we have group. So this is the second layer where they're speaking with you in a group some way, shape, or form, with like a course in order to kind of help them go on their journey or a program. And then the final one is going to be purely info product. So this is kind of the three layers that you want to operate. And I don't even suggest having this third layer of info. I would just make this the free stuff if you are not already over 100K a month, because with these two alone, you can easily do it. So first thing I'll solve is how to work with people one-on-one. Well, first things first, it's a joy to work with people one-on-one who actually want to speak with you. And I'm not saying that this is an excuse for having bad delivery, but when someone buys from you directly in order to speak with you based on your brand, they have what's called a bias. And we're thinking, okay, well, like, obviously they have biases, we all have biases, but what does that mean? So I mean that they have a bias towards you in an amazing way. No matter what you say, if someone goes through your entire funnel to buy from you, you've already done a lot of the work in proving your authority. So as a result, there's not much of a, oh, are you legit kind of, I need to hit this result or else you're a scam, a vibe, because you don't need to even have an offer. The offer is that it's literally just you one-on-one and your brand. So because of this, they have a bias where like everything you say, you're kind of a genius. And because you attracted them through organic content and through nurturing them, providing them value, they already resonate with what you say, and just getting it in a direct format one-to-one with you is already going to be the box ticked with service delivery. So with one-on-one, you literally don't need anything other than your own presence, and people are going to see you as like, holy, this guy's the man. And that's great, because you can even go above and beyond in order to actually provide them amazing results, make new things for them, customize things, etc. But I'll let you know that one-on-one, if they go through this entire funnel, they're just biased to like everything that you say. The next thing is going to be group, where we see the exact same thing happen. They're going to be biased once again to everything that you say and do, because it is why they bought the product in the first place. So in order to execute, first I want to start with the one-on-one. In order to execute the one-on-one, how you want to do it is you want to have 2 calls a month, and you want to have, oh my writing is terrible. I apologize for anyone who has got to look at this, but you got 2 calls a month, and in addition to that, you just give them like a 24/7 Slack channel that they operate. This is an amazing way to do it at scale. With 2 calls a month, you can stack all your calls onto probably 2 days a week and service an active amount of like 20 clients that you're working with one-on-one. If you want to be conservative and keep your time pretty dialed and have it be under like 5-10 hours a week for you, you can easily take on 10 clients, right? With 5 hours a week, you can have 10 clients whom you do this with. So that's going to be super amazing, right? That's going to be, actually you can do 20 clients with 2 calls a month. So the way to do this, and the way that it kind of works, is you're going to just want to jack the price up as more and more people fill up. So as soon as you fill up, obviously the want on your time is going to go up. So what that means is like, okay, you've got 20 clients now and you've got more people wanting to buy from you. you can simply say like, hey, I've got 3 guys that want to buy me for like 15K and you are currently paying 5K, da da da. And obviously you don't like give this as like an ultimatum to the clients, et cetera, et cetera. But as time goes on, you just increase your price and naturally people drop off, naturally people stay because you're working with them one-on-one again and they have this bias towards you. It's very easy to get recurring revenue as well based on this. So the next phase is going to be group. So the way you do group, and the way that I'm a big fan of group, is you can obviously give like a once a week call, but I think it's very important to actively service people in the group because the more you service them, the higher chance they have of leveling up under the one-on-one. So I found that the perfect number of group calls per week is going to be 2 every week. So 2 every week that you're hopping on with them and you're working with them. And then all you need to support this is a very good course. And that should be dialed in. And then obviously free stuff is going to be like your YouTube content, etc. So the way that you support this whole infrastructure is you set up a Slack channel with the one-on-one people, you create them a one-on-one Slack channel. With the group people, you have a big group community that you're constantly nurturing, constantly providing value to every single day. And then you just need to have a very dialed CSM, which is a customer success manager. This is someone you pay $1,000, $2,000 a month. But what their job to do is to initiate and keep clients accountable, keep clients in a daily communication basis. And if you can do all these things, it's going to be super, super easy for you to run your entire service delivery operation. This, I would say, will take you about, if you're going overboard and trying to get everyone exceptional results and upsell, 10 hours a week. Your sales process, that's maybe an hour and a half a day. So if we extrapolate that over the week, maybe you got 5 hours a week on sales calls. You got about 5-10 hours a week on the actual service delivery that you're doing. And then from that point on, the other 20 hours a week that you usually spend running around trying to not cut your team's head off and yell at them and like going through these crazy management techniques and structures, you can just put all into content. So you have 20 hours a week, if you're only working 40 hours a week, just to purely go into content and scaling the company. And if you can do that every single day, it's going to explode because as your capacity and as your authority goes up, you simply need to increase the price. And the way you scale is by increasing the price, not by actually increasing the way that you deliver and all this stuff. And I don't want to make this crazy long rant video, so I'll land the plane. But fundamentally, if you can do this and you're profiting anywhere from 100, 200, even up to 300K a month, if you're charging good prices and have people retain it, this is in monthly recurring revenue, not like I'm making this every month off packages money. You have the ability to literally invest and save up to a point where you retire in about a year. You can retire and never work again in about a year. And then from that point, you can pool all those things into other investments and other businesses to grow and help your empire and entrepreneurial network. But fundamentally, if you can make this much money in net profit, this is more than top level CEOs, and this is more than anyone trying to run a coaching business that they just scale to the moon. And I don't know about you, but if I was given the option of having a coaching business off my brand alone that I spend maybe 20 hours a week to maintain and 34 hours a week to grow exponentially as like a main focus, that can profit me anywhere and up to 300K a month, and I'm getting that month over month over month over month. I would rather that than have a business where I have to spend 40 hours a week constantly trying to work things, learn payroll and all this crap, and instead keep this business, live the life of my dreams, but then also as I want to continue to expand as an entrepreneur and grow, just add on new ventures, add on new investments, add on new projects that you're working on, but fundamentally have your brand tied into just you, who's just servicing and making a crap ton of money and profit doing it. So that's the new era of coaching models, and I hope you enjoyed this video, because if I did this about a year ago, I would be absolutely stacking cash, and as you know now, I am doing it. So using a unorthodox school funnel that instead of having these complex products that you have to sell on the front end, taking a completely different approach where we give everything away for free to our market and then receive $10,000 plus on the back end. And I kid you not, this is the most valuable video I've ever made, and I've not seen anyone take this approach to school, which if you can implement, even if you don't have the best offer or the best low ticket product or just an absolute marketing guru, you can use this unorthodox approach to still get a crap ton of leads. So first things first, we run organic YouTube. So as you can see here, pretty simple videos. We make SMA style content for agency owners where we pretty much just sit down on a Loom video just like this and walk through stuff for marketing agencies. As we go here, we don't get a crazy amount of views on each video, something that would go viral maybe at 64,000, but for the most part, anywhere between 1 to 2K per video. From that point on, where the money is made is we take the audience that we get from this organic YouTube, create a lookalike, and then go ahead and run retargeting ads on Facebook. So you can set this up. This is super simple. This is basic stuff. From that point on, we run these ads right here. If I actually show you them on the ad library, how we run them, copy stays the same pretty much every time. We say, agency owners, do not pay me anything. I'm sure you get agency clients. Let me give you the 12 months to $1 million blueprint. Let me give you 7-figure agency mentors. Let me give you a $4,000 agency coach, and let me do this all for free. In the long run, maybe you can partner with me. And we attach a piece of social proof. And you can see here across all the advertisements we run, if I click into any of these, it's all just social proof and some form of case study that we have right here. From that point on, we will take them that opt in to that audience, and it will go straight to this school about page. So I want to say and really double down on this because it's super important. We do not sell anything with our advertisements. So we are literally running ads to a completely free school group. And the reason why we do that is because the more you give on the front end, the more you get back on the back end. This funnel runs at a 13x ROI. And that's because we charge over $10,000 for someone to directly partner with us on the back end. But we fundamentally understand that there has to be so much of a warming up process to do that, that we're taking this lukewarm traffic that maybe watched 1 or 2 YouTube videos, giving the most away for free in our entire market, and then as a result, having people pay us because they understand that we are the best at what we do. And this whole funnel is just a way of demonstrating that. So when they dive in, they go ahead to this school about page. If I click over to it, you can see that there is literally no copy. It is just an introductory video where we double down on everything that we walk through there. They want to join. Perfect. They request a membership. Here is where the first phase of the actual school plugins come in. We ask membership questions. So what is their currently monthly revenue or income? How long have they been running their business? Where are they from? And if they're accepted, would they be willing to take any action to work with us? These questions are really important. And this is where I see a lot of people kind of make a mistake with their school community. They might go ahead to something like their plugins and set up something like the instant membership approval. I like to leave this off. And the reason why is because we only accept certain high quality people into our group. If I go ahead and click to the current request that we have, we're not going to accept all these people. We go through maybe once per day and accept only the people that we would actually like to work with so that we can nurture an active community of people that we actually are qualified and are actually good at what they do. So I'm saying actually so much. But diving in from that point, we have this qualification process that we've set up for them. They're going to go ahead and click through. As they join in, 2 things happen. First thing is they're going to get an auto DM. The auto DM is very, very simple. We say, hey, I bear the responsibility getting you to 1 million in the next 12 months. Inside Classroom, we direct them to the course content, and then we also direct them over here to a small call to action to learn more about what we do for the actual partnership. Fundamentally, the purpose of this is just to inform, not to provoke a response or anything. We don't actually go into the DMs or do any setting because with the amount of traffic that we have joining in, it just wouldn't be sustainable. Also, at that same time, our first 2 pinned posts are purely value. So if I click over here and go to our community, we can see the first post is literally just a GIF video where we say, here is all the course content that exists and here are the live calls that you can add to your calendar and feel free to pop in. The next thing that we also have going on at the same time is the social proof asset. So we actually in our space went and restarted a company and then documented the entire thing to prove that we're the best at what we do. And again, we just attached a public YouTube video of us going ahead and doing that. And as you can see here, it got a lot of well reception from actually working with them. And keep in mind, we're running advertisements. So what's great is that we always are directing people who watch the original YouTube video, click on the ad and join the community, right back to the YouTube video so they can spend more time with us and realize that we're better and better at what we do. Doubling down on that, we always direct them to the $4,000 course. So we were fortunate enough to actually run a coaching business before we ran this business right here, which we partner with agencies in directly in a one-on-one consulting fashion. And what we have going on here is a pure, absolute masterclass of a course. We got systems, we have live calls, we have peak performance and health, and we also have everything that they'll ever need. And if you click into any of these, for example, as you can see here, we've got this whole library of big calls, or if we click in to another one, such as the foundation, we have a whole bunch of videos where we walk through and actually help people. Because once again, our goal is to give away the most value for free. Then from that point, what we also do and what this leads into is the 2x weekly free coaching calls. And And I kid you not, these calls, there's no call to action, there's no one-to-many sales. Again, we hop on 60 minutes, 2 times a week, so 120 minutes total dedication, and just answer any questions that people have. And because we're only letting the qualified people in from the community, we sit down and speak with our ideal prospects, but not to sell them, just to help them work. And by doing that, they obviously want to continue getting value from us and eventually work with us. From that point on, we have our final pin, which is a CTA to book a call. So I click over here and show you what that looks like. It's the bottom one, very discreet. We don't want to make it super obvious that we're just trying to sell people, because transparently we're not. We understand that if people really want to buy from us, they're going to find out the way to do that. And for that reason, we're just so focused on value everywhere else in the community, as you can see here. So as you can see, lots of case studies going on, etc., but we also hold a very strong frame. So one of the big things is we hold, okay, let's see if you're qualified. If I click over to the page where we actually do that, again, we have them go ahead, and if they want to schedule in, they have to answer a whole bunch of questions and pretty much understand that, hey, if you can't attend this, it's not a good call, and we get a lot of people that apply, so we only partner with the best of the best. And that, once again, holds a frame that pushes people away, which makes them want to come back more to us, because again, our fundamental goal is just to give away things for free, because the person who gives the most away for free is the person who gets the most back on the back end. Once again, they'll go ahead and click through, receive more free value, and go ahead to that book a call. And that, on that call, if they want to work with us after this point of rigorous qualification, then they will pay us money. And I kid you not, this extremely simple funnel of running organic YouTube ads to retargeting, to this simple school funnel where we literally just focus on sitting down and giving away the most possible in the best format and the quickest way, every single time has led to a 13x ROI. And you can copy this entire thing no matter what niche you're in. You simply just need to sit down and think, okay, if I were to take everything that I have paid right now and give it away for free, would I make more money? And the answer is going to be yes. So I'm going to show you how we went from selling a $100 course where we walk people through how to get their first agency client to running a multi-7-figure coaching business, as you can see here with the $500K that we made for this Stripe account and the $500K in this one, totaling up to $1 million that this business has made. And this was not easy. This took us years of dedication, pain, and honestly, a lot of things that are avoidable. So in today's video, I want to sit down and walk through how you can do the same, minus a lot of the mistakes, and hopefully get the same goal a lot faster. So diving in, we're going to be going through, first things first, our base blockers. Then I'm going to be showing you literally how to go through your calendar, how to walk through and set up your Slack, and how our coaching business looked so you can completely replicate it for yourself. So this is what our $100 product looked like. As you can see here, it was a Discord community that helped people through levels 1 to 5 on how to get their first client for their marketing agency. We'd go in, there'd be a welcome, then there'd be a content, then a frequently asked question, and then a final level up section. In this level up section, they'd go ahead, create a ticket, and we'd work with them one-on-one for $100 in this ticket to make sure that they complete the action that it says to do here, which, for example, is a screenshot of their social media profile to move them on to the next phase. And this was a good model, but it kept us and it stuck us in this place. We were only able to make $10,000 a month without having a crazy amount of customers that we had onboarded, and we really weren't able to scale like this. If you compare that to the model we have now, where we're charging upwards of $10,000 total to work with people in a one-on-one direct sense and being able to actually sit down with their companies and guarantee them results, we have a completely different business and have transformed while using the same information and skills what once did 6 figures into a 7-figure company. So if you're a coaching business owner as well and you want to make the transition from 6 to 7 figures, the first thing we need to understand is that the only reason why we're not able to do this is because of perceived value, as we can see here. The reasons for perceived value go into, first off, we have self and customer. So first we're going to start off with our self. This is going to be based around the future identity of the revenue that we want to achieve. So fundamentally, if we break down what a 7-figure coaching business is, we have to make $1 million per year. If we want to making $1 million per year and we're going to work 40 hours a week, we have to be worth $500 an hour. So based on that $500 an hour that we need to make, the way that we're actually going to structure our offer is we're first off going to determine the amount of hours a week that we're going to be directly spending with people. Then we're going to integrate the features of the offer that we're actually selling, the value of the transformation, and then the total price that is going to equate to. So fundamentally, we have to see ourselves as someone that is worth $1 million a year in the actions that we take. And as soon as we do that, and as soon as we begin to take actions in accordance to that, we can then shape our beliefs, which are going to change our actions and then shape the reality that we need to do, which is going to do the exact same for our customers over here. So the first thing that we have is that a decrease in TAM, which stands for total addressable market, leads to an increase in specification, which means how much something applies. An increase in specification means an increase in perceived value, because when something seems very personal and specific, it resonates and people see it as a lot more valuable. And then finally, that increase in perceived value is going to lead to an increased price that we can justify charging. So if I click over to this example, you can see here we have a time management course, and this is out of $100 million offers. First off, the time management course will cost $20. Super simple. But as you can see here, as we specify and decrease the total addressable market, the actual price that we can justify charging goes up a lot more. First off, we have time management for sales professionals. Okay, now it's worth $100. Time management for outbound B2B sales, $500. And then finally, time management for outbound B2B power tools and gardening sales reps. Because it is so specific to the person that it's actually being received to, it is going to be a price that we can justify a lot more because people feel it's specific to them. So as you can see with that, the first thing that we're going to do with our offer to go from a 6-figure to 7-figure coaching business is we need to get very specific about who we're helping and the exact mechanism that we're actually using to help them. From that point on, let's say we've honed down to the specific person we want to help. The next thing that we have to do is define a key transformation. So a transformation at its most fundamental point is going from point A to point B. Super simple. Now, when we actually put in business in the world of offers and pain and humans into this equation, there comes this big thing called Mount Pain. And as you can see here on Mount Pain, the further we go up Mount Pain, so if we have to climb Mount Pain ourselves, it's going to hurt a lot. So really, as a service provider, the transformation that we're allowing people to do is go from point A to point B and go over Mount Pain or go through Mount Pain with as little harm as possible. Because if they have to do it themselves, they're going to make all the mistakes that you made. They're going to get hit with all the outcomes and all the pitfalls that you did. But if you're able to guide them, none of that's going to happen. And they're going to be able to do it a lot faster. And fundamentally, that is what you're doing with coaching. You're accelerating the process of what they're actually going through. You're not just the person who is magically solving the problem. You're just increasing the speed at which it happens. So if you can do that, then define your transformation and get a specified person you're doing for. That is all you need to do in order to justify your price. From that point on, the next step is simply the setup that you're going to actually have to achieve. So the way that we run our coaching business is we have what are called one-on-one advisors. And you can be an advisor yourself as you're continuing to build up your business. But the advisor has a 2-hour dedication every single day that they're going to be spending with clients. And they have a total bandwidth of 20 clients that they're able to handle. And the way that we actually do this is these 20 clients are delivered 2x weekly calls. And each of these weekly calls are scheduled to be 30 minutes long. And the call can run over a bit longer. It's not too important on that factor. But in order to break down the math of this actually happening, so we have 20 clients, 2x weekly calls for 30 minutes. What we're going to do is we're going to dedicate all the time that this is actually going to add up. So if we have 20 clients and we're actually going to be going ahead and servicing each of them for 1 hour a week, that is going to lead to 20x 60. So if we go 20x 60 and then we divide this by 60, the amount of hours in the week that we're going to be directly spending with clients, to make my head a little bit smaller here, is going to be around 20 hours a week. And that is with a very intensive delivery that we're actually spending with people. And that would be for maxed out bandwidth of a company that is doing, if you're charging $2,500 a month, a $50,000 a month run rate. And if you're charging $5,000 a month, which is where I'd recommend you actually begin if you have a genuine expertise, $100,000 if you're charging $10,000, which is where you are if you have a really good expert understanding of what you're teaching, then you can be making a ridiculous amount of money. So this is with a very intensive deliverable. Another deliverable that works is dropping this down to 1x weekly. And if you do this to 1x weekly, and this is what I did when I personally took the calls, because if I spend 30 minutes with someone compared to a member of my team, I'm usually able to get a lot more done just because I understand a lot more about the clients and I'm the face. So the actual customer understands and wants to work with me directly, understands the payoffs and I guess some of the drawbacks of doing that. You can get a 10-hour dedication a week. And by getting this 10-hour dedication a week, you now have the other 30 hours a week that you're going to be working on your business in order to purely focus on the needles that move to get more and more of those clients or to hire more people to increase this bandwidth. Because if you have 3 team members, for example, you can now have 60 clients, right? Or if you want to actually work 20 hours a week yourself on calls or 30 hours a week on calls yourself, you yourself have the ability to take on 40 clients at that 1x weekly basis. So you might be asking, well, how does this actually work? And to show you what one of our coaching businesses actually look like, here's an example of what the advisor's day looks like. As you can see here, between the hours of 11 to 12 p.m., they're going ahead and taking calls. And in these blocks, they have about 3 calls scheduled with some scattered around to different places. And literally all that we do is we have a simple calendar set up. So I can click into it to actually show you what these calendars look like. And this is Go High Level, by the way. I don't have any affiliates or anything like that for it. I just genuinely believe it's the best software. Once you're inside, you can see here we have simple call, description of what we're solving, availability set to the time that we can take the call, a 30-minute meeting, 30-minute duration. We have a 2-hour scheduling notice, a 20 days out that they can book in with a 5-minute buffer on each side. And outside of that, we have very, very basic notifications. If I go ahead to show you right here, and you can copy these for yourself, we have an external notification that goes out where we pretty much confirm the appointment for the customer that booked it in. And then also 5 minutes before, let them know through email and SMS. But then we also have an internal notification that we provide for every member of our team that it will actually personally DM them on Slack saying that, hey, this call has been booked. Or it will also personally send a message to a Slack channel saying, hey, a call has been booked, so that everyone can see, but also the individual team member can see. And with that alone, with the infrastructure of just having the team members and the people there and having it all conjugated into Slack, as I showed you, we run a multi-7-figure coaching business. And I kid you not, it can be that simple compared to the crazy Discord and everything that we had beforehand. Now, you might be asking yourself, well, what about the course? What about all the fancy deliverables? And I want to show you the very base level of what we actually deliver for the person, because we took the model of giving someone a copy-paste info product that we created one time into a customizable roadmap and notebook that our actual customers use every single day. So when people talk about having a sticky product that keeps customers, this is what they actually look like. So as you can see here, we've used the Canvas feature in Slack, which is completely publicly available. And we've designed it as a template for each client where they can get all the deliverables that we actually give them. So first things first is the calendars to actually book in with their team members, but then also for community calls. But inside of that, we have a journal. So in this journal, it has all their company information, and then it also walks through the entire roadmap we have in a far more condensed fashion than an info product would be. Because info products can be very intimidating to see all this course content. We have from phase 1, 2, labeled with the days of our service, everything that they need to execute, which we have them go ahead and update as they do these calls with us, all the way through to the end of their partnership. And this is an example of a live one. So you can see here, some of them are crossed off. And I kid you not, it makes it that simple to do the actual info product delivery in a way where the customers feel they're actually interacting and being held accountable to complete each phase. So taking away from this video, if you're able to specify your offer to a total addressable market that resonate more with you, and then in addition to that, take your future self of who you want to be and then adjust your pricing based on that, you have the ability to combine that with going from maybe a Discord or an info product or a very base level community that you might have right now to a specified one-on-one partnership where you're working with people directly and holding them accountable to the transformation that you created in order to justify the price. Tangible action steps you're going to be able to take away. So diving in, first things first that we've got to cover is going to be what the typical coaching business looks like. So we're going to isolate variables of what a typical founder would do. They could be doing marketing, sales, delivery, or operations on any given day. And the activities that might fall under a section like this are creating ads, posting content, building community, outbound, texting leads, calling leads, and all the ones that you see here. And if you kind of break down what a week in someone's life would look like, you can see here that it would be 44 hours just scattered across this board. And some things that are very important for running a company, like doing softwares, data, and even putting your finances in check, or doing program development to give your customers a better experience, are getting zero time because everything is scattered across. And when you don't have the operations to actually execute on all these things, it just becomes a disaster. So this is what my weeks looked like when I ran my own coaching business until we established a flywheel. So a dialed founder, once they actually get their ducks in a row and are able to properly scale, will have a flywheel. And what a flywheel is, it means that one action turns all the other actions and each thing feeds into itself, making it way more sustainable to grow and actually get exponential compound returns. So the way that we do this is we started service delivery, then we had the marketing, then we go to our automated appointment setting, which is actually community, and then finally sales, which is the one part of the process that might not be as automated. But as you can see here, when we're doing service delivery, the actual action, so what would be in red here, is creating valuable assets and solving customer problems. Well, that is program development. But as you can see here, marketing is also creating valuable assets to solve customer problems. And then our automated setting, which is actually funneling and building a community, which I'm going to show you how to do here, is again, solving customers' problems and creating valuable and sharing valuable insights via a group call, which we're actually working with them. And all these things are the same activity. We're taking problems that our customer faces and we're finding unique ways to deliver our actual solutions for them. The one that doesn't have a flywheel that directly connects is sales. But once again, we're still solving people's problems. So if our job is purely solve people's problems, what we want to do is we want to find what are called mechanisms or vehicles, which is a way of doing something that pulls in so we can do all three of these, our service delivery, our marketing, and our community at the exact same time. So when we build this up and we put this together, all that remains for us outside of the flywheel is really, well, running a team, but we don't have a team, or if we do, it's very, very lean and small, and simply our finances, which takes 30 minutes a month on QuickBook. So in order to actually do and create the value to solve customers' problems, the next step they're going to go through is protocols and mechanisms to actually do so. So what that looks like is we have things like Google Doc, Miro, OBS, Loom, which are creation mechanisms. So things that we actually use to create this. For example, I'm using Miro and Loom to make this right now. And then we actually have delivery mechanisms. So this is ways of providing value to people. This is school where they might consume it. This is YouTube. This is Instagram. This is software like GoiLevel or Kajabi. And the Point Z, which is what we're actually using these things for, is to solve their problems or the pain that they're facing in their lives. So all that remains is us and the customer's problems that we need to solve at this point. And really, we just need to take action in order to do so in the most effective way possible. And the way that we're going to do all of this is, first off, we're going to start by making sure a niche or market's determined. If you want me to go more in depth, I have an entire video on this. But pretty much, we have a skill that we ourselves have up here. We have a customer who is very close to a past self or something we experience in our own lives. And in direct correlation to the transformation from where you are now and where you used to be is the price that you're able to charge. So that is the first step in niche and market. The next thing is the actual mechanism that we're going to use. So we need to determine what the most effective way to solve someone's problem is. We are not an entertainer, we are an educator. So what we have to do is we have to figure out what is the most precise way and what is the most effective way to deliver someone information. If we're solving someone's problems via fitness, it might not be to go on a Google Doc. It might be to physically sit in front of a camera and just talk to someone. Or if we're doing something involving systems or engineering, it might be Miro so that we can visualize and show people what it looks like. Or if we're doing graphic design, it might be Canva. And then the same goes for distribution. Are we delivering quick fixes that people need to change in 60 seconds or so? Or are we delivering things where someone needs to sit down for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes and have focus, paid attention, actual dedication to what we're showing them? And then also another thing that contributes into this is going to be the kind of person that we're wanting to look for. So if we're trying to target people who are content creators that do short form content, going onto YouTube and posting long form might not be the most effective way to get their initial attention because they themselves are going to be hanging out on platforms like Instagram and Facebook a bunch. So we have to determine two things in the distribution, which is what kind of content we're making and who we're making it for. And if we can do those two things, we're going to pick, once again, one creation channel and one distribution channel to just focus and hone in on. And then from that point on, the next step is going to be to begin marketing at the frequency that we actually want to maintain in order to start bringing in customers. So the domino statement for actually doing this is to solve as many problems as you can and actually stay consistent with while maintaining the quality of actual execution that we're delivering for people. So how many pieces of content we create on a weekly basis, on a monthly basis, while maintaining the quality to properly educate people. Once again, it's not the most entertaining video. It's not the Mr. Beast thumbnails. It's not the edits. It's okay, how can I condense this information into a smallest box of time possible and just cramp the most value into it? And this visual helped me so much. You've got 10 minutes, you've got 20 minutes, you've got 30 minutes, and your job is to pack as much value to help someone, once again, go through this transformation of a past version of you to where you are now in a skill-based pursuit. And then once you have that, you're going to be marketing and making all this content as much as you can, packing as much value into these free boxes as possible you're then going to be over delivering with free experiences. So this is where the most important part that I see a lot of great creators kind of fall because of is they're not able to sit down and drop their ego for a bit to deliver completely free experiences for people. So our brains make a connection that when something is good for free, what is good for paid is going to be absolutely amazing. And the first step to actually build that connection is we need to give away the entire farm when we're working with someone for free. So that's not trying to hide any information. It's not trying to conceal anything. When we sell something, we're going to be working to implement it for them. We're guaranteeing a result when someone buys from us. We're not just giving them the information. All the information that we have should be out there completely free. There should be nothing held in our brains that our customers shouldn't know about solving the problem. So our fundamental goal should be to deliver everything away for free. This is the course that you built that you might not feel comfortable sharing. This is the valuable insights in your own personal time that you're spending on a weekly basis. And you want to optimize it into some form of community or free thing that someone can consume. My best experiences have been with Skool, Discord, and I'm not too familiar with Kajabi, but I know that works as well. Then from that point on, once you're delivering these crazy free experiences and you're even completely for free, not getting paid a dime for this, but allowing people to go from a transformation of where they are now to where they want to be, which is similar to where you are, you're then going to take initial people into one-to-one consulting. And what you're doing once again is you're guaranteeing the implementation and the actual result. You're not guaranteeing the information, or you're not just sending them the information. You are guaranteeing the transformation that someone goes from point A to point B when you work with them directly. And that's what the price has to do with. If we click over here, you can see that the value as the price rises is going to almost directly correlate. There's a little bit of a latency period as we first begin here where we have to kind of prove the legitimacy of the market, which is once again creating the free experiences. But from that point on, we can see that the price and the value rise pretty much in alignment with each other. And the reason why is because the value that we actually deliver to people is the believability and the consistency that we can guarantee them a result. So to ask you a question, if you could consume a course from Jeff Bezos right now and it would cost you 25 bucks, would you buy it? Well, the answer is probably yes. But then there's also another offer on the table and you have to choose between the two. You can pay Jeff Bezos $10,000 to get the exact same information, but he's also going to guarantee that you implement it and you become a millionaire. And the $25 course says you'll become a millionaire in 1 year, but the 10-year implementation says, okay, you're going to become a millionaire within 10 years, 5 years. But it guarantees that that is possible and that it's going to happen as a 100% certainty. If you're anything like me or any other rational human being, you're going to bet on what is guaranteed and what is surefire. And therefore, the value that we actually provide people is the guarantee that we can have them go through that transformation. It's the guarantee they can lose the weight. It's the guarantee they can get the business off the ground. And we're just going to be giving away all of the free experiences here for free. And once we have that done, I'm going to head all the way back over to this flywheel here to actually talk optimization of these things. So we've got our mechanism down. We've got the free stuff that we're delivering down. The only last step to do is actually hone in the skill of solving a problem. And to do this and to run this system on a consistent basis, we're simply going to need to focus on the customer and their problems. So the key to starting this business and running this as a complete individual for myself has been to streamline each of these things. The way that my day looks right now, and the way that myself and my business partner Dylan's day has always looked, is we'd wake up and we would spend the morning either creating a service delivery document or we'd spend it creating a YouTube document. The two are interchangeable because what we would do is we would create a free document that we'd use and market on YouTube. And we'd also create a paid version of that document, which the only difference would be that we factor in that we're actually going to be working with them to implement the paid document. That would be our morning. That would be the first 4 hours, the first 6 hours, the first 8 hours of our day. Then from that point on, we would record it either for the free stuff, and if it was for a paid community, we would simply share it on the call of that day, which takes us to the next phase, which would be the actual automated community part where we'd hop on with our customers to actually deliver this value. We would share all the insights that we had determined. And then from that point on, the only part of our day that was detached was sales, which would happen in the afternoon, where we would simply hop on and share the same insights with people, once again, stacking up this big bank of solutions and problems that we have. And if you do this for a consistent long enough period, what's going to begin to happen is you're going to create a big mountain, not pain, if you watch some of my previous videos, but of free stuff. You create a huge mountain of free stuff for people. And once you've created this absolutely massive mountain of free stuff for people, what happens is people are going to meet you. So they're going to say, oh, well, there's going to be a new introduction. They're going to say, okay, well, this is a new person. I saw the video on YouTube. And then what they're going to do is they're going to start consuming all of this mountain of free stuff that you've made. And from creating this mountain of free stuff, what's going to happen is that person is now going to have a believability that you can deliver results, which is amazing. And then because of that believability, they're going to go through and they're going to join to your communities that you offer, but they're also going to be interested in the implementation and the guarantee. Because what ends up happening is someone sees free content and they go, okay, this is amazing. But as we get introduced to these new concepts, there's also a little bit of fear that arises. So for example, let's say we want to learn how to make the best YouTube video possible. We might learn that we need to entertain someone every 3 seconds. We need to say this, we need to say that, we need to use this color on the thumbnail. But when we know all this, right, information is free. It is the implementation and the fact that we can actually do it to the quality that we need to, which creates a little bit of insecurity. Well, can I actually sit down and make the video this good? Am I going to be able to do it? And this almost insecurity, but a better word is uncertainty that we can actually execute, is what we are going to be resolving. Because just information is free now. You can go and watch the richest people in the world talk, but you've chosen to listen to me. And the reason why is because I'm speaking directly to a problem that you might have right now. And I'm going to be able to provide you somewhat certainty that we can solve it because I'm so specific about what we're actually doing. So fundamentally, once again, we're taking in new people. We're delivering them a lot of free stuff. We're creating believability through, again, a mountain of the free stuff that we provide. And what that does is it's going to give certainty and solve the customer's uncertainty that we can solve their problem. So what someone, again, is paying for on the value price equation here is the fact that we can guarantee their problem is solved. And if we can do this, we're going to pick a skill and we're going to create a distribution and a creation channel. And we're just going to solve as many problems as possible with our customer. Once again, create a magnet around it. And then from that point on, work with people directly one-on-one. And I kid you not, that is the simplified version of how we started this business. Lesson number 1 is going to be to remove bloat. So the more mass you have, the slower speed you go at. And the assumption that every team member or automation you have works at 60 to 70% of your ability, a slower speed means you get less done. My company was stuck at $0 a month for the first 30 days of our business. Then we stopped posting on every social media such as Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, and we just focused all in on YouTube. And then we hit our first 20K a month. Then we were stuck at 20K a month for 4 months. We stopped selling 3 different products. We had a low ticket, a mid ticket, and a high ticket, focused all of our beans into the high ticket offer, and we hit 50K a month. Then we were stuck at 50K a month for 3 months. We dropped everything, dropped the company's revenue to 0, even went and restarted our company into a marketing agency, and then 4 months later, we hit 100K a month. Then we were stuck at 100K a month for 6 months. We decreased our team size, complexity, and everything we did in our operations, and we hit 200K the next month. And the reason why I share all this with you is because every single time you have to decomplexify and remove bloat from your business. The architecture of a 250K a month coaching business looks something like this. You have yourself in the middle, who's the red dot. You have one setter and maybe a second if you're running ads and you have a lot of lead flow. If you do content like myself, you don't really need one, but you can also have a content guy to do your edits and thumbnails. Then you're going to have a closer, which optionally also could be you. And finally, you have an assistant to help you with client delivery. And that is all you need to hit 250K a month in almost all profit, which is absolutely insane. And if this guy can do it, so can you. He's worth $14 billion. He has 30 team members and works 4 hours a day. His name is Pavel Durov. He is the founder and CEO of Telegram. And all these guys as well, including myself, you've got Dan Bolden, Iman Ghazi, Grayson Lopez, Charlie Morgan, and Hamza. And the reason they all opt for this model is because it has more cash flow and profit, which means you can grow faster. It's more fulfilling because you actually get to work with people who you enjoy to spend time with, and it funds your long-term investment, which is why guys like Iman pool so much money into crypto and other businesses because they have their education companies or coaching businesses cash flowing them. Lesson number 2 is going to be to take 2 steps back in order to take 10 steps forward. You're stuck in your coaching business right now. You are spinning your wheels and you do not have traction. Once you get traction, you're going to stick and you're going to fly. 3 D's to traction are going to be data, downtime, and decisions. There's a great book on this you can read called Traction. Data. You must have every success metric in your business measured. So from the very top of your funnel where someone comes in from your content, where they see your page, where they see your outreach message, you have to have it tracked where they become a customer and leave your company's actual work. And you need to have every single number that correlates to achieving that tracked every single day in the actual process of running your company. Then you're going to set key performance indicators that align with hitting your revenue goal. So let's say you want to hit 100K a month. You need to reverse engineer how many appointments you need, what your close rate needs to be, how many customers you need to upsell, what your price point needs to be, how long everything needs to happen, and how much of it needs to be done. Then you're going to give yourself some downtime. I want you to take a day, come to reality with everything that you have going on in your business. I want you to look at the hard things that you've been avoiding. I want you to look at your bank account. I want you to look at your revenue. I want you to watch your setters and closers calls. I want you to read and speak with unhappy clients. I want you to feel sad. I want you to feel depressed, and I want you to feel demotivated, and I want you to shake it off so we can move into the final phase, which is making decisions, which then we're going to identify, isolate, and implement. And I'm going to show you exactly how we do this. So we've got all of our KPIs along this timeline here. And let's say, for example, we've got the KPIs of leads. We've got the KPI of appointments. Then we've got the KPI of closing. And then we have the final KPI of upsells. So if we're going to make a decision on which one of these needs to stay and which one needs to go, here is how we actually determine that process. First thing we're going to do is we're going to set our KPI. So let's say we're going to need 50 leads in a day. Let's say we're going to need 4 appointments in a day. Let's say we're going to need to close at 20%. And then let's say we're going to need to upsell 10% of our customers. So if we look at this metric and then we compare where we're currently at using the data that we tracked, let's say we're only bringing in around 20 leads a day. Let's say we're only booking 1 to 0 appointments a day. Let's say we're closing at around 13%. And let's say we're upselling at around 8%. The next step is going to be to isolate the variables that we don't need. So we can obviously here, our upsells are good to go. So we can scratch this out. We do not need to touch that right now. Our closing rate is not too bad. So we're going to move on and see what actually needs to be fixed. Our appointments are really bad and really off metric. We have around 25% of what we're actually gunning for. And then our leads, we're at roughly 50% of lead volume that we actually need. So first things first, we can realize that our closing is not going to be the biggest problem here. It's going to be between leads and appointments. So if we want to get more leads and appointments, we need to go, okay, well, the actual process of getting appointments relies and actually is heavily constituted on having a lot more leads go into our funnel. So the number one thing that we're going to need to focus on in this situation with these numbers is going to be getting more leads. And we're going to work on this 20 number to get it to 50 until we have achieved it. We're not just going to throw out a bunch of tasks we need to do, like start ads and then get a UGC director and all these things. We're going to sit every single day in the trenches on our business until we can actually improve and hit this metric. We're not going to do anything else. We're not going to worry about appointments. We're not going to worry about closing. We're not going to worry about upsells until we have this metric of leads down to this 50 number. And we're going to reevaluate every single week until we do that. If you put all your focus in that one basket, it's going to happen within the next 30 days. And that is the magic of actually tracking, isolating, and executing. Lesson number 3 is going to be that volume is king. You have processes in your business right now that are guaranteed to work. Posting social media content, doing cold outreach, running paid ads are all things that people have made hundreds of millions of dollars doing before you. You are not special and you can replicate their results as well. If you did 100x more of them for the next 10 years, you would be a millionaire, and it would usually happen a lot faster than that. But we allow the short-term battles that we lose to make us demotivated, make us feel like we want to quit, and instead continue fighting in a war that we're guaranteed to win. You go a week without booking appointments. You get a 10 out of 10 video, which means it's really, really bad. And someone says something mean to you on a sales call or on a setting call, and then you quit, which is the only possible way to lose. We quit so many things with our own coaching business. We failed an affiliate program when Andrew Tate went viral on The Real World. We failed a low ticket funnel. We failed YouTube ads twice. We failed a Discord funnel. And the only commonality is that we quit on each of those things. The idea is that we kept trying. We also failed. We failed hiring closers. We failed YouTube. We failed high ticket offers. We failed Facebook ads. We failed one-to-one consultancy delivery. And really, failure equals quitting. Failure, then going to the 3Ds and then repeating it, eventually is going to lead to your success. And the reason why I share this is because if you're struggling with things right now, chances are that you're just not learning from your mistakes, and it's not that the things itself actually don't work. And I'll touch on this a little bit more later. Lesson number 4 is that 80% of your time needs to be spent in your flywheel. Well, what is a flywheel? A flywheel is the one core activity that fuels the growth of your entire company. You spend 80% of your time working on your flywheel. It's going to supercharge every single department in your company at the same time. For example, here's my flywheel. I work with coaches. So the core action that I have is talking about growing coaching businesses. What this does is it creates YouTube and community content like the one you're watching right now. When I do that, it attracts coaches to my free school community where I'm going to actually work with them. Then I partner with coaches, and then I work daily one-to-one with coaches who I actually have under my client belt, and I get them banger results, which leads to me getting more and more community content to create. And everything that I do relies on talking to coaches like I'm doing right now. So the more I do this, the better I get at it. And the better I get at it, the more money I'm going to make. The more time I spend doing my core activity, the more and faster our company grows. And if you've seen this graph, it is Warren Buffett's net worth. Up until the age of around 58, he was only worth 2.3 billion, which is very modest in comparison to the 58 billion that he's worth now, because his activities and his investments kept compounding onto each other. You should remove or incorporate everything that you do in a day towards your flywheel. Talking to clients should mean that you collect video ideas. Free community calls should be podcast style clips you make. Running team calls should be educating people on how to run a coaching business and collecting video ideas from the questions. Sales and setting calls are already in the flywheel. And if you can condense all these things, you're going to absolutely supercharge your growth, compound, and explode your business. Lesson number 5 is going to be that the best teacher is yourself. And you can learn 100x more looking at what you mess up than looking at others and hearing their stories. The reason we don't do it is because it's painful. We say to ourselves, well, I already know what to do, or it's a waste of our time. I do this all the time myself as well. And we do it because it hurts. You feel awkward, you feel embarrassed, you feel vulnerable, exposed when you actually look at yourself, you watch your own sales calls, you watch your own YouTube videos, and look at what you're doing very carefully. But it is also your number one opportunity for growth. You will forever know what to do because you're already doing what's right, as we spoke about earlier. The key thing is that burning hot pain, that awkwardness that you feel from watching your own YouTube videos is the fuel. It's the fuel that's going to stop you from repeating the activity and the mistakes over and over and over again. And it provides the experience and the fortitude and the conviction that you're not going to repeat the same mistake twice. And if you can do that, it's going to absolutely supercharge your ability to learn and grow. So the first thing that we have is going to be our traffic source. And really, this is going to be an organic base. So it can be something along the lines of Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, anything like that base, but it needs to be organic eyeballs that are getting to our page. On the other side of this, we're also going to have our ads right here. And this can be platformed on Meta. This can be platformed on Google, Twitter, whatever it is. Really, from this point on, what we're going to do is we're going to start by taking our organic traffic source and we're going to direct this to what is called our loss leader. And that is what those two L's stand for. A loss leader at its fundamental basis is a product that is so good that we're operating at a loss when we give it away for free. And this is going to be where we want to direct all of our attention to. And this is where a lot of people mess up. They might have a low ticket product, for example, or they might just have some crappy opt-in page. And really, that's not going to work. The goal behind a loss leader or giving something away for free and actually doing it successfully is to make it so good that when someone consumes it, they inevitably want to learn more about you. And combined with our loss leader, what we're also going to do is we're going to ramp this up with what is called a aggressive email sequence. And this is going to be on email. There's also going to be on SMS. And really, then what we're going to do is we're going to prove it out using this organic traffic source. This is where almost everyone messes up when it comes to operating their free funnels. Just immediately turn on ads. And when you do this, it is not going to work. So what this looks like in our email and SMS nurture sequence at a very fundamental basis of what we want to do. So when someone opts in, someone gives the information, which we're going to collect on this loss leader. So we're going to get right here, we're going to get their email, and we're also going to get their SMS right here. What we're going to do from that point is we're going to hit them up on a consistent basis. We're going to be giving them, let's say, 1 email a day. So 1x daily email, and we're going to be giving them on a bi-daily. So bi-daily is every other day, and we're going to be hitting them with an SMS. And this, what we contain in these messages, is really going to be where the magic lies. So really, the biggest thing that we want to do as soon as we get someone's information is make them product aware, because on the front end, we are only showing someone our loss leader, right? So they don't actually have the ability to see our paid product or high ticket offering. We are then actually going to have to make them product aware by showing them, here's what we do, here's pretty much how it works, et cetera, et cetera. And when we get their information, that email sequence is going to be heavily based around a few things. First one is going to be book a call. And the second one is going to be what is like to called explain our assets. And pretty much the way this is going to work is you are going to be positioning first off book a call links. So just like, hey, if you didn't know already, we do pretty much these calls, et cetera, et cetera. Here's how you're going to get. Here's the problem that's going to help you solve. Please book a call. And when you're going to be doing this, you're going to be hitting them with for the first 7 days. So let me write this here. So for the first 7x days, you're going to be hitting them with a sequence following this framework. The first message is going to be a CTA. So message number 1 is going to be a CTA. Message number 2 is going to be a pure value. So pure value is going to be directing them to a YouTube link. So redirect them here to a YouTube link. The third one is going to be an absolutely no CTA email, just more of a follow-up or share a case study, for example, and then case study right here. And then the final email. So number 4 is going to be a follow-up with some form of added scarcity / juicing up of the offer that we actually gave them in this initial CTA. So to give you an example of how this would actually work, I want you to imagine we're contacting someone for an online fitness program. The first message that we'd hit them with could be something along the lines of a free body weight consultation. So figuring out where they can actually improve their fitness. That would be the first thing that we hit them with. And that would be our book a call in disguise right here. So our book a call, that's B. Second thing that we would hit them with right on the second message is going to be the redirect to YouTube. So, hey, not sure if you saw the last message I sent you where I introduced myself, etc., etc. Pretty much here is a walkthrough of if you are X and you're going to describe your ideal customer. Here's a YouTube video explaining how you can get desired result. So for example, if you are a middle-aged man, here is how you can get a 6-pack in the next 6 months. And that would be a redirect to YT consultation right here. And then the third one is going to be a pure value. So just saying, hey, check in, maybe tell a story about your product or someone who's going through a transformation. You're going to give them absolutely no CTA. And then finally, the third one is going to be an exclusive offer. If you can do this right, the exclusive offer is going to push a lot of people over the edge. So what you can do with the exclusive offer is we have a few levers we can pull. First one is scarcity. We're not going to create fake scarcity. So if you do not actually have a limited number of slots you can take on, if you have an info product, something of that nature, that's not going to work for you. The best thing to do is just sweeten up the offer. So pretty much making a offer along the lines of, hey, for the people that I onboard right now, they're going to get an extra amount of consulting sessions, or they're also going to get this product in addition to everything that they're also going to receive. Pretty much just juicing up the offer so that if someone is reading this and they are interested, but they haven't just taken that step yet, you are giving them a reason to do it right now instead of in 6 months. And if this doesn't work from this sequence after we've repeated it twice, we're going to completely lay off and move them into our normal email sequence. So it's going to go from here into just a normal email sequence. And I'm going to write NES, normal email sequence right here, which is just going to be something along the lines where you hit them up on a 4x weekly basis. Pretty simple, normal email list newsletter stuff. Then from that point on, our actual loss leader, what it is going to contain. So there's a few things that we can actually do to build this. The first thing that we can have is we can do a free community. So we have the offer of doing a community. The second thing that we have as a potential for our loss leader is to give away an ebook. So an ebook is just explain end goal transformation. And then the third thing that we can actually do is give them some form of video training. Now, all these are great, but I suggest you pair these three things with something that I like to call a tangible free service. So I'm going to explain that right here. Going to be a tangible free service. Now, to explain how to actually execute this, because if you can do this right, it's going to make your front end leads extremely qualified, is looking at a brick and mortar business, an example of how they do this. So let's say you are running a massage parlor and we want people to come in with our massage parlor. We want them to see great success. So our loss leader for our massage parlor, for example, could be a completely free 10-minute massage. Boom. Redeem this coupon, get a free 10-minute massage. And that would be a great way of actually giving a loss leader, because it's something that we usually charge for that we're giving as a tangible free service. And if you want to do this in an online-based business, the best way of actually executing that is by trading your own time. So to explain what that looks like, for example, if you are a business coach, for example, my coaching business, we work with agencies. If we, when someone came into our funnel, did a complete analysis of their website, funnel, outreach messages, everything that they have going on right now, it would be a tangible free service that we typically charge for that we were instead offering for free as a result of them opting into our funnel. And we can give them something like this. It's going to do a few things. First off, it is going to create a line of contact in combination with the actual SMS and the email that we're hitting people up with over here. If we can create a line of contact with someone, so what that means is we actually have a stream of connecting them that they've responded back to us on. So whether that's on our school community, whether that's on email, whether that's on SMS, we now have the ability to actually speak with them on a tangible basis, start to create a value gap where they're actually going to book in. So to even fundamentally understand what makes someone book an appointment, we have to refer to this doc over here. As you can see here, the size of the problem that someone has plus the perceived upfront value provided equals their interest in service, which also equals the likelihood of them booking an appointment. So what do I mean by that? If I go back to our example of our online fitness coach over here, the size of the problem that they might have might be they are overweight. So we have a stick figure here, got a big belly, and he wants to get a six pack. That is the size of problem they have, plus, and we're going to add you, and the fact that you right here, you are in shape, you are good, you've got big bicep, you got a six pack, etc. The fact that you can actually achieve that goal for them equals the likelihood of them booking an appointment, which at our close rate, etc., conversion metric is going to equal money for us. That is fundamentally what makes every single appointment that has ever happened happen. And here are the factors that actually lead to that happening. Really, we got upfront value, which is the amount of value that we're giving them in the sense of, hey, here is the lead magnet we're giving them, here's the loss leader that we're giving them, here is the information that we're providing in our emails, SMS. Our indirect solution is pretty much all the value that we can provide to somebody without actually speaking with them. The best way of doing this is through creating leveraged media, code, or products that people consume over and over and over again. And I'll give you an example of what I mean by this. If a Grant Cardone were to message any realtor in the world right now, and he were to just message them, hi, dot, the likelihood that they would actually book an appointment with them is extremely high, and it's not because of the upfront value that he provided to them. It is because of the indirect solutions that, because of who he is, allows them to see and actually satisfy this equation right over here, that we are extremely good at what we do and we're actually going to have them book in. Then, from that aspect, once we've actually obliged by that, creating extremely valuable loss leader in email, the only final step that we have is to turn on our advertisements. And this is where it gets fun, because really, as soon as we drive our ads to this section right here, our loss leader is going to come into effect. We're going to be generating our leads at a lower price just because we're giving away something for free. When you run ads something for free, it's going to allow you to get a lot of appointments. And that is a fundamental truth. You're going to have cost of a lead between anywhere of $5 anywhere to $15. If you're running at a higher cost per lead than that, selling a free product, something is wrong with your media buying or your messaging. Then from that point on, you're going to have a high ticket service that you're actually funneling people into, and you're going to have a lead to set rate. So let's say that per 100 leads that you actually get in, which let's just say in our middle range here is going to be a $10 cost per lead. So $100 in addition to that, 100 leads for $100. We are booking in 7 of those people at a 7% lead to set rate, as you can see right here. Lead to set rate, which is extremely standard. That's industry KPI standard. Then from that point on, we're getting 7 appointments. And at a 7 appointment ratio right here, if we're operating on an even 20% close rate on a $5,000, $10,000 product, we're going to be making an insane return on that right now. That is with our funnel, and the way we kind of operated things got us to an 11x ROAS, which now sits around a 5x ROAS. And pretty much when you're selling this high ticket product right here, what you do is you allow yourself to be the person that can pay the absolute most for a customer. And when you can pay the most for a customer, you're going to be able to plummet the most amount of money into the ad bidding, continue to just crush your competitors, rise the CPM, and just dominate your entire market space. And that alone, through using that loss leader funnel, is how we pretty much just ran ads. And with this maintaining metrics of our lead to set rate being good and actually having this 5 to 15% cost per lead because we're selling something for free on our advertisements, allowed us to get those high ticket deals, which allowed us to spend way more money than all of our competitors and absolutely dominate our market with an extremely good offer on the front end without increasing or decreasing the reputation of our brand in any way, shape, or form. So I hope the value that you got from this video was worth your time, and I got to run to my next meeting. So you have a great rest of your day. Do this are through traffic, community, calendar, interview, and then finally cash in the front door. So to start with traffic, as you can see here, we've got my channel, we've got my 2 business partners, Noah and Dylan's channel. And then finally, we have this kind of weird guy, Scrubs here, who, funny enough, we actually met in a mastermind, and he had over 5 gold play buttons. This means he had 1 million subscribers on 5 different YouTube accounts. And when we met him, first question we asked the guy was like, dude, how do you do YouTube? And really, he broke down all the walls for us. He said, you don't need fancy edits. You don't need the 2-second dopamine sap, and you don't need a crazy content studio. Fundamentally, all you need to do is speak to the person who is watching the video. And when we did that, what we realized is that we needed a unique value approach. So what we did is we did Zoom call Q&As, we did document breakdowns, we did slideshow videos, and we did demonstrations like these. And really, with this audience of under 20,000 people are able to book a lot of appointments. The way we do that is simply by having a PPD structure. Alex Hormozi recently made a video on this you can watch. We show the purpose of the video in the first 3 minutes to 30 seconds. Then we show proof, And that's either going to be by asset, something we can actually show them, like the Stripe screenshot I showed you, or a story like the one I'm telling you right now. And then for the rest of the video, disclaimer is going to get pretty boring. It's just a demonstration. I'm just going to talk and yap on. Then from that point on, the only thing that we really do is we post 2 to 3x weekly, YouTube long form only. We don't do any short form content because that is not what our target market wants. If you're in some other niche, then it might be important to, but fundamentally, I believe long form content is the best way to have people buy into you because they just spend more time with you. The 3 prongs of the content approach that we do are value videos, stories, and lessons. So everyone knows value videos. You sit down and explain what you do best. For us, this was marketing agencies. We explained how to track commissions. We explained the numbers behind scaling my agency. We explained how to take a sales call. Then we have the social proof. Everyone knows how to do this. If you're good at what you do, all you have to do is hop on, interview them, ask questions about someone's experience that they've had, and they'll do the rest of the work for you. You don't really need to do anything if you've done a good job ahead of time. And then finally, we have stories and lessons. The reason I left this one for last is because it's the one I see people mess up the most on. Stories and lessons have the ability to convey so much more value and get so much more buy-in from the people watching it than any other form of video. The only issue is that you can't make just story and value videos, or else you're never going to have someone go ahead and purchase from you. Examples of this for us was POV. You closed 1,034 clients just to learn this. Give me 10 minutes on a 3x your sales. And finally, Ultra Marathon. But fundamentally, they're all videos where really there's no demonstration, there's no screen share, it's just sitting in front of a camera talking. And our highest converting video across our entire company is this one right here. I ran a 100K Ultra Marathon and it changed my life. Almost every person that we closed for even the 3 to 6 month span when this video came out, we would ask them like, hey, like, why'd you end up buying from us? And almost every time, without a shadow of a doubt, they would say, and some point mention, dude, I watched that 100K Ultra Marathon and it was just so sick hearing the story, hearing it all built up, showed you were legit, etc. And that is the kind of buy-in that we're going to need in order to get conversions. From that point on, we make these YouTube videos, we leave a link in the description. It then goes to collecting their contact info. The way we do this is, first off, we have our page here where we have a value proposition, super simple landing page. We explain what we did and we say, hey, do you want a free training on how to do it? Someone says yes after they watch the video. This part does not need to be overcomplicated. Then we have the opt-in and the pop-up that shows. We ask for their first name, last name separately. This is so in notifications, we don't call them their entire full name. We just say, hey, Mike, or hey, John. Then we get their phone number, email. Super standard stuff right here. But really, where the magic comes in is in the lead nurturing. So one of the most important ways to actually see success with your appointment setting and getting people to convert is, instead of relying on gears and systems and whatnot, which might seem a bit hypocritical as I'm about to show you this beefy system, is instead relying on people. So our goal is fundamentally going to be to get our prospects into contact with a representative of our team, our setters, instead of just trying to kind of sell them over the phone. So the way that we did that, and here you go, here's your beefy automation. We got a whole bunch of stuff that's absolutely just for the setters, not too important to see here. Then we have our SMS and our email reach outs. So as you can see here, the goal behind these messages, and we even separate the SMS messages so it looks like real text, a little nugget for you. We ask them questions and we try and provoke the engagement so that the setter can then pick up the response when they respond to this and go, all right, great, let me call you, etc., etc. Because once again, our entire automation is just designed to get people on the phone. And we do that by sharing stories. And we also do that at the bottom here by just asking them questions like, hey, like, where should we go from here? And if they don't answer, no worries. We just leave them alone, because what we know we have that comes after that is going to be the community. So the community is one of the highest leverage things that we've done with our company. We have school right now, and we used to have Discord in the past. And really what we have inside is a full course, which everyone has, but something that I've not seen any other coach seriously commit to for a long-term period is doing 2 times weekly 60-minute calls. So we'd sit down. We still do this, so you can join them if you'd like, if you want to learn how to scale a marketing agency. For 60 minutes, sit down and just provide value. Answer questions. We are the people's people for 60 minutes. And we do that twice a week, and we've been doing it for the last 6 to 12 months. And what that does is it builds a community that's so magnetic for you. And even if the people aren't qualified, even if they might not be your ideal buyer, those are the people that are going to be your raving fans, that push, that cyclone that video, that refer for you, that share for you. And eventually, every once in a while, you're going to have someone opt in and show up at the call who is great. And when you get them in a setting like that and you see, oh, you, Mr. there in the bottom right corner, look really qualified, and you speak with them on that call, you can pretty much guarantee that they schedule in if they have not already. That is going to be absolutely huge. And if you haven't implemented that, I 100% recommend it. Then from the point of the actual lead nurturing here, where we try to get in contact with them super quickly, we have where we get majority of our appointments from, which is just this setter calling system. So first things first is I'm going to show you the current pipeline that we have. I'm sure this has to be blurred because there's a lot of people's information here. But as you can see here, we've got all the opportunities. We've got scheduled calls. We have no show. We have disqualified. We've got people on their first call, people on the follow-up, people who are not interested, people who are interested, long-term follow-up, and then close. And this is something that we try to keep super, super updated. Make sure the tagging is right. Make sure the attribution is right. Because fundamentally, this is what is going to propel the long-term growth of the company, is being able to play the follow-up game. Something that I forgot to mention with YouTube that's going to be extremely important. And if you take away one thing from this video, it's what I want you to take away. YouTube is not going to become a source of conversion for you until you have posted at least 50 videos. I'd say 50 to 100 videos. And the reason why I say this, it's a mistake that I see so many people make. They say, how do we do YouTube? Or even I'm guilty of this mistake. I've started YouTube again. And I need to fundamentally understand and know that up until I've posted at least 50 videos, all I'm doing is lead nurturing. I'm just nurturing the existing audience, maybe the 150 people who care about me. Then only after I've done 50 videos, am I going to develop the skill first and foremost, but also the brand authority built up to actually go ahead and start having it established as a form of lead generation. So you take away one thing from this video, it is that YouTube is something that you have to commit to for at least 50 videos before you're going to go and turn and expect conversions. And really what I see a lot of people do is this is what the cycle looks like. They're going to start YouTube, and I'll do this full screen for you. They're going to start YouTube and they're going to be over the moon. They're going to be absolutely ecstatic, feeling amazing. Great. Then they're going to go to the second phase, which is going to be the first video. They're going to spend a shit ton of time on that first video, and they're going to make it the best that they can ever try to. They're going to play around with it. They're going to mess up the thumbnail. They're going to edit it. They're going to get the best quality camera, the best lighting, etc. And then the first video is either going to flop and they're going to quit YouTube, or they're going to continuously, after getting kind of decent results, always try and play the algorithm. They're going to become algo YouTubers. And this is great if you're trying to start a Minecraft or gaming channel. But if you are trying to make money online, you purely have to commit to the fact that your videos are going to be boring at first, and the quality is something that's only going to improve as you get better. Trying to fabricate quality by doing some crazy thumbnails or by getting some editing that you don't really have that matches with your style of content, your style of speaking, and your skill, it's just going to eat you out from the inside, because you're not going to get the same results as someone like Iman or tyrants of the industry, and you're going to be spending so much time on it without actually being able to do it sustainably, because you're committing so much time into individual videos. And then from that point on, they're going to quit. The only time that YouTube is ever going to end up working for you is if you simply just commit to the act of, first off, starting YouTube, and you're going to post. And then when you post, you're going to learn, and then you're going to post. And it's that simple. You're just going to post, learn, post, learn, post, learn. And that is fundamentally the big change that I'd like to see a lot of people make, is going from trying to hack the algorithm and spending an unsustainable amount of time on each video because they think that the reason that they aren't blowing up is because of the thumbnail, because their videos aren't good enough, and just simply committing down to the fact that, hey, this is going to take 50 to 100 videos, maybe even more, and I just need to sit down, come with a posting schedule that I can do consistently, and just hammer away. Because you're not at the level of someone like Iman or top of the game where they can go 2 weeks without posting to drop some banger video. That's just not the way it works at this level of the game. From that point on, we have, apologies about that, we have the sales calendar. So looking at the sales calendar, how it works. So first things first, you got headline once again, and this comes after the school community opt-in. We just have this button, hey, do you want to kind of work with us? It redirects to this page. We have the headline, then we have a VSL, and then we have the book a call and results. We have buttons as we scroll down through results that redirect back up to the calendar. But fundamentally, what we're doing right here is we're showing the person, all right, so on YouTube, we showed you the what, of how to do it. On this page, we're showing you the how of how to do it. And then finally, we're going to do done for you, which is like, hey, do you want to do it with us, and kind of like guarantee it works. And from this point on, if someone's gone from this all the way down to this, chances are they're going to at least entertain the idea of having it happen for them. So from that point on, they're going to book in. Worst case scenario, we have the setter call them and hopefully get the pickup so that we don't have to have them book in through this page. But just through the month of July alone, we were able to get 315 schedules simply through this funnel right here, excluding the actual sets that the setters get. So then diving into the interview. So first things first, when they actually book the appointment from this page, one of the most important things that we do is we pre-frame them that we're going to call them in the next 2 minutes. This is because, once again, we put people over gears. We put people over automations and people over systems. And we know that the highest likelihood of them closing is going to be if they actually speak to someone from our team. So from that point on, a lead notification shoots to a Slack channel. The setter calls them up, and on the phone, well, what do? They pretty much just ask, like, what do you think of us? You've watched our videos, you've gone through the free community, you decided to book a call and watch this video. What do you think of our brand? What are you doing right now? What are you struggling with your agency? Something that we do is we intentionally do not give our setters any single script at all. There's no scripts. We sit down and we train them on how to learn more about the people that come through this pipeline, because really all that they have to do, and the best setting equation that you could follow, is first things first, we've got question. So we question, we learn about pain. Once we learn about the pain, then we share a story, and then we have a book a call. So we ask them questions like, hey, what are you doing? How's it going? Like, what are you doing with this? What have you tried in the past? Then we're going to identify pain. So why are they not at their goals yet? All that stuff. Then we're going to go to the next phase right here, which is going to be a story/solution. So we're going to share a story of how we actually solved it. So it's either going to be a case study we have, or it's going to be how one of the founders, either myself, Dylan, or Noah, actually went through and solved this in our own lives. And they're like, all right, well, I can just show you how to do it the same, and hook you up with one of the right-hand guys who've done it all. And from that point on, if the pain that you have is actually real, 100% of the time, if the pain is real, if the pain's not real, it might not be 100% of the time. You're not 100% going to get the real pain. But 100% of the time you get the real pain, and you have a legitimate way that you solve that problem in your own company and for your own life, for your own story, they're going to book a call. Because why wouldn't you this deep in the funnel? So that is the setting process that we follow. And from that point on, one of the most important things that we do is book a call nurturing. So we have a few objectives with this. The first thing is to have them watch more videos on our YouTube channel. This is one of the highest likelihood ways to get them to want to buy from us, is just by knowing more about us, spending more time with us, getting the thing a little bit more parasocial. The next thing is going to be reminding them of the appointment, sharing stories about case studies, and then also our own stories. So this is going to be our big whammy indoctrination sequence right here. So as you can see here, we've got a whole bunch of ops stuff, but one of the things that we do, and if you do automations and you've got reminders, I heavily suggest you do this, is you let people know when they're an automated message that they're receiving. What this does is it makes a message like this, where we are pretending to actually be a real person, go through and seem a lot more believable. And what that actually does is provoke a lot of responses from people, because now they're actually looking at it like a contact, like a friend messaging them, and not actually just some random email. So it's very important to differentiate between the two as you actually contact people. From that point on, directing them to more YouTube videos, sharing our story, what we do, kind of the things that we went through, our lives, and once again, kind of build that parasocial relationship up. And then just before the appointment, give them the reminders through SMS. One of the things we really do well is always separating the SMSs to make it seem, again, real text, provoke response, et cetera, et cetera. And then from that point on, just a confirmation before the meeting, like, hey, we're in the meeting, I'll see you soon. And from that point on, fundamentally, SMS, super simple. All we want to do is get them indoctrinated. Then we have a thank you for booking page that they go to after they actually schedule. This is what this section of this is on right here. So one of the most important things that we do, again, to increase conversions is not leave the closer dead in the water. So usually what happens, and maybe this happens right now in your business, is you've got a appointment setter, and the appointment setter is going to go like, all right, I scheduled my appointment, I've done my job. Schedule my appointment, done my job. And what's going to happen from that point on is the closer is going to show up to the appointment. So the closer is going to come to the appointment, And you're going to be like, hey, bro, nice to meet you. And that alone loses you sales. The strategy that we use is trying to interconnect the prospect, the setter, and the closer. And the best way to do that was to pick a universal form of contact across the world. I know if you're in North America, we use text, but everywhere else in the world, it's WhatsApp. So we add them to a WhatsApp group with the setter, the closer, and the actual prospect. And from that point on, what that does is it shows familiarity, right? Okay, this is someone that now is associated with. So they associate everything with the setter to the closer, and also allows us to get into contact with them and begin speaking with them in a casual way through a channel that they know before we actually end up speaking with them. From that point on, the closer, the advisor, sends them a video message, just like handheld camera style. Doesn't really matter what they say, just introduce themselves, pleasure to get to know you, and they show up to the call. And from that point on, the sale becomes a lot easier because there's so much less friction towards that start of the call phase, and they're so much more willing to share. It's like, hey, how's it been? Instead of, hey, nice to meet you. And that is such an important frame to have. If they book in themselves and we're not at any point able to get into contact with them, it means that it is a warning sign for us. So the setter needs to call them again. Try to usually call them 4 times before their appointment gets booked. If they pick up, amazing. We add them to the WhatsApp group. Nice to meet you, et cetera, et cetera. The setter goes to the discovery phase that I outlined there. But if they ghost us, one of the most important things that we've done is if they ghost us, we notify the closer immediately, like, hey, we have not talked to this person yet. And then from that point on, we let the entire setting team know. We change the color of the appointment so that they can either double book it with another unqualified lead, kind of see which one's better, or they can schedule it near. So usually we have a little buffer between appointments, right? So if this is the calendar, we've got this kind of fake buffer here just as extra time based on how the call's going. What we do is we just schedule an entire another call right back to back there. Because if they're not even engaging with us through messages, we know that the chances of them closing is extremely low. The chance of them closing in one call is even lower. So all right, if they do end up showing up, we're just going to dedicate this to being a 2-call close and just speak with them directly. And that is the thank you for booking that has allowed us to catch, nurture, and get ready so many leads before they actually go into the call, so there's familiarity as we dive into the sales process. So on December 31st, I received the best Christmas or New Year's gift possible. Myself and my business partner Dylan had done over 100K a month for the first time. I'll show you right here. Within the month of December 1st, 2023 to December 31st, 2023, their first 100.8K month. Diving back in, this was when only 60 days earlier we had intentionally plummeted one of our companies to start a marketing agency, and we did 13K in the month of October. Today, I've compiled the marketing, offer, appointment setting, and sales strategy that we honed in during this period. And warning, this video is going to be extremely boring. I spent years getting this information and then also 10 plus hours packaging everything in this video for free into a course. So it would be as if I was sitting on a Zoom meeting with you. So as always, I'll have the assets that I use linked in the description. But yeah, this is going to be a boring one. So we shut down our coaching business, Relentless Success Club, and only did 13K in the month of October to start a marketing agency in the mortgage space. So as you can see here, it's all publicly on YouTube how we did this. We scaled from 0 to 42K a month in 45 days, which was extremely strong because we had not actually run an agency ourselves for over a year at this point. So it was great to hop back in the arena and prove ourselves. As you can see here, we got a lot of social proof, appointments, all the clients signed, et cetera, and managed to do 41K, as you can see right there. This is what happened in the mortgage space. While this was happening, what our company had began to look like. So our original customer base, our inner circle, our loyals, honestly wouldn't buy any new products from us. We had no products to sell in the first place. We had shut down our Discord, which had meant no community at all for us. We had no team members. We were burnt out from the egregious amount of work we had just done in the mortgage space. And honestly, our business was like a glorified rusty frame of a car. I compare it to this. And once again, here is what the Discord somewhat looked like. And really, the only thing that kept us going at this point was how we wanted to design our business. So we wanted to not have to set the appointments ourselves, not take the sales calls ourselves, and has a team that actually does all the day-to-day functions for us, and also proven acquisition channels so we know we can make money long term. We pretty much wanted the ability to do absolutely nothing and still make money, so that when we want to work 10, 12 hours a day every single day, still we can work on the business and grow and explode it instead of just trying to maintain afloat. And that is what made us and pushed us to go through what we're going to be covering today, which once again is going to be offer, niche, golden numbers, the org chart that we designed, the appointment setting framework, the sales framework, and the service delivery structuring. So without further ado, let's dive into the offer and niche. So this is going to be broken up into a few categories right here. The first thing that we have is going to be our market. The second thing is going to be our ICP, stands for Ideal Customer Profile. And then the third thing that we're going to have at the very bottom is going to be the offer that we actually make to them. So the offer that we make to them. So these are the three trinities of getting pretty much product market fit. So PMF, it is a word from more so the software space, but is extremely relevant. Essentially what it means is just the product or the market really likes your product and you're going to be able to scale because it resonates with them. So the first thing that we have is market. I compare the world of business and a market to almost like in big little C over here. So for us, this equaled SMMA. In the SMMA space, we have absolute tyrants and guys like Iman who take up like half the market share. Then we have guys like Charlie Morgan. Then we have guys like Joel Kaplan, and I can go on for days and days about our competitors. But pretty much what happens is everyone has their stake. So let's say this is Iman Gadzhi. Let's say this was Joel Kaplan. Let's say this was Charlie Morgan. So these guys own the space in the market. They have people that have bought from them and they are huge. The market and how we want to actually work our offer and really get product market fit is by finding the weak points in each of the market shares that they hold. So as a result of growing big, and let me actually open another whiteboard for you here to show you this. As a result of going up in size, the complexity of your business has to drop somewhat, right? Everything has to get more streamlined and simple. So what we realized for us is it meant that almost all of our competitors were offering very leveraged forms of service delivery. They were doing group coaching. They were doing purely info product. And because of that, what we had learned is that as a business goes up in size, there's inevitably going to be weak points in their market share. So let's call this a weak point. And the way that we want to establish ourselves in any given market, and this can be whether it's SMA, drop shipping, and bird catching, whatever you want to do, is by finding these weak points and exploiting them as what we do well. So for example, we noticed that a weak point that our customers had was they were tired of just getting info and group coaching. They were tired of it. They didn't want more info and they didn't want more group coaching. So we realized that, okay, well, we're the underdog in this situation, but the advantage that we have is that we have the time and can dedicate ourselves to work one-on-one with people. So this became our selling angle that allowed us to cut out a small market share for ourselves. And that would be us. And then from that point on, you can keep growing, expanding. And then eventually you hope to be one of these big guys who gets exploited and, has someone else get your startup because of you, but you're already making a shit ton of money, so you don't really care. The next thing that I want to explain. So once we've carved out our place in the market, which you'll simply do by looking at the size of your competitors and cutting out something that they cannot do as a result of their size, is going to be your ICP. So the ideal customer profile. This is a tricky one for a lot of people because when you think ideal customer profile, you've designed this person right here and they make a whole bunch of assumptions, right? They make assumptions about what this person does. They try and leave it up to guesswork what their ICP is. And it honestly just doesn't make sense. The ICP is supposed to be an intangible, so it doesn't directly work and make money for you, but it's supposed to be a guiding light and a tool so that your marketing has someone that you're actually speaking to and a customer that you're trying to attract. And the issue when you assume is that a lot of the time you're wrong. The way that you nail your ICP, which is the third stage or second stage of finding your product market fit, is by speaking to a younger version of you. You want to speak to a younger version of you yourself. So what I mean by that is, as I spoke about in my last video, inherently the only way that you're going to be able to provide coaching is if you have a position yourself right here that you have, let's say, a good amount of smaller people like this times multiple thousand that would like to swap places with you. Now, maybe they don't want to sleep in the bed that you're sleeping in now or eat the food that you eat right now, but fundamentally they want to swap positions with you in whatever realm of business or service or skill that you have. For us, this was SMMA. So when it comes to finding the ideal prospect that we actually want and finding out how we can attract this person that wants to swap places from us, the answer is that it's always going to be a younger version of ourselves. We do not need to assume and guess that this person went to this college or is this years old and has this level of marital status. It is literally just where we came from ourselves. So for us, I know that I was an aspiring marketing agency owner, and I would look up to this person and all these guys online, such as Iman, Joel, and all the competitors that I just named. That was who I looked up to. So I knew that when I started and became an SMA coaching business owner myself, the goal that I needed to actually double down on was just speaking to who this person is. For us, it was a guy in their 20s who was either in college or wanted to drop out. So I'll just write drop out. So they'd already dropped out already, or they wanted to drop out really badly, but for some reason they just couldn't. And the service that we were offering to them was getting their first few clients and getting their agency to that initial mark where they can say, screw you, right? 10K a month wasn't quite it because they could get that if they went through college and got the right job, et cetera, et cetera. But 25K a month was the level where no matter what job and what school they had went to, unless they spent years and years and years and got masters and PhDs, they would never make that much money. So if they made it from the marketing agency, they would be able to say screw you to anyone that ever doubted them. So we knew that number was 25K a month because it was the dream that both myself and Dylan had. And as a result of marketing like that, we got the results that we saw today. So when it comes to the actual ICP and how it forms, we have two parts. The first part is going to be called demographic. The demographic is essentially what you are. So you are 20 years old, you are white, black, Asian, Indian, or it's Asian. You are this level of educational status, you are this tall, et cetera, et cetera. Things on paper that describe what you are. The second one is going to be the psychographic. This one is a little bit different because it describes who you are. So this could be things such as fears. This could be things such as hobbies, dreams, pretty much what goes on inside of your own head. The psychographic is a lot more important than the demographic. But what you want to do in order to nail this section of ICP and really make it worth your while and really make it something that's valuable is you're going to want to make a fake person right here. You're going to want to give them a name. Now, you can make it your name and then Junior. That, I don't know, it's kind of weird to talk to. I've always liked the names either Fred or Drake, not the artist Drake, like the first name Drake. So I'd be speaking to either Fred or Drake, and I would write down everything about them. I'd write down their demographic stuff. So I'd write down their age, gender, education, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Then I'd write down the psychographic, and this is where I'd really go in depth. I'd write down their fears. I'd write down what they were scared of growing up. I'd write down what their dreams are. And I would, even if it wasn't going to be 100% accurate for each person, I'd write down and get extremely specific about what this person wants out of life, and then imagine I was speaking to them. And as a result of doing that, we would get so in depth and so much buy-in from people because the first thing that they'd say when they hop on the call is, it felt like you were talking to me. And that is how we nail the ICP. The final part, putting it all together, is the offer. So as I was explaining before, both the market and the ICP are intangible. Those two alone are never going to make you any money. They are contributing assets to the big whammy, which is going to be your offer, which is something that if you actually do right, you can take to market and people will pay you a lot of money for. So, explaining how the offer actually works. We want to go and we need to find, first things first is pain of the RICP. So we want to get the pain of our ICP. Then once we've got the pain of our ICP, we want to add that up with the market share that we found ourselves from the very first phase. And then we need that to equal out to a dream of ICP. And that is how we create an offer in the most simple terms that not only is good. You can make a good offer in many different ways. You can read this book right here and you can learn how to value stack. You can get the pricing down. You can get all this stuff down just by reading $100 million. It's amazing. But what $100 million offers doesn't go as in depth on, which is extremely important, is this little silent killer that is named resonation. So is your offer actually going to be something that people care about, right? Your offer can be amazing, but are they going to care about it? Is it going to be something that when they hear, it's like, oh my gosh, that solves my problems? And the way that we do that is by first off, taking the pain of our ICP. Give you an example. For us, it was the group coaching and the info product. They were just sick and tired of it. The market share that we had was that we would work with people one-on-one directly. And then the dream of the ICP was a $25K a month marketing agency. So we knew that and if we could achieve a $25K a month marketing agency working one-on-one with people, this pain would be alleviated, which would allow us to create buyers. And when we actually wrapped this up and bubble wrapped and everything, we had this nice guarantee, we had a timeline, we had the features that we delivered, et cetera, et cetera. But at its base level, the stuff that you won't find in other books and other places of the internet is going to be explaining how to actually just take this pain of the ICP, combine it with the market share. So that's what I want you to do right now. Then you can pause this video, put that offer together, and then go through a book like this to spice it up and make it look a little bit better. So that was the first section on how to put together the offer and the niche. Next thing we're going to be diving into is going to be the golden numbers. So in this next phase, I'm going to be breaking down what I call the golden numbers. And if you can achieve the golden numbers, and I guess the other word that people call them is KPIs, you can achieve these, oh my word, you're guaranteed to be rich. The issue is that they're not easy to achieve. So here is what they're going to be. The first thing that we have to cover is the different aspects of our company. So we've got marketing, appointment setting, sales, and service delivery. So if we go through to each of these, I just want to break down how our funnel usually going to work. So we've got right here, this is going to be our marketing. I'm just going to put an M here. Our marketing is going to go to our setting. Our setting is going to go to our sales. Our sales is going to go to our delivery, which is going to be the product that we actually have. So at each of these points, there are going to be drop-offs and almost like bandits in the road that are going to try and break this flow of customers coming through. What we need to do is we need to understand how much we can stop from getting through while still being successful. So for example, if you expect yourself to set 100% of the appointments and if you expect yourself to set 100% of the leads that come through, you're going to have an unrealistic assumption that if you push on your team, just isn't going to work because you have unrealistic expectations and you don't understand what's going to be happening yourself. Next thing, sales. If you expect to close at 30, 40%, not yourself, that's reasonable, but with team members and sales reps and have them be just as good as you hold that unrealistic expectation and it's only going to bite you in the ass because you can't understand the strategy that you actually need to have. So I'm going to look away from pessimism and look away from treating every fight like your last and just show you how much you actually have the potential to suck if you still want to make a crap ton of money. So the first thing is going to be marketing. The number that we have to actually tackle right here is going to be our opt-in percentage. So the amount of people that opt in, that visit our website, On the setting front, this is going to be our first off lead to set. And then on the sales, it's going to be first thing is going to be our show up, and then our close, and then our delivery. It is going to be our case study conversion. So how much can you suck at each of these things while still being successful? The most you can suck at running a landing page and optimizing it is probably at the absolute lowest you could ever go, is going to be around 10%. If you go anything lower than 10% and you're not driving copious amounts of traffic to a warm audience, to a cold, it's a little bit different, you are completely screwed. You need to keep it at around 10% of people that visit your website are opting in at warm traffic. At cold, it is going to be 5% at the absolute minimum. If it goes below either of these numbers for hot or cold traffic, you're doing something extremely wrong and you need to delete everything on your website right now and change it because it's not working the way it needs to. The next thing is going to be the actual high number that we want to aim for. For warm traffic, the number that we should be aiming for, honestly, could be anywhere from 20 to 25%, but we'll say 20% is solid. 20% is an option percentage that if you can maintain at scale, you're going to make a lot of money. So the middle marker that you have to play between the 10 and 20 here is honestly where you're going to be sitting most of the time. Again, hopefully you're a lot higher up on the other front, because if you're only getting 10% of warm traffic that opts in, you're going to need a lot of viewers. On cold traffic, again, pretty similar. I would honestly say this one is 10 to 15% of cold traffic that you have opt-in. Again, same deal. The reason why is if you're paying for each and every single eyeball and only 1 out of the 10 people that see it opt in, you're going to be extremely inefficient, right? At scale, or sorry, if only 5% people opt in, extrememely inefficient at scale. With 10%, at least is something that you can work towards and still have good conversions, especially if you're charging, and let's assume right here, you're going to always assume we have a minimum $4,500 product, because if you're charging anything less and you have a individual delivery mechanism to a really strong result, you either have just launched your service, so it hasn't matured enough to where you have results to justify that pricing, or you have a scarcity mindset and you're undercharging. So that is the opt-in percentage that we need to optimize for. The simple way of doing this is by keeping, a extremely bare bones website. So to show you honestly what the structure of your websites look like, and I'm going to do it on a whiteboard because it's this simple. So you need to have your headline like this. This is going to be your headline, and then maybe your headline's 2 lines, and then you're going to have a little sub headline under it like this. So there's going to be your headline, and you're going to be sub headline. Then you're going to have something along the lines of, and you can put this on the left or right side, or you can put a video here, who knows. You're going to have some form of media right here, and then this media is going to have a value proposition that you briefly explain below it, and then you're going to have a little bit more copy right here, and then there is going to be a big button that says not opt-in, but communicates that they need to opt in. And I kid you not, this should be on a white page that looks exactly like this. You can click on the website. I have it in the description. It's performed and set up exactly like this. You can't scroll on it. You read the headline, you read the sub-headline, you read the copy, you look at the media, and you decide if you want to opt in or not. That is how simple your website should be. And pretty much what you should be optimizing for is purely the copywriting alone. The copywriting is the most important part to actually get the conversions. It is how good this initial headline is that determines whether people pay you, not the graphics on the website, not anything else. So when you keep it simple like that, you continue optimizing it and getting to a point where you can get these opt-in percentages just by having extremely solid copy on this front. Next thing is going to be appointment setting. So this is actually where I ran my first marketing agency, in the appointment setting space, and getting the KPI that we actually have here is going to be 7% lead to set rate is going to be good. I don't even think you should go any lower than this. 7% lead to set rate is the number that you should be aiming for. It should be the standard for your team. If you allow anything less than that, because you have a team that's working on it and it's not just you, it's not going to end well because you're just enforcing very low standards. So how do we do setting the right way? So I'm going to tell you right now, I will give you a framework and a script on what you should actually say on the call, but that really doesn't matter. The factors that we have are script, we've got time, then we've got volume. So of the three and which matters the most, I would say likely it goes 1, 2, 3. And if I had to rank it out of 10, this one is a 10 out of 10 importance. This one is a 9 out of 10 importance. And this one is a 6 out of 10 importance. So to explain how each of these work, I will start with the script because it's probably what your monkey brain wants to see in the framework that you want to have. So the framework for doing a proper setting script, first off, is going to be making your setter the authority. So instead of trying to set the appointment, you are going to be qualifying them to speak with you. So let me repeat that. Instead of your appointment setter hopping on the phone and trying to set the appointment, your appointment setter should be someone who is interviewing them to see if they are qualified to move to the next stage of the funnel. So as you saw here, when this person opts in, they should be getting a call within 5 minutes, which is the time part I'll speak about. And when they call, the frame should be, hey, the reason I called is because we're actually looking for da-da-da, and I wanted to call you to see if you were qualified for XYZ. Authority frame is the first and most important part here. You want to set an authority frame with the person. Once you've set the authority frame with the person, the honest game from that point on is just focusing purely on them. So almost like an anti-script, if that makes sense. You shouldn't have an offer or like a written out, hey, here's what we do, X, Y, Z. What I've taught every single setter team that I've ever run to do is first off have a bank of stories, and then from that point on, pretty much turn them into mini sales reps, which as I get into the management and the operations side of the team, also benefits because you're going to be training your future closers in your appointment setters, and they're going to be absolutely dialed because they're going to know your offer extremely well. So what I mean by that is I would hop on the phone with someone, and let me make myself bigger because it's going to be a pretty big segment. So I would hop on the phone with someone, and the first thing I'd say is, hey, I'm qualifying you to see if you'd be fit for the XYZ offer. Am I interrupting you? Is now a bad time? Okay, great. So then from that point on, it would just be purely qualifying them. Yeah, so I guess tell me about the kind of agency you run. Okay, so you're running this acquisition channel. You're doing this right now. It's working this well. Okay. And then I would break and go to the point which I'm going to go into right now, which is going to be problem identification. So the way that I'd identify their problem is pretty much by just asking them with what is called a damaging admission. So go ahead and say to them, okay, well, I'm going to be completely honest. It kind of sounds like you're struggling with XYZ problem, or I guess, what do you think is stopping you from hitting that goal that you said you wanted to hit right here? Then they'd unload. Okay, I think this is stopping me from hitting my goal. I think it's my sales process. I think it's my setting. I think it's my service delivery. I think I'm not charging enough. Whatever they say, you need to have a bank of stories that your appointment setter or you use to then bridge the gap of how you solved it. So you're not giving them an evergreen pitch. You're not saying to them, here's how my program works and we do this and that and this and that. I'm looking forward to speak with you. It is literally, hey, you said you had a problem with your sales. In my own company, I solved that problem by making X, Y, Z, and Z changes, and it did this, and here's kind of how it happened. Here's how I felt around it. You can take a few minutes to explain that. Do you think that solution would, I guess, work with the situation that you have going on right now? They say no. You loop back around. Okay, well, why do you think that? And then you just loop back around and speak with them until you can get them to say yes to that question. Yes, I think it could solve the problem that I have. Then what you say is, all right, well, I guess to be honest, I'm probably going to need to prepare, and I'd like to hop on a call so we can properly dive into showing you how I solve this problem with my own business by doing X, Y, Z, yada, 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 explaining whatever you said to them. When would be a good time? And then you transition to the appointment set, boom. To summarize this section, my main point is pretty much that you just should not have an appointment setting script. You should be training your setters as if they were salespeople and treating these calls as if they were interviews. You are learning about the person that you have got onto the other end of the phone with, what their problems are, what they're struggling with, and then you're simply relaying that to a bank of stories about how you solved that problem yourself. And if it's your setter speaking, you're going to go to them and you're going to teach your setter, hey, I solved all these problems all these ways. So they can say on the phone, yeah, so here's how Alex solved this, or here is my business partner, here's how Dylan solved this. And that was how we booked every single appointment we had. And as soon as we threw the appointment setting script out of the door and just started talking to the people themselves, almost every person who picked up the phone who was qualified ended up booking through. And even the people that were unqualified still booked through, and we had the opportunity to disqualify them, which goes to the next thing here, which is actually just how many people get on the phone with you. These two are the more important part, because oftentimes the big issue that people have is that they're literally just not getting onto the phone with people. First thing is going to be time. I cannot stress this enough. Your appointment setters need to be calling new leads that come in within under 5 minutes. If they're not, they should not be on your team for a long period of time, because they're going to be losing you money. Every single lead that comes in costs you money, whether it was through organic and it was your time that you spent, or whether it's through ads and you physically paid for the attention. You need to call them within 5 minutes to get them on the phone, because if you're relying on the landing page to convert people alone, it's not going to work. And if you're calling them late, they're going to forget about your offer. Within 5 minutes is the only KPI that if you're doing will consistently get you answers. In addition to calling them within 5 minutes, there's going to be simple things right here, like you're going to be double dialing them at the minimum. If you're not double dialing, what are you doing? Next thing is going to be, in addition to that, making sure you update your pipeline so that you can optimize for volume. So what I mean by that is, if you are able to call, and actually here's our number, we call every new lead that enters our pipeline 8 times within the first 48 hours. So in the first time that you opt in to my other company's coaching business for marketing agencies, you opt into our pipeline, you're going to get 8 phone calls. 8 phone calls. I know, because I was doing some funnel hacking and I've been getting phone calls all day. 8 phone calls and given opportunities to get into conversation. This works extremely well, because eventually someone's going to pick up the phone and be kind of pissed off. Maybe if it's on the 7th or 8th time. Hey, what do you want? Hey, I totally apologize. I didn't mean to bother you. And then explain your offer. And when it is about them, and when you're talking about them and how to help them and solve their problems, as long as you can convey that in a genuine fashion, you're not going to get people who scream at you upset on the phone. And sometimes, even if you do, it is better than them not picking up in the first place, because at least you got the opportunity to convert them. So now I want to add the final part, in addition to all these things, which is going to optimize your pickup rate, which in a second I'll dive into the numbers and what that means, is going to be your marketing. So on your landing page, as I was explaining before, once they've actually opted in, you need to now explain to the prospect that they're going to be getting a phone call. If you do not explain that they're going to be getting a phone call, they're not going to make the connection that their phone ringing within 5 minutes of them opting into that page, and your service, your offering, and everything that we spoke about with the market is going to actually be interconnected. And if those aren't interconnected, you're not going to get the pickups at the rate that we want to get them at. So what I would suggest doing is, after your opt-in page, you want to create your next page, which has some form of value proposition based on whatever your offer is. And you're going to be prefacing it with maybe a subheading, with maybe even a bold heading below that says, hey, we're going to be personally calling you in order, and we're not going to say qualify in this situation, that's what we do on the phone, in order to deliver you X result, or in order to provide you this custom consultation. You want to make it something valuable and pre-framed in your marketing so that we can optimize for the metric, which I'm about to show you, which is my good old friend named pick up rate. So of people that come in, what percentage of them pick up? So the number that we are aiming for is 25%. 25% of people pick up, we are going to be in a good place. And this is off the initial. After follow-up, the number that we should be aiming for is a 40% pickup rate. right? We want 40% of people to pick up after we do all the follow-up, the 8 calls, moving through the pipeline, et cetera, whatnot. In order for the 25% pickup rate to lead to the goal that we have, the next thing that we're going to be diving into is going to actually be what I like to call the pitch rate. So how many of them are qualified for us to pitch our offer to, and how many of them are going to turn into appointments for us. So the pitch to appointment, holy, my writing is so bad, I apologize. Pitch to appointment ratio. So 25% of people we pick up, we need to be pitching about 50% of those people. And then of 50% of the people we pitch, we should be aiming for a 30% to appointment. So this number boils down to, I believe, just over that 7% KPI we had, and meandering somewhere between the 15 to 10% if we just clash all these numbers together and see what they look like. When we combine that with the 40% pickup rate over time, it becomes virtually impossible for us to not get that 7% lead to set rate after the follow-up if we can manage to nail the pitch rate and the pitch to appointment rate. The pitch rate is something that comes down to 2 factors, right? In the pitch rate, we have got the opener of the setter, which is pretty much just how charismatic they are when the call opens and if the person wants to talk to you. And then the more important one, which is going to be the actual quality of the leads, right? If the leads are just not quality, it's going to be very difficult to pitch all of them. If it's a middle-aged woman who has no clue what your product is, or it's a guy, a plus 91 number, that's India, and a lot of the time they'll pick up the phone and not really know what's going on, or not pick up the phone at all. Those are not going to be people that you can pitch. So you want to get this number intact by having good marketing, and then also having some friction set up on your funnel so that you can only have people that are qualified come through. And then from that, once you pitch them, you need 30% of the people that you end up pitching to go and convert to an appointment for you. So roughly 1 out of every 3 people you talk to. And that should be relatively simple. This is where all of the setter team's training actually boils down to, right? So what I mean, and why I even ranked before the actual script, skill level of the setter as the third most important thing, and the time and volume is so much more important, is because this is the time thing. This is going to be the volume thing and / the marketing thing. And this is going to be the volume thing completely. And if none of these 3 things are working, then you're never even going to get in conversation with people enough for the training to matter. So a big part of the setter's training should be explaining to them how to use the system and the importance of the system, because if they don't have these things dialed, it's not going to make them any money at all. And once you're in the training with them, it's extremely simple, right? You just need to be sitting down. You need to be reviewing calls every single day. I honestly like to keep my setter teams on the same wavelength as the sales team, so they have merged sales team meetings together. But with the setters alone, we should be meeting with them 2x daily, right? 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening. And then we should have 1 training call and then 1 general sales team call. So we can have 1 meeting in the morning for both the setters and the sales reps, but in the evening, we have 2 separate meetings, 1 for the setters training, 1 for the sales team training. And if we're doing that every single day, repping this to get this number to the 30% pitch to a point where we're good to go, we just need to have so much emphasis and so much dedication on making sure these 3 things happen, because if they don't, it doesn't matter how good the appointment setters are. And I say this as someone who's probably number 1 skill in the agency space was purely appointment setting. So that is going to be the appointment setting phase. If we can get all these numbers dialed in, we can get to that 7% plus lead to set rate. The next thing I dive into is going to be sales. All right, so what I'm about to show you is the silent killer of most sales processes, and that is going to be show up rate. So everyone talks about show up rate at 75%. Oh, it's so easy, et cetera, et cetera. If you do not manage your show up rate and you are running advertising, right? So it's not only warm traffic that you're converting. If you do not have things dialed in, you're going to be sitting at a show up rate of around 51+%. I'd hope that more than half the people to the call show up. Now, the difference between a 51% show up rate and if we go all the way to the far side, which would be a 100% show up rate, is a difference between a 2x in revenue. It's a big deal. If you're doing 100K a month, it's 200K a month. If you're doing $1 million a month, that's 2 mil a month. So it can be extremely, extremely big. And this is idealistic and will not happen. But to the extent that we will get closer to achieving this is to the extent that we get closer to achieving 2 times our revenue, which ain't so bad for one little metric that we don't really need to train or maneuver any people around for. So in order to optimize the show up rate, here are the numbers and the factors that we have. We got automations, then we got marketing, and then the most important, which is going to be people. So automations is what everyone thinks when they need show up rate. They're like, oh my word, what does my SMS need to say? What does XYZ need to say? What emails do I send? How many times am I confirming the call? This, again, to show you the order of importance, goes 1, 2, 3. With our automations, what we had done is we optimized the entirety of our automations just to get into conversation with people. So what I meant by that is we positioned all of our texts, all of our emails that we send to prospects, literally as just, hey, it's so-and-so. And yes, it was an automation, but we intentionally made it non-robotic and human-like because all we wanted to do was open up the opportunity for us to speak with them directly. Because what we learned, and this is the big domino for show up rate, is if they interact, they show, right? And it makes a lot of sense. If they're dedicating time towards responding to us, towards picking up our calls and whatnot, it by extension shows that they're interested in our service and what we have to offer. So as a result, they're going to show up to the call. How we actually go about executing this is where it becomes extremely complicated for a lot of people, because their way of getting them to interact is to almost give like consequence automations. Hey, we disqualify people if they don't respond, what's going on, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And really, the most important thing that you can do is literally just pre-frame. Pre-frame means to, before something happens, explain that it is going to happen. It can also be to foreshadow, to insinuate, whatever you'd like to say. That starts all the way at our landing page. So if you have a thank you for booking video, if you have a VSL after the initial opt-in page, first thing is you always need to be talking about them needing to pick up the phone, them picking up. So the way that we did this in our VSL is we literally had a line in our VSL that says, hey, we're looking for people to become serious partners of our company. What that means is that a very big qualifier and a very big tell for us if that's going to be you is how quickly you get back to us when we text you, if you pick up our calls or not. And honestly, if someone isn't picking up our calls, chances are we're really not going to want to work with them, because what's going to happen when we actually are working together and we are partnered together if you won't even pick up when we're trying to meet each other, et cetera, et cetera. So that would be the first thing. You want to talk about them picking up, and you want to integrate this to all sections of your landing page. The next thing is if you actually manage to set them on the phone, you can use a line called the litmus test. The litmus test is pretty much giving them a way to get out. And if they don't get out, it means they really want to stay, which increases their chances to show heavily, and also pre-frame that they might get another call right here. So once again, we're going to assume that we have that 25% pickup rate that we dived into in the settings section. So when we're on the phone with them, what we say to them is, hey, I know some people, they're really dazzled by the numbers and think, oh my gosh, if I could achieve, and I'll use the example that we had for our company, a 25K a month marketing agency, I'd be over the moon. I'd be so happy. Everything would be amazing. And really, at the end of the day, they're not serious about actually going to the trenches, going to fight to make it happen. So it doesn't end up becoming a good use of both of our time to hop on the call. I know based on this conversation, it doesn't seem like you're that kind of person, but I do just want to make sure that this is something you're actually interested in, right? And then you pause and you let it go for maybe 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and wait for them to speak. If they say no, I actually wasn't interested. Again, it was just like numbers. I just wanted to make a bit more money, et cetera, then you disqualify them, let them get off the call. You can try and reset them if you'd like. I recommend doing that, but worst case scenario, let them off the call. The alternative or the other option, which is going to happen majority of the time, I would say 75% plus of the time, if you're conducting the setting call properly and actually getting to the point where they've already booked in the call, and then you're saying this, they're going to say like, no, I'm serious about this. And from that point on, they've just tipped the teeter-totter of power, if we go like this, completely in our favor, right? We have all the power. We have all the leverage. This is them. And then this is us. So what we want to do with that is we want to begin pre-framing once again to what is going to happen. Say, okay, you're serious about this. Amazing. Well, I want to let you know that we're going to be reaching out to you via text. We're going to be reaching out to you via email. And, I might even be giving you a handoff to one of our advisors who's actually going to be speaking directly with you, et cetera, et cetera. A big telltale, and then you're going to repeat this line here that you say on the landing page. A big telltale about whether a partner is good for us is, I guess, how good they are communicating during this opening phase. So it would be really appreciated and honestly like huge for us to see if we actually want to work with you, depending on how well you respond. And, even on our end, qualify us, see how good our communication is, because it's going to be how we speak and work together to achieve this result, et cetera, et cetera. Is that good with you? Amazing. And then here is where the sauce comes into play. This is something that you don't see a lot of people do often. You want to go to their ground, WhatsApp, great place. And you want to go to WhatsApp Business. And when you're in WhatsApp Business, what you're going to do is the appointment setter is then going to take the prospect, they're going to take the closer, and they're going to take the setter, and they're going to combine the three of you into a group chat. And this is on the setting call. Right after they've already agreed to a time, after they've already agreed to an appointment, you're going to make a WhatsApp group chat using the number that they have there. And then from that point on, you have the introduction, et cetera, et cetera. You ask them to make an introduction of themselves, introduce themselves to the closer. The closer responds with a video message. And then from that point on, it's like you're already beginning the sales process via text and via WhatsApp. So it becomes extremely easy for them to show up to the call. And pretty much, again, my rule, if they interact, they show. Once you've got them in that WhatsApp and they're sending a message to the closer and the closer's asking them initial questions and starting to kind of scope out what is going to actually transpire on the call, they're shown. If they're a bit standoffish, call it out immediately. What I mean by that is if they aren't responding in the group chat, if they really just like don't seem too enthusiastic about getting to meet the person that's going to deliver them all these results that you've kind of spoken about, you can say, hey, you seem a bit standoffish about this. Is this something that I guess like you're actually like interested in doing, or I guess what's the cause of that? And then they'll tell you the reason. You can work together to solve it, et cetera, et cetera. But the premise is that if you can get them in this group chat on WhatsApp, and it's very important that it's on WhatsApp because it's a local channel to most people. Everyone has WhatsApp talk with distant family or from the US or Canada. And then I know it's a primary form of communication in places of Europe and around the world. Once you've got them there and they're interacting, boom, you're set. And really, that is how you nail the show up rate. Extremely simple. Just again, getting them to interact. 5% or as close as we can get to 100 show up rate. The next thing involved in sales is going to be a 20% close rate. So from that 20% close rate, we're going to actually break it down, and we're going to want a 50% offer rate. Then we're going to need a 50% offer to close. And then in addition to that, this is a little third metric that we have. We also want a 50% CVC, which stands for contract value collected. And that is just the amount of money that we make from them on call, collecting 50% of whatever the full payment term that they're going to actually have is. So sales by itself is an entire course on how to get your sales team dialed. So I'm going to keep it very high level in the information that I provide. However, I'm going to break down the actual numbers and how much you can suck. So some people say, yeah, you need to close at 33%. You need this absolute beast on the phone, et cetera, et cetera. 20% is realistic to what a sales team is going to be able to consistently convert. Not over one hot month when you're running a good offer, but I mean over 6, 12 months or however long you want to run the team and actually be able to step away and be a business owner. Because a lot of time you see someone have one good sales month and they just go run around and like hold it on YouTube. It's like, oh, the standard's 33%. No, it's not. It's closer to 20. So in order to achieve a 20% close rate, the things that actually matter, the 20% close rate, we can cross that out because it is not what makes 20% close rate. If we just expect every 5 calls that we hop on, one of them to close, we're just navigating in the dark because we don't know what bucket each of those 5 prospects falls under. And sometimes if we look at sales as this very big game of like, there's these calls. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And let's just imagine that each of these is multiplied by 10. So we might be supposed to close 1 of every 5 calls at a 20% close rate, but we might go like 98 calls and then close like 20 people in a row. And that is what honestly kills a lot of sales teams' morales. They have these hot streaks and these down streaks, but because they hold themselves to the number of like, hey, here's my overall close rate and determine their entire self-worth and revenue because of that, it becomes very, very difficult to understand the statistical game if you're not dropping people into smaller buckets, which is where the offer rate, the offer close rate, and the contract value collected comes into play. So what I mean by that is the offer rate. The most important thing in your entire sales process is literally before the salesperson's skill. So let me do this again. We got skill, then we got lead, and then we got price. So we're going to assume price is crossed out because we already talked about that. We have minimum 4.5K product. Lead is more important than skill. And I don't mean that as in what your closer should think. You should not say this to them. If you say to your closers that leads are more important than skills, they're going to be sitting there every day bitching to you as soon as someone doesn't give themselves on a silver platter for them to be closed. But in your mind, in your hardest of hearts as the business owner, you should know that the lead that you give them is a lot more important than their skill when it comes to having an evergreen across the board dialed sales process. But you don't tell them this. This is a secret. So what I mean by that is if you are offering 50% of the people that hop onto a call, and this can only happen if there are good leads, right? The lead is the primary contributing factor to what leads us to make an offer. This becomes such a simple game to work with. Let's say we have 100 calls and now we know that we're offering 50 of them. So we have now 50 calls that we go down to. It becomes a lot easier to hold salespeople accountable to actually being good at what they do when we know how many offers they're actually working off of, right? If a salesperson takes 100 calls and closes 10 of them, you're going to be like, okay, well, that's a 10% close rate. But if a salesperson takes 100 calls, offers 10 people and closes 10 of them, you're going to be like, oh, this sales guy is actually not that bad. There might be something going on with the lead here, which is why if you can get 50% of the people offered, you can always hold your salespeople accountable to being better. And it also holds them accountable to being better because they know when a lead's good, that they have the onus to close them and they can't just chalk it up to this big, grandiose, and kind of airy-fairy number, which is overall close rate. So here we go to the next part, which is going to be the offer to close rate. So 50% of the people that we actually make an offer should be closing, right? That should be the fundamental rule that we have. If you're running a more large-scale sales organization, you're pumping ads and whatnot, this can wane down to about 33%. But fundamentally, the absolute lowest is that out of 3 people you make an offer, 1 of them is going to end up paying you. If you've got this dialed in, it becomes now extremely easy to keep your sales team accountable because if you can keep that offer rate at 50%, you can now say, okay, well, how many offers you make today? Not how many calls you took today, how many offers you make today? Oh, I made 3 offers today. Okay, well, I guess like what stopped from getting closed? The next day, okay, well, I made another 7 offers. Okay, well, now you've made 10 offers, so you should have 3 closes. And now you actually have accountability within your sales organization, because you're not going to have people play hissy sulky because of the lead quality. So that's why the actual offer rate is so important. And then the third metric that we're going to break that down to is going to be contract value collected. So this applies more when it comes to the service delivery front, keeping your business cash flowing and more operational stuff. But you need to be collecting at least 33% at the absolute minimum. If you collect any lower than that, you're honestly just like running what I consider unethical business. And you should be honestly a lot closer to 50. That's where we sit of the upfront value of the contract. So I mean with that, if you're charging 10K and you're onboarding someone for $1,000 and it's not like they're going to pay within like the next few days, or like they just have to wait in a week to get a payment come through to pay you the rest. If you're onboarding someone formally with no further intention to pay you for $1,000 and you have a $10,000 product, that's unfair to everyone else who paid you a way ton more amount of money. And it creates so many reputational issues on the front end, but also with your internal team conflict, sales team morale. Just please don't do it. Run your business the right way. So you want to be collecting at least 33 to 50% of that upfront. And what that does is allows your business to actually cash flow itself so they can reinvest back into ads, back into your team, and properly scale. That is the extent of the sales that I want to cover in this video. There's a lot more to get through. If you want a separate video on the actual sales script and how we segue from that authority frame in the sales process or in the setting process into the sales process, where honestly, we would take a OKR demonstration just like this one and sell literally just by screen sharing through this and asking them questions. I can make a video on exactly how we did that because it was an extremely effective sales strategy that worked super well. So I can make another video on that, let me know. But with that being said, that is sales. Probably the biggest universal problem with coaching businesses that you'll never hear them talk about is longevity. So how long can you actually keep this all up for? And I want you to picture the actual timeline of your life that you want to have in business. So you got, let's say you want to be in business for another 50 years or another 40 years, 20 years, whatever you decide. It doesn't need to be that long. However, in this timeline, how long is this business that you're running right now actually going to last you? Are the tactics that you're using, the strategies that you're implementing, the systems, the people that you have in your business, people that are going to be able to stay around for something like this or something like this, or in most cases, how honestly, usually a very, very small sliver. And you want to be optimizing for longevity. And the way that you do that is by having an extremely good team and operations. Because if you get that dialed, you can be paying people extremely well. They're going to work with you for a very long time and allow you to run the business without being directly involved in the day-to-day, which is the goal that myself and Dylan achieve with our company. We still decided to work absolutely every day, all day, because it's what we enjoy doing. However, we did not have to. So the org chart that you want, we got our departments here. Let's say we got marketing, we got setting, and then we got sales, then we got delivery, and then we got overall, we got like finance. I mean, I don't want to contract and put all these people into a box, because depending on what kind of company you're on, this could be really, really different. So I'll deal with these people after. We got marketing, setting, sales, and delivery. So marketing, I fundamentally believe that your marketing team should probably be the leanest team in your company. It should be maybe one person, two people, right? One of them is going to be an editor, right? Like a video person. So someone who helps you put together your videos, a creative director. And then the other person is going to be a media buyer. So this is someone to run your advertising, the actual day-to-day tweaking of it, not strategy. The head of the marketing division should be you. And I know I said remove from the day-to-day. Marketing is not day-to-day, because marketing is one of the biggest contributors to growing the company. And from a leverage perspective, it can take maybe 1 to 2 hours a day to come up with an angle, record a video, et cetera, et cetera. And honestly, it's like what brings all the revenue. So this marketing team is extremely important. It should be the leanest team in your company. However, because you are going to be pulling a lot of the weight, especially if it's built off your personal brand. If it's not built off your personal brand and you're doing the ads alone, then you can go media buyer, and then maybe you can wane a little bit more by paying this person better. Setting. The way that you want to run your setting team is probably going to be the people in the department with the most people in it. So your setting team, if you want to be running a 100K a month coaching business, we honestly had 2 setters when we managed to pull it off ourselves. But when it came to maintaining it, we realized that we need to have closer to 5 setters. And what I mean by that is you need only 3 full-time setters, right? Like 3 setters on the go doing 8 hours a day by the phone would get you the same result, but people have lives. And honestly, with the appointment setting, as I was talking about the time, there's such a big room for error that transparently, it is so much better to have these extra 2 people to kind of play cleanup for whenever these 3 are not performing. So this is the setting team. You want to have roughly 5 people on it to achieve 100K a month. Sales team. This is where I see a lot of mistakes made. The sales team only needs to have 2 closers on it. If you bring on more closers than that, you're just going to be creating too much competition for the calendar. And there's something called the time scale equation. So, and this applies to you as the business owner as well. In any given thing, there's the amount of time that we spend doing it, which is the T, and then we got the skill that we have at doing it, which is the S. What the relationship between these 2 things are is directly correlative. So the amount of time we put into something, either directly or indirectly, is directly proportionate to our skill. So someone might pick up a sport like rugby and be absolutely amazing at rugby for the first time they ever played rugby. But indirectly, they had maybe spent years and years practicing because they played American football. So that's an example of how it could indirectly function. But you have to remember with your sales team that the more time that they actually spend in the arena on these calls that the setters get to them, the better that they're going to be at their job. So because of that, you want to give them as many calls, as many opportunities as possible to develop their skill. Because if you have good management on top of this, it's going to be extremely easy for you to go ahead and turn them into people that even they didn't know how to close get results. Our sales team that helped us hit 100K a month, 2 guys, Daniel, Sebastian. Sebastian was a new closer who just went through a program and was learning after getting on his first proper offer. And the other one, Daniel, was a marketing agency owner that we actually had in our other program that really liked us, so we onboarded him to our team. Both of them still killers, both still work at that company today. And honestly, they've only learned because they got so many opportunities to shoot and actually take sales calls. Delivery team. This can be extremely big or it can be extremely small. The difference of whether your delivery is going to be directly big or small on the org chart is dependent on how much you're going to be involved directly in it. So what I mean by that is if you are running something with an info product, for example, you are going to be honestly probably running a pretty lean delivery team because it's going to be you, and then it's going to be a customer success manager, maybe a few, and then maybe you have group coaching calls where you're getting guests and people from the community onto the call. That would be the extent if you're doing a heavily info product based one. We had a delivery team and we had an offering where we wanted to work with people one-on-one. We decided to try and work with people one-on-one at scale, and we actually managed to pull it off. So our delivery team was absolutely massive. At a certain point, we had 6 people on it. And then I had myself who was running and working with all these guys in order to actually hit that 100K a month. And the way we did it is we would have each of these guys, they would have a capacity of around 20 people that they could work one-on-one with, taking 2 calls with a week while still running their own marketing agencies, making money on the side, but also consulting one-on-one with people. So they got, and every single client that we onboarded got their own personal one-on-one mentor who's actively running a marketing agency as well. The delivery team is going to be up to your choosing. I personally recommend finding somewhere in the middle, because one of the things that we learned is that if instead of these 6 guys being part-time and also running their own marketing agencies, we could wane all this down to literally just 2 people and not have to have an additional 4 people of complexity that we can't develop their skills quickly for if they were full-time. So what I'd recommend, and one of the most important things that you need to remember with your team operations, is that everyone needs to be full-time or they need to be going to full-time. If you have part-time people on your team, you're going to get part-time results. Honestly, you have part-time people on your team, you're going to get part-time results. It's so important that you make sure everyone on your team is gunning towards full-time. Next phase after the org chart is going to be the 3 C's of getting people to enjoy working with you, make money, and honestly just live a pretty good life. So the first one is going to be culture. The second one is going to be cliffs. And then the next one is going to be compensation. So culture. Culture is extremely important. Let me pause the video here and I'm going to grab something for you. So before our company switched to the new fancy Slack, which you see over here, we had a channel called The Standard, which we still run over there. But essentially it was members of our team every single day posting what they do outside of work to improve themselves. And you can see we push people to do runs, kickboxing, go to the gym every day, and even got to the point where we're able to organize our entire team to do things such as running half marathons and wake up at 4:45 a.m. on days like these where, I mean, if your team's waking up at 4:30 a.m. and they're going to the gym every day, they're going to be absolute killers. So you need a culture that incentivizes people to do their best. And here's the mindset around this. This is something that if you can actually internalize is going to be so beneficial for you. You want to run a company that you are only willing to work with people who want to take their lives to the next level. You should not be running a company where you're working with people who just kind of want to get by in life. If you say that from the get-go, when you're pushing people to do their best and to push beyond their limits and to improve and get better, it doesn't become an issue to improve and hit KPI or to go after this big goal, because fundamentally that's the reason why they're working here. If they're not working here to do their best and actually improve themselves as a person, they shouldn't be working at your company. That is the mentality that you should have around your culture. And that doesn't have to be waking up and going to the gym every day. Crap. Even for me, that is not what it is. Mine could be learning. It could be reading. It could be meditating. It could be going on walks. But you need to be assembling a culture filled with people who want to improve in a like-minded space. Because fundamentally, especially with salespeople, if you're not pushing them to improve and actually hit goals outside of their work life and meshing the two together like this, it ain't going to work well, because they're going to start looking elsewhere to get that motivation, to get that challenge, which isn't going to work for you well. Next thing is cliffs. So I want you to imagine what the face of a cliff would look like here. So this is the face of a cliff. And what you want to do is, for every team member, you want to give them a cliff that they need to go all the way up. And what I mean by this is it is again, from the software SaaS world, way of saying that they need to get extremely good and get a lot better at a given thing, and then they will get to a certain position. So an example of this for us is, let's say this was a little appointment setter, and this appointment setter wanted to become a closer. This appointment setter would have to climb the cliff of becoming the best setter ever. So best setter ever. And if it's the best setter ever, he can become the closer. And I don't mean like, obviously he might not become the best setter ever. Those guys have been doing it their whole lives. What I mean is he wants to improve drastically to the point where he is ready to become a closer. And the most important thing is that at the top of this cliff, you also want to have compensation. So you don't just want to give people goals and aspirational things for the sake of becoming a closer, for example. You want to explain to the setter that, hey, you make a 5% commission of deals closed right now doing the appointment setting. If you go to the closing position, you're going to be making 10 to 15% of it. And honestly, that's like a double in pay, with the ability, if your skill is good, to make a way amount more, because you're actually on the calls controlling whether they close or not just setting the appointments. And the setter, when they hear that, if they like working at your company and you have this do your best culture, they're going to be like, yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. So they're going to work to become the best setter ever in order to hit to the top, or the cliff where the compensation lies for achieving their goals. And the way that you're going to be doing all this is literally by spending time one-on-one with people, right? So one-on-one time is the secret to having this team that performs all these functions for you. I know every single member of Wellness Success Club Catalyst. I know what all the team members want to achieve in their life. I know what they're scared of. I know what they honestly like stay awake at night for, what they really want to achieve. And I've taken that and I've told them exactly what I want to achieve. I talk about it all the time. I really want to get a boat, private pilot's license. There's a whole slew of things that I want to get. And by just spending time one-on-one with these people, you can learn exactly what they want to achieve and then design everything involving your cliffs, cultures, we were speaking about earlier, to actually achieve that. So this shouldn't just be their closing goal. It should be their life goal, which just so happens to involve closing. And transparently, in a lot of businesses and companies, the issue is that managers or owners just aren't spending time one-on-one with people. When you onboard someone, you should be spending at least 120 minutes. So like 2 hours just sitting down, talking to them, learning about what they do, even if they're a new onboard as a setter, because that new onboard as a setter can turn into your best closer within a 6-month time span. And then in addition to that, running a consistent management system where every day, on at least one day of the week, you're meeting with every single team member one-on-one once per day. Or not once per day, once per week. And if you're doing that and you're consistently checking in on the goals that you set together, merging the personal life and their work lives together, you're going to actually be able to form an organization where people want to work for you and see success. Trust recession. This means that people are going to buy coaching from us, are more informed, and have more options than ever before. What this means for us is that before every single appointment that someone is ever going to show up to, customers are going to do their research regardless. And the difference between a multi-7 and even 8-figure coaching business and one that barely scrapes by is the ability to become the customer's #1 source of information throughout this process. Rule of thumb is that if a customer watches 10 videos from us before they ever speak with us on a call, our closer is going to turn into a cashier because of how hot and ready the lead is to buy. The 3 ways that we have of doing this. First, we have the opt-in flow. So this is when someone first gives us their email and SMS information to actually have them go through book and call. Second, we have the appointment confirmation reminder sequence. This is when someone actually books in the first appointment to let them know where their call is, when it's happening, and just make sure they show up on time. And then finally, the holy grail and what you're watching this video for is the indoctrination curriculum. This is the A to Z of designing a process to walk through every single objection that a customer might have and solve it before the call even appears through these 11 emails I'm going to break down and show you in today's video. Then finally, we're going to click on over to ChatGPT just like this, and we're going to type in the exact prompt that you need to put in order to apply this to your own coaching business without having to go and sit down for hours doing copywriting. So first, we have the opt-in flow. There is only one goal of the opt-in flow, and that is to have a customer book an appointment. You see, they've already received value from us, recent enough to give us their email, SMS, and first name. So what that means is that we need to hit while the iron is hot and actually go through and have strong call to actions to have them book a call. The best way to get people's information at scale is using one of 2 things. First, we have a lead magnet, which is some form of free training or resource that you provide. And the second is also a loss leader, which happens in conjunction, which is pretty much just operating at a loss to run something like a free community or service for someone. Regardless, from that point on, when we receive someone's information, we're going to run them through a few sequences. First things first is we're going to have the emails. So first thing is we're going to deliver them their exclusive training. This would be an email where you introduce them to yourself, you explain who you are, roughly what your company does, and then also deliver them the training that they asked for in regards to how to make a lead magnet training as valuable as possible. Really, it just comes to having synchronicity with whatever you talk about in your YouTube comment. The next 3 phases is going to be hard book a call to actions. So we're going to have the email number 1 be a call to action, email number 2 be a call to action, email number 3 be a call to action. Then email number 4 is going to be redirecting them to YouTube. Email number 5 is going to be a pure value with absolutely no call to action. Email number 6 is going to be a book a call, but this time with a limited time offer. So an example of this would be saying that right now you're running an exclusive offer where when you onboard someone, you're going to spend more one-on-one time with them. And then the final one is going to be a follow-up bump on that limited time offer and then a given up breakup message. This final message here is extremely strong. Pretty much the goal behind it is to say, hey, don't want to leave off from here. I'm not going to bother you anymore. I'm not going to give you any more call to actions. I'm just going to add you to the normal email stream and you're just going to get pure value. So unsubscribe if you'd like, but that's pretty much all I have for you. That message alone gets a lot of replies and pushes over a lot of people who are on the fence, kind of just watching from afar on these previous emails. Alongside that, we're also going to do the exact same thing with SMS. SMS, you want to be a little less frequent because it does start to bother some people and there are compliance things that we have to worry about. So same thing here. Our goal is pretty much to complement the emails we're sending by first giving a case study, then doing this limited scarcity offer on the second email, then another case study, and another scarcity follow-up bump into a case study, and then that exact same breakup message. These alone, if you are aggressive enough and are actually providing an extreme amount of value in this lead magnet, is going to be enough to get someone to book in. Next thing, is setter dials. So as soon as we get someone's information, the highest leverage thing we can do to book an appointment is to get someone on the phone with them within 5 minutes. Best way to do this is to have a setter dial 1, 2, 3 times. That's it. You don't have a setter dial them any more times or go on some crazy follow-up sequence, because that is borderline harassment. And if they're not interested from the actual emails alone, it doesn't mean that on the phone you're going to be able to book them in. So instead, what we do is we focus on making these emails extremely valuable. When these setters dial them, they're going to go pretty much directly to a booking interview page. I have lots of videos on my channel about how to actually go through and execute that setting call. So now we've got the appointment scheduled. This is where the money is made, because the first thing that we need to do is make sure they show up to a call. What I can actually do here is I'm going to quickly overview the ones that we have here, but also click through and show you a live example. So when a customer books an appointment, we're going to create a pipeline opportunity and give an internal notification that is just letting your team, the sales rep, etc. know. And then from that point on, we're going to run them through this exact sequence right here. So this is on Go High Level. I don't have any affiliates or anything like that, just the best thing to use. So first thing we do is we give them an automatic email confirmation. This is pretty much to say, hey, you've got a call scheduled at this time. Looking forward to speaking with you. It's going to be a super valuable call. At the same time, we send them an SMS message asking them if they got the invite to the calendar, if they got the email. What we also do in this phase is we force them to respond yes if we want them to show up to an appointment. This does two things. First, it forces compliance so that we can have all the rest of our SMS messages sent properly. And second, it shows that really they're going to commit and they're actually engaged in the conversation process. I have a 95% plus show up rate for people that have actually responded back to any form of SMS or email in the process. So I just say they'll cancel any calls that don't do this, and it's been extremely effective. Then wait 1 hour and send them a voicemail drop. This is extremely effective, and pretty much the way that you do it is you just go into Slack or even your phone voice notes and just record a message saying, hey, I looked through your application, etc., looking forward to speaking with you, and send that out as a voicemail drop. They're going to get this as a missed phone call, and then when they watch through the voicemail, it's either going to make them pick up your setter, which is going to be extremely effective for actually getting them on the phone, or two, it's going to show them that you're actually spending quality time. And if it's you personally, you can do something that is, well, personalized at scale. Then 24 hours before the appointment, we're pretty much going to leave them alone up until this point. Then we're going to hit them with an SMS split message. This is one of the highest leverage things, again, that you can do to actually get a response. What I've done here is we have the SMS number 1 and SMS number 2, and they're split across by 6 seconds to make us appear like we're actually sitting there typing it ourselves. And what we do in this message is we say, hey, not sure if you saw the voicemail I dropped yesterday, and we have this very, very calm language, but pretty much, hey, I'm very interested and looking forward to chatting with you tomorrow. Then 2 hours before the appointment, we're going to say, hey, I took a look at everything that you sent me, your application and whatnot. Could you send me some more info about yourself or how long you've been running your business? And then 3 minutes before the appointment, we're going to send them a message saying that we're in the meeting, we're ready to go. And then we're also going to conjoin that with an email that says the exact same thing. And that alone is going to be enough to get them to show up to the call, so long as we had the setter do the due diligence and set proper expectations on the thank you for booking. Now, where the money is made. And the reason why you actually watch this video in the first place is the appointment indoctrination curriculum. The purpose of what we have done here is taken every possible objection that a prospect can give us and reverse engineer them into skillful emails that leverage psychology in order to actually have them respond. I'm going to show you how to create a ChatGPT prompt that's pretty much going to make this an extremely simple process for you to do, but it's important that you understand what to look for so that when ChatGPT spits stuff out, you know whether to keep it or to just run it through one more time. So the way that this works, your customer books the appointment. This is going to run at the exact same time. So pretty much what we have done is these are exclusively going to be emails. There's going to be no SMS, nothing like that. These are just pure valuable emails, but these two sequences are going to be running at the exact same time. Going to wait 30 minutes while all these initial confirmations and this crazy stuff goes on. Hey, your appointment's here, your appointment's there, etc. But then you're going to hit them with the first email. The goal of this email is to warmly welcome them for booking a call. You want to introduce yourself, not on the, hey, my name is XYZ, I do XYZ, like I kind of did earlier on this video. You want to give a little bit more about your story and more about your company and what you guys actually have as a mission, like the long-term vision that you guys have. Then you're also going to be introducing the sales rep that's taking the call. So if it's you, what I'd recommend is just go a little bit more in depth on yourself, your story, some of the experience background you have. But if it's a sales rep, what's really important is that you hop onto a Zoom meeting with them, showing that you're there speaking with them, and turn on a Loom saying, hey, we're looking forward to your call, etc., etc. This is huge because if you do a Loom video, you can actually see whether they viewed it or not. But then what you also get the ability to do is conjoin and use some of the frame that you have and apply it to the sales reps. So this person is just not kind of this lackey of yours and they're actually your right-hand man, as we like to position it. Then from that point on, as you can see here, we're gonna be waiting pretty much 3 hours between a lot of these emails to hit them up 11 times in this total sequence. The second thing we're going to walk them through is your full story. So we gave a little bit about the vision of your company, etc., but now we're gonna tell your hero's journey. Really, what we're going to do is we're going to explain everything that you failed at and everything that you sucked at along the lines. Pretty much the goal behind this entire section of this second email right here is to show that you are completely human. You're not this magical person that gets these magical results. You have literally just ate shit for however long you actually did to learn everything that you did with the methodology that you're going to be teaching today. A big thing that you can also do in this section is share all the other popular models you tried and why yours that you actually had to find is a little bit unique because of this pain, that pain, etc. And then you're going to redirect them to a popular YouTube video you have. Then once again, in this third email right here, I'm going to double down on that once again. And then we're going to do something called a vacuum scarcity. What this means is that we're really going to explain who our methodology works the absolute best for. So almost 99.9% of the time, this is going to be the person reading this email. That's why I like to call it vacuum scarcity, because you're saying, hey, this is going to be extremely, extremely valuable for this person. And it's always going to be them reading it just because of the way you design it and the way you call it out. However, it's going to make it seem as though it's extremely exclusive because honestly, with your coaching business, it should be. So I'm going to assume you know what you're doing on that front. Then what you're going to do in this section is pretty much explain like, hey, maybe if you are this kind of person, this model that's super popular is going to work better for you. Or if you're that kind of person, that model is going to work best for you. But if you're this key kind of person, and that's where the vacuum scarcity comes into play, what I do is going to be the most effective because you're similar to me. And really, that is the core of creating that parasocial relationship, but then also the reciprocity and the relatability that you're going to have in your content on the organic and ad side either way. Then, email number 4 is going to be a simple case study. Really, this is going to be the introduction of us sharing social proof to them at a mass scale. Something that's very important to keep noted with social proof is that guys who just throw social proof absolutely everywhere end up creating a lot more suspicion than they actually gain. Because really, when someone is trying so hard to prove themselves that they're legitimate, they did this, they did that, this person worked, and they're shoving it in your face, it almost makes you question whether or not they're being realistic. You want to have a very casual frame about case studies and social proof in general, and you want people to find it out for themselves. So have it plastered on your landing pages somewhere, but don't shove it down people's throats. You're just going to share the story from a perspective of a friend that you worked with, and you're also going to redirect them to a client interview that walks them through this. Then you're going to wait 3 hours once again. Now the seed has been planted of everything social proof case study, showing this has actually worked for other people. Then we're going to sell the unique selling proposition and our story. So now that we've shown it works for some people, we need to explain that the system can work for them specifically and show that it can actually work for absolutely everyone. This is going to be the one email during our entire process where we just blast them with a bunch of stories that we've gotten. They're going to be simple one-liner stories. They don't have to be a full explanation or everything like that. It's going to be like, hey, this person achieved this result through this mechanism. This person achieved this result through this mechanism. It's just going to be a long list of as many people as you have with your offer that are significant and big transformations. So it's going to leave someone thinking, well, this thing definitely works. It definitely works for some people. I just don't know whether it works for me or not. And this is 24 hours before the appointment. This is an amazing place to have someone in because now they're beginning to trust you. They know what you do. They know who you are. They just really need to be convinced that it's actually you that can help them and that what you have is relevant for their specific situation and whole life, pretty much. Then email number 6 is going to be what I like to call the behind the scenes email. So now what you want to do is kind of the same as this previous email. Keep hammering down that this works for other people. This could be an example of showing a live mastermind call in your coaching community or group, for example, and just showing the behind the scenes that a lot of people are getting results for this. And then it is going to go into the next one where you share your average success rate and stats to really, really, really get them to this point that I'm about to show you right here. So every time someone's going to buy from you fundamentally, there's always going to be the group of people that you've gotten great results for. And they're all going to be scattered in here. You get the point. These are the people that love you. They know what they do. You've gotten results. They're amazing and they're your guys. And then every new person is going to be standing right outside this group thinking to themselves, okay, is that me, question mark? Like, do I fit in? Am I relevant to actually join this group? Is this something that's going to work for me? A lot of people, they know that the gurus or the people that they watch, especially if they scheduled a call and have been opening the emails up to this point, are legitimate to some sense. They know their system can work for some people. The biggest thing that we have to solve for is I like to call, and this is gonna be my best drawing of a snowflake, unless it's a star, but the special snowflake fallacy. And we need to pretty much show this person that they are extremely and the exact same as all the people in this group right here. And this alone is something that almost no coaching business does, that if we can nail and optimize for, is going to make our conversions massive. To show that every case study and even our own story personally is the exact same as the situation they're in right now. Because if they fully believe that, then every single case study we have is pretty much just compounding proof that we do the exact thing that they need in order to get results and transform their life. So that is where we get to the solve special snowflake fallacy email. This is the most important email throughout the entire process. And if there's one thing to take away from this video, let it be right this. What we're going to do is we're pretty much going to quote unquote read their mind shared through mutual experiences. We're going to show them that they are not special. What we do and what we've achieved for other people can also happen for them. And we're going to show everything related to it and then also send a YouTube video, which if you haven't made already, I'm going to show you how to make at the end of this video. So what we're going to do in this entire process and how it's all going to work is we're pretty much going to write this email. And the body of this email is going to be a pretty long story. And this story is going to be a little bit different than the usual stories that we're going to include that have the hero's journey of the climax, rising action, etc. Because really in this story, what we're going to do is we're just going to highlight everywhere where we were that sucked. We're going to find every single feeling, every single emotion that was painful throughout this process that we had to learn in order to craft it into this big call to action. So if you are struggling with this, if you are struggling with that, if you failed at this, if you failed at that, and we're just going to list as many of them as possible to make them think, oh crap, this is me. And we even want to address the special snowflake thing head on in a nice way, of course, saying, hey, I know a lot of people believe that they are some form of special snowflake, etc., and then you can solve it on the spot. And if you can get this solved before the sales call, it is going to make, once again, your closers into cashiers. And then 6 hours before the appointment, we're going to now solve the only thing that is left, which is they know it's going to work. They know it's going to work for them. The only thing left is whether they can afford or not and whether they are ready to pull the trigger on the pricing. We're going to start by first doing what is called indirectly overcoming the pricing objection. So the way we do this is we want them to step into your shoes in regard to the pricing. And this is especially effective in B2B. And when I say B2B, I just mean some form of offer that works with other businesses or anything else related to business. Pretty much what we're going to do is we're going to switch their focus in their mind of, oh, this is expensive. For example, if it's 10K, this is expensive, saying that 10K is expensive, to no, it's not expensive to pay 10K if I'm going to make 100 back in return, and have them focus on the returns they can make and not the pricing. Because once again, if they believe 100% that it's actually going to work and the only thing that it's up to is whether or not they're ready to invest right now on the spot, the big thing that you need to solve for is pretty much just, hey, I promise you that you're going to get returns from this. So whether you have the money right now or not, you can try and gather it immediately. But once again, your qualification, your sequences, you should know how much money they have on hand by the time and on the form that they actually use to book a call anyways. So this should be something that is really just about saying that, hey, they're going to get returns from this. Then 2 hours before, we're going to do the exact same thing. And this is what I like to call the mirror offer framing. So we're pretty much going to take their offer that they have or that they have to the world. So for example, if we're working with someone who shows people how to trade stocks, for example, we're going to say, hey, the same way that you teach people how to trade stocks or insert whatever they do is the same way that I do this. And my selfish goal is to get you a return, etc., etc. And the reason why I have this position as an aligned benefit where they are screwing you is because fundamentally, people are going to buy 100% of the time if they believe that they're getting the better end of the deal. And even if your thing is 10K, if they believe that it's going to make them 100K, they're still getting the better end of the deal. And then you're going to redirect it to a YouTube video that is related to this. And then finally, you're going to state your offer and evil intentions. The goal behind this is to decrease sales resistance completely right before the call by just sharing everything about what you do, and then also having the potential to, when they hop on the call, say, hey, did you watch through the VSL or thank you for booking video that explained what to expect, etc., etc. Because here's what we do, here's what we offer, here's the pricing. And pretty much the call turns into a pseudo onboarding session so long as they've consumed and opened up each of these emails, which you can track. And one thing that is very important through this entire process is that we have them redirect to YouTube videos, because what it does is as we redirect them to more and more YouTube videos at the end of every single email here, it creates a catalog. Once again, they're going to watch those 10 videos. So in this email sequence alone, we're going to direct people to about 8 videos, assuming they actually watch some calls off an ad, off the organic content we posted before they actually went in and booked. they're probably going to be around that point of having the right amount of calls booked. And that alone, once they hit this lucky number 10, is going to be what makes them convert. And that's why it's so important to, with each of these emails, redirect them straight into the YouTube sequence that we have right over here. So now the only final step that I'm going to show you is how to actually go into ChatGPT and plug this all in. So what you're looking at right now is the exact prompt that we're actually going to use in order to have ChatGPT create this all for us. So it's, I run a coaching business that helps X do Y, and I'm writing an email sequence to indoctrinate my customers about my company before I actually speak with them. I'm going to feed you the rough idea and framing of the emails. Can you mock up an email with spaces for personalization? You're going to send this. It's going to say yada, yada, yada. Okay, great, perfect. So then we're going to actually write in right here, my coaching business helps. And then what we're going to do is on this first email, we're going to click right back over here and we're going to say, well, for the thank you for booking one, it's going to be all personal. So I'll actually start on the second email. Even this one's actually going to be here as a journey as well. So we're going to go to the third email where we share your methodology versus the others. So we can go here, boom. And then we're also going to copy paste some of the psychology notes that I've written just along the side right here. And then what we can do is we can click into the ChatGPT and then just copy paste it just like this. And it's right now going to write the rough email that we have right on this. And as you can see here, it's going to pretty much draft out everything that we need to do. And all we're going to do is copy and tweak this. And this is exactly what I did. My own coaching business that does over 160K a month using this exact ChatGPT framework. Because I kid you not, it is that simple and AI is getting that powerful, which is kind of scary. But anyways, I hope the value that you got from this video was worth the time that you spent, and I'll see you in the next one. So the first phase out of 3 is understanding why almost every single content person that you've seen online is completely wrong. And this one question alone is enough to determine whether your current people running your content are actually qualified and whether you should keep them on your team. Would you allow them to be an appointment setter on your offer? If the answer is no, get rid of them. If the answer is yes, I need you to really transmit this information to them. And the reason I say this is because creating a YouTube video is practically like releasing a video sales letter to your ideal prospect when it is done right. If you do not trust the person who's in charge of selling to an individual to sell to hundreds, if not thousands of people, that is going to be a really big problem and you need to fix it immediately. And it really was the realization that led to me understanding what is called TAM economics. You see, TAM stands for total addressable market, and it's pretty much just the total amount of people that are qualified to be an ideal customer for your service. This person is the result of combining and stacking like a large number of characteristics. So their age, where they're from, the education they have, their previous experience, all those things, and stacking them into someone who is most likely to achieve a great result, a great transformation with your coaching business. And I need you to ask yourself, how many of these people actually exist and how many of them are watching YouTube? Your answer, after really narrowing this person down, should be anywhere from 50,000 to 200,000 people in the entire world. Keep in mind, Alex Hormozi's coaching business with a service named Gym Launch only had 100,000 gym owners in the United States. Even less of those actually watched YouTube, were online, and even less of those were actually profitable and making money. And this company was doing anywhere from $1 to $3 million per month. This person and this ideal customer that you really need to narrow down to is likely very similar to a younger version of yourself. We work with agencies, so it was similar to myself, my business partner Dylan, when we were learning how to actually start a marketing agency, get it off the ground. Now, I want you to take trip down memory lane and actually try to remember what kind of videos this person actually watched. And keep in mind, you clicked on this video right now. Exclude the occasional cat video or the occasional doom scroll, because if you're selling a specific person and you are niched down to be the best, they're watching to have their problems solved. They don't care about the editing. They don't care about the thumbnail. They don't care about anything quality related to the video. They only have 2 questions that they keep in mind while watching content. The first one is, well, how will it solve a problem I have? And the second one is, well, how likely is it to work? And when you make a Mr. Beast video with a thumbnail like this, because your content people, your ideal customer is going to see it is related in a broad niche. And most of the time they aren't interested, they're going to click off. And even if they do click for whatever reason, they're immediately going to see that you can't solve their problems, because even though it's in the neighborhood of what they're looking for, you're just talking about some broad stuff to attract a whole bunch of people that they don't really care about. And this is the death loop where a lot of coaching businesses are stuck. It starts with the cycle where they begin optimizing for views, and the dopamine that they get from a 1 out of 10 video, it becomes the barometer for their success in a coaching business and not the actual money that the organic content generates. The root of the problem is really just not understanding the algorithms and the way they work. YouTube and Google overall, because that's the company that owns YouTube, has trillions of data points beyond comprehension of even the engineers that built the thing that have the purpose of only doing one thing. They combine all these data points to show the right person the right video. And it's gotten so good at doing this that channels like this are making over $100,000 a month. This is a channel called Beyond Agency Profits. Shout out to him. And he makes these videos that get anywhere from, honestly, anywhere from like 60 up to, on the high end here, like 1,000. And this guy makes multi seven figures selling agency services, making these videos that he just enjoys thinking about, top of mind based on whatever he's doing in his business. And this is the single largest limiting belief you must overcome. You can upload a video that gets 50 views and make $50,000 from it alone. If you can solve your ideal customer's problem, you pretty much have the ability to release 3 to 5 of these unique sales letter videos per week until the end of time, and then they can continue to compound and show into your ideal customer without you having to do any more work. And this all comes from simply detaching yourself from the amount of views that you are getting and changing it from a how many conversation to a who is watching instead. The second phase out of 3 is selling while sleeping. And now that you understand the overall methodology of how we're actually going to sell these people, it is really important that we understand the customer journey that actually makes someone buy from us with these boring videos that we're making. So first things first, I need you to stop checking YouTube Studio. I completely agree with checking data and staying up to date with the numbers of our business, but those are the complete wrong numbers to track. The following metrics are what you should use as an alternative. You have your total views, you have your unique landing page visits, you have your opt-ins, you have your appointments, you have your show rate, and you have your close rate, and you have your cash in. Most people come up with a lot of reasons in their head why they can't track this long tail data and how it doesn't actually all add up in the end. And it's really just, if I'm being completely honest, they issue with their skill and commitment as an entrepreneur, and it doesn't surge your dopamine, so it's not fun to do either. However, it will surge your bank account if you can do it right. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to be designing these videos as sales letters, but instead of doing the typical VSL, we're going to put a pretty large twist on it. First things first, I need you to understand that the broad topic videos are not our goal. I want you to imagine a customer patient with a lot of pain in their body. Imagine telling them to just be healthy. We make a video about knee pain, then their wrist soreness, and slowly we build a catalog of videos and solutions to the existing problems they have. This creates a big garden of value, and every time a video is released to an algorithm, it's like a flower with a good smell attracting a bee. This smell leads to our garden, and then the rest of the videos have a good smell. They will stay in our garden, continue watching our content, and after staying in the garden for long enough, they begin to reciprocate and pollinate our flowers. And this is why we need to give selfishly. So now that I give you the woo definition, I actually want to explain what that looks like. So here is our overall YouTube channel. We got face and we got your name, whatever it is right here. Now, each video needs to be strategically designed as a huge sales letter. So I want you to imagine you're breaking down a VSL and you have 8 parts that you need in it, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to design those 8 videos and we're going to post them right here. And every single video that you release is going to add on to a pain point that you've seen from a customer. And the best way to find these pain points is just to answer questions that your customers are legitimately asking you on a day-to-day basis, or doing research online to see what other questions they're asking in other places online. And then what you're going to be doing is every single video is going to just be a catalog of value that time goes on and on. You're just releasing more and more value of how to actually solve these problems. So then when you upload, let's say, for example, a video number 9, and video number 9 comes in, they're going to get introduced to the existing garden of content that you have. And remember, we're not watching to entertain people. When someone finds your channel and you're this diamond in the rough, you're this extremely unique content creator that is solving their problems that they uniquely have because you've targeted yourself down, you've niched down to become the best, they're going to go through every single video and they're going to start all the way back at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And by the time they have watched, and it's anywhere between 7 to 8 videos of yours, they're what I call a qualified buyer, and someone that transparently, if they book a call, might just show up with cash ready on hand to pay you. This is the power of actually creating these following content, because now every time you create a video, whether it's number 9 here or whether it's number 50, you're going to just add them to a catalog that continues to get larger and larger of existing value that you've created. And when you actually put effort into these videos, they're not going to watch one video. They're going to watch 2, 3, 4. They're going to stay up to date with your new uploads because you're consuming the previous ones, and it's going to get them hot and ready to buy, which is going to make it extremely easy for you to actually sell them. Now, the final phase of actually implementing this system comes down to a few things. First, we have 4 formats of videos which you can actually follow. First, we have the rant video, which is just a talking head where you're speaking to the prospect. Then we have the doc video, like the one I'm sharing with you right now. Then we have the whiteboard video, which is like when I click over to right here and show you everything that we got there. Then we have the diagram video, which is similar to my previous video. We pretty much just have a Miro board where we break down numbers or a flow chart or a mind map, etc., etc. Now, how should you behave on camera? Well, first things first, you want to be highly authentic, and you should really not worry about the perfect retention. You want to make jokes, you want to slot in your unique personality and things that you've got going on and just act as if you were on a Zoom call with the person. Then, video ideas. As I mentioned earlier, we want to take every single thing a customer needs to do to execute on your coaching business. So every problem they need to solve. So let's say they need to do XYZ1, XYZ2, XYZ3. What you're going to do is you're going to take those problems, you're going to flip them on their head, and then you're going to create YouTube videos alleviating those problems. And if you want to find more and more of these problems or put into context experiences that you have, once again, you're going to look to your younger self that likely faced them and had to overcome them. Then, posting frequency. You're going to post 2 to 3 times weekly. You're going to spend 30 to 60 minutes prepping the video, 20 to 30 minutes recording the video, and then 15 minutes actually scheduling the video and posting it. However, this is all the fluff that you've already seen, already know, and somebody's already told you millions and millions of times. What I want to show you is the hidden secret sauce to making and guaranteeing this will work. This is what I like to call hyper-targeted content. You see, most funnels work in the sense of we're trying to bring people in and then narrow them down as they get further and further through our process. However, this is not going to work for this example right here. When we're creating this organic YouTube content, we're going to start with a generally extremely narrow funnel, and we're going to get extremely razor deep right here to the point where by the time they've already booked a call, the section is so small that they're pretty much just ready to buy from us. And this is what I'm going to show you how to do with your videos, because if you can execute this, it's going to make your process a lot easier and a lot more stress-free. You don't have to have crazy setters. You don't have to call people 1,000 times to do anything of that nature. Really, what it comes down to is the positioning of your video. And this is the title and the thumbnail of how you're explaining what you are solving for somebody. So instead of following the typical YouTube format of throwing out some absolutely crazy challenge or mechanism or hiding it as the one thing that you did, you want to make it extremely specific on what you're actually solving for someone. So for example, on this video, I'm sharing with you the content system using YouTube. So when you click on this video, you know exactly what you're solving. And pretty much my entire channel has become this catalog where if you have a problem with appointment setting, you can click on it, you can watch it. If you have a problem with offer, you can click on and watch it. If you have a problem with data, you can click on and watch it, because I've positioned each video to specifically show you exactly what you're going to get, and pretty much a question with the thumbnail and then an answer with the video. And it's just a very large back and forth Q&A where I'm going to continuously solve any problem that you have related to your coaching business or whether our coaching business related to your agency, so that eventually you become curious as to what we do and actually reciprocate. Look in our funnel, see what we got, consume some of the free resources that we have, and then eventually maybe become a customer if it is the right fit. And that is the nature of this highly targeted content. It's not about the typical YouTube flow of, hey, I want to show you this crazy thing. It is, here is a specific problem that I encounter that maybe you're encountering, and here is the answer towards actually solving it for yourself. And then in the videos, you're going to follow that exact same format. Really, you just want to break it down to the act of, okay, well, here is the problem you're facing. Here is a story to prove that I also solved this problem, that it's legitimate. Here's the problems that I encountered, et cetera, that you might relate to. Then you're going to break down into the mechanism. So we have the problem, which we also just kind of solve with another 3 Ps, which is point, proof, and then plot. So the point is going to be the actual problem that we restate right here. Then the proof is going to be just some form of social proof. In my example, I showed you my coaching business to Stripe screenshot. And then the plot is going to be the mechanism of how we actually achieve this. So going down to the mechanism right here, which this kind of relates to, this is going to be pretty much how we walk someone through the actual act of seeing success. And as I mentioned, you can do this with those 4 video formats. However, we really want to break it down to explain what we're trying to teach someone and how we're doing it. So you want to, sorry, I had to pause it so I can find the best way to word this, but you almost need to position yourself as if you are trying to make them believe it and not actually learn it. So you can say, okay, you have to work for 20 years in business. You have to show up every day for 12 hours a day. Don't take any days off. And you're guaranteed to be a billionaire if you do it for 70 years. That is something that you can say top of mind, that if someone can just do, they're going to make a lot of money. However, the hard part is making them first believe it and then 2, execute on it. So when you are going through the mechanism of your video, the biggest thing that I need you to optimize for if you want to make this work, that I see almost nobody do, except for the guys that make a lot of money, is optimize for making you believe what they are saying. They continuously do this through a few strategies. The first is going to be stories. The second is going to be repetitions. And then the third and final way of doing it is going to be what I like to call a damaging admission. So stories are a very simple format. We just follow, I just go to Google here and search up the hero's journey. It is extremely simple format. Pretty much just walking them through this exactly right here. We have a start, call to adventure. Then we go through the entire process all the way to the how we learn transformation, the guy that we're fighting. You know this already. That is the stories that we tell, and we sell this based on things we've experienced ourselves. Second, we have the repetition. This is something that I almost see no one doing. They think that they can only say one thing in every YouTube video once, but you need to constantly be repeating the same concepts over and over and over and over again. Because if you can make someone believe in your methodology that you know works, see success, they are going to convert. And then the third and the final one is going to be a damaging admission. And this is by just sharing that you suck sometimes. Honestly, I struggle with YouTube sometimes, and it takes me bunch time to make some of these videos. And I showed you that we spent hundreds of $1,000s and burned through 6 freaking content teams to learn what I shared you in today's video. And by doing that, it makes what I'm sharing and you actually believe everything that I've gone through because you understand that it wasn't just some magical creature. I know a lot of you guys are genuine watching this video, especially if you made it this far with your coaching business, what you do, how you help people. But people aren't going to believe that from you unless you give them insight as to how you actually got punched in the face, how you had to go in the trenches to make all these things true. And if you can nail this in the mechanism, as soon as people realize that you can identify their problem, resonate with it, describe their problem, which is 80% of the battle, and then actually solve it by making it a way that they believed and they actually have conviction in it, you are guaranteed to print money with your content. And I know it's a little bit more esoteric, but that is the secret and that's how we do it. And I'm going to make a lot more videos and content. Let me know in the description if you'd like to. However, I hope the time that you spent on this video was worth the value that you got in return. I hope you have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you in the next one. So you're a coach and you just signed your first client, but you have no clue what to do next. Well, I'm going to walk you through on a blank Go High Level account, me building out live the exact processes that I've used to onboard every single client at my own coaching business. And as you can see here, we've got a ton of people who were satisfied with this process and our overall delivery. So I'm going to show you exactly how to implement that today. The way this video is going to work is I'm going to first go through and build out the process live. Then I'm going to slow down the video and show you exactly how it works so you can plug it into your own business. All right, so the first step we got to implement is the email and Slack integration. So in order to do that, I'm just going to go ahead and it's going over to our testing account, which we're going to build into a fully built onboarding process. And I'm going to go ahead and connect both my emails that I'm going to be using for this video. So now that we've got our email and Slack connected, we're going to go ahead and head on over to the settings page of our business profile. And once we're there, we're going to click onto my staff. And once we're into my staff, we're going to click on add employee. So first things first is you're going to write your name here. So all your information and what you've got. So let me just do John Bob. And then, for example, you would do johnbob@gmail.com. And then you'd write a fake number here. So you go like this, and then you can just fake the extension or put in your real stuff here. Once you're in this, you're going to click on to advanced settings. You can set yourself password if you like, if you have team members. If not, it's not important. User permissions, not important. User roles, not important. Call and voicemail settings, not important. User availability and calendar configuration are going to be important, but not right now. For the time being, we can just go ahead and save this. And once we've done that, you can see this is going to load and we're going to have a new user under the name John Bob. Perfect. So once we can see this user here, we're going to click on back. And once we're on the main dashboard screen, we're going to click to calendar. And in calendar, we're going to click to calendar settings. Once we're in calendar settings, we're going to see this is completely blank and there's no issue with that. Click on new calendar. The kind of calendar we're going to create is going to be called a round robin calendar. This is so that we can actually select a key person on our team in the case that we grow and hire customer success managers. So calendar name is going to be super simple. Onboarding with, and then you're just going to write your name here. So I'd write Alex. The description of this we can do in just a second here. But you see here under this team member section, we now have the ability to select either John Bob or myself. So let's just say we're picking John here. We click him, the slug. So what I'd recommend here doing, this is going to show at the end of the URL, just like this here. I'm going to write onboarding. And then after that, we can put the person's initials. So we do JB, John Bob. And after that, duration of the meeting, I'd recommend you put your onboarding meetings to anywhere between 45 to 60 minutes. If you already have a strategy pre-built, 45, if not 60. So for the sake of this video, let's say 60. And then from that point on, we're not just going to click confirm. We're going to go ahead and click the advanced settings after you make this slug a bit unique. So you're going to go John Bob. And we're going to go ahead and click advanced settings. Once we're in the advanced settings, I'll keep you updated. Okay, so now that we're in the advanced settings, the first thing you want to do is upload your calendar logo. I don't have one, so I'm not going to upload anything here. Description. So the description for the onboarding is going to be super simple. This is going to show on the side view of the calendar. So we just want to make it very brief. So make sure to answer. So this is an example of onboarding copy, just super simple, and we don't really need to touch too much. Group, you don't need to worry about this. We already have the URL built. The meeting invite title. So this is what they're actually going to see on Google Calendar as the name of the event. You're going to want to change this to contact name, and then you can write X and then your name. So this example, we do John Bob, and then we would put the strategy session or onboarding session right at the very front. So it's going to look on the calendar, as you can see at the end, it's going to look onboarding session, and then their name is Mike, for example, Mike X John Bob. So now that we can have this event dialed in, we're then going to go ahead and do the availability. So once you got this point on, if you have any team members, you're going to either add the team members. So if you see here, I add myself, you can determine who gets what meeting, and then you can also determine where the meeting is going to happen. So I'm going to be taking meetings here, so I'm going to remove myself. But let's say we want to put John Bob on Zoom. We'd then put his recurring Zoom meeting there link if it has integrated. But obviously, the one we're going to do is going to be Google Meet just because we only have the email integrated for now, and that's going to work completely fine. It's a free software. Next phase is going to be the availability. So this is up to you. I personally recommend that on your onboarding calendar, you have a 2-hour window to schedule, and I'll show you what that looks like. So now that we're in the calendar, here's what I would recommend doing. So you have got your work that, let's say you start at 7 a.m. You're going to be doing all the way through till around 12 to 1 p.m. From that point on, we're going to consider this work. And then what I would do is in the block that you schedule client calls, so ideally right before your sales calls, which would happen in the evening right here. So we're going to put sales calls. We're going to go ahead and we're going to put the onboarding block. And this can also be the client booking block that we have. And I'd recommend this block either being 1 hour long or 2 hours long. If you are beginning right now and you're in a niche like fitness where you know everyone's working a 9 to 5, you might want to make the block a little bit wider. But if you're working in something like business or freelancing, you should be fine leaving it at an hour block. So for this example, let's just say we're going to have a 2-hour block. In our own calendar, we're going to put this as a repeating meeting that happens every single day, just so we have this blocked off. And then from that point on, I'm going to go ahead and take that and we're going to put it into our calendar. So I click over here. The time that we have chosen is going to be from 12 till 2. So we're going to go ahead, scroll all the way up here, 12. And we're going to go ahead and copy it across all the days of the week here. So the next thing we have is the actual scheduling details. So the first thing that I would say on a scheduling notice is that you leave the scheduling notice blank here for onboardings, since if you're the person doing the sales or you have a salesperson, you can communicate this in a matter of minutes. So it doesn't really matter if they book on the same day. The date range to book out. This is something that you want to enforce just as a standard so you can get people started quickly. Put a 4-day date range. That means that they're not able to book into a separate week if it's only the start of the week, which is going to allow you to not have to reschedule someone if they book super far away for whatever reason. I've run into that situation where people get scared and whatnot. Then maximum bookings per day, you can leave this open. Maximum booking slots per user, that's completely fine. And then the pre-buffer and post-buffer time. So even if we're running an hour-long meeting, I'd still recommend a 15-minute buffer, and that applies regardless of whether you have a 15-minute or a 45-minute. So the next little hack that you can do is if you want to make your onboarding call seem shorter than it's actually going to run, you can also put this to a 30-minute meeting duration, then a 30-minute buffer, and then just run the call for 60 minutes. However, I think it's important to set the expectation of how long you're going to be on the phone for. Next thing is going to be forms of payment. So we're going to go back and add another form in just a second here. But for the meantime, we can skip through this. This is going to be super good for the time being. Then notification, additional options. So this is going to be super simple. We're just going to click on the contact and the assigned user receiving a notification. This is just going to be from email. It's a quick freebie that we don't necessarily have to do. If you want to write a custom email, which I'm going to show you to do, you can also just unclick this here. And from that point on, we are good to go on the calendar. Little changes that you can add are inputting a image, or if you're using a software like Hyros or Triple Whale, you can also put in a tracking code here to see the efficiency of the booking. So now we have our team member created and we also have our calendar created. The next thing we're going to make is the form. Now, the onboarding form is something that if you do right is going to make your job a lot easier on the back end, because you're only going to need to spend time on the onboarding call working with the customer instead of just trying to get information out of them. So the way we do that is we're first going to head to sites. Once we're in sites, we're going to click to forms, and we don't just immediately click on forms. We're going to hover over it. We're going to click on the builder button. Once we're in the builder button, we're going to go ahead and add a form. and let this load. So the first thing I recommend you doing is completely getting rid of all the questions and everything that we have on here. It's better to just build this thing from blank. So in order to actually add a question, you're going to first click over here, click to custom fields, then you're going to click add. The kind of question that you do is going to be single line if it is a text response, or multi-line if it's going to be a paragraph response. And then also you have the ability to click on a drop down that someone clicks onto, or a radio select where they click one of a few options. But I'm just going to go ahead and manually input all these now. So after I've got the initial questions down, I'm going to go ahead and add the contact fields. So this is going to be very important that we do this properly. So in order to do that, we're going to go ahead and click to the quick add section, as you can see here. And from that point on, we're then going to add a first name and a last name category. And then we're also going to add an email and a phone category. And yes, the reason why we're going to add these is so that in order to actually book in, they're going to stack on top of the right contact, so that the person that booked in the call in order to buy from us is going to be the same person getting the notifications. They're not going to get spammed. After that point, we're going to go ahead and click require onto all these. And a little tidbit, you can also remove this section here because it is internal communication with the client, so you don't need to worry about SMS compliance. So now we're going to save our form. We're going to head back to the Go High Level menu. Then from that point, we're going to click back into our calendar here. Going to click the calendar settings, revisit the exact same calendar we had. As you can see here, it's going to appear. Then we're going to click on to edit settings. And instead of going through the whole thing again, we're just going to click immediately to forms and payment. In this forms and payment, if you save properly, you're going to be seeing your onboarding form right here. And then you're going to be able to just make sure that these widgets are in the right order of date and time selector, and then the form. So they're going to pick the day that they want to book in, and then the form, as I'll be able to show you in just a second here. Once they've done that, we're going to simply write a thank you for your appointment request. This is going to be good enough. Looking forward to onboarding you. Then from that point on, we'll leave on this auto confirm, and we should be good to go. So we don't need to click through all these again. We just click to customization and click save. So now if I were to click on these triple dots beside the calendar and I were to click to share, and I click and copy the scheduling link, I can go ahead and either embed this into a landing page, which we're not going to do for the sake of this video, but I can also take a look at the scheduling. So as you can see here, we have our widget bookings onboarding John Bob, and we have the availability as we set on the calendar here. And if I were to go ahead and schedule it in, all these questions are required. And once we schedule it in, it's going to auto confirm the meeting and we'll be set to go. If you have any logos that you added, they're going to be appeared here along with the description of our calendar. So now we can go ahead and click back and say that we've created our form. And now the next step is going to be to create call internal and external notifications. So we've got our calendar, and now we're going to go ahead and click to the go back button. So once again on the Go High Level homepage. Once again, if we want to see where the calendar and the bookings land, we can always use the Go High Level in feature, but we would also prefer to use our calendar, which we already set up in the integrations. So heading on to the next step, we're going to click to the automation section. Once we're in the automation section, I suggest if you already have sequences, you're going to create a folder, and we just call this folder onboarding. Once you've created the onboarding folder, you're going to click inside the onboarding folder, and we're going to create our first workflow, start from scratch, and it's going to be called, as you can see right here, onboarding notifications. So if you have not created automation before, there's going to be a very simplified way of doing so. I'm going to click on the add a new trigger button. Once you've added a new trigger, we're going to go ahead and scroll through all these options, or you can search at the very top and go to scheduled appointment. So customer booked appointment, as you can see right here, Webflow trigger name, customer booked appointment. And if we were to leave this blank, every booked appointment would now show on this section. But we're going to click on the add filter button. And then once this loads, we're going to go ahead and add the proper filter. Okay, so now we're going to click on the in calendar tag. And then once you've clicked on that, we're going to be able to select the onboarding with Alex or John Bob that we created right there. And then we're going to save trigger. So now what's going to happen is that every time someone books this appointment, everything that we put on from this point is going to happen. First thing that we want to do is you want to go ahead to the action button, and we're going to type in SL, and the Slack's going to be the only one that appears. Once we've got our Slack appearing, we're going to send a notification to Slack, and then we're going to click onto the Scholar Systems Slack account, and then we're going to click on the event to send a public message. So showing you what is going to happen, we're going to click a public channel now that we work inside of here. So I'm just going to pick a random channel that I have, such as sales. I don't think this one is being used. And from this point on, we're going to fill in all of the onboarding information. So as you can see now, I'm under the custom field section, and I'm going to go ahead and copy over, based on the question I asked, the proper custom field. I'm going to click these two little clipboard buttons. Once I've copied it, we're going to see a little green thing in the bottom left, bottom right, and then we're going to go to our actual automation that we have here, and we're going to paste it in. And we're going to do this for the rest of the ones that we have here. So now that we've got all the custom fields inputted in, we're going to click Save Action. Then we're going to make sure that we save in the top right here, and we're going to click on the draft and go to Publish, even though we're not done yet, just so we have a good measure and we don't lose anything. Then we're going to go ahead and click to the next phase, which is going to be email. So once we have the email, we're going to click on Send Email. Then we're going to write from whatever your email is. So let's say we're John Bob, and we're going to put the email from John Bob, and then subject line is going to be confirmation, your onboarding, and then in regards to the message. So one of the things that is very important is even though these people have paid us, we still have a social credit to uphold to them. So we're going to be very respectful and let them know that, hey, this is an automated message, and simply confirm all the appointments in the way that we need to. Okay, so you can see I have the first automation here where I say, hey, contact first name. This is an automated message to confirm your onboarding call with John at appointment.start_time. So this means that if it is on Friday, the 13th of 2025, it's going to go ahead and show this right here. Then from that point on, it's going to give them a little widget to add to their Google Calendar, which is going to be very helpful so they're reminded of the appointment, and then just a small message here to reach out if they have any more questions. Then from that point on, we're going to click Save. And fundamentally, we don't need to add any more SMS. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to click here and we're going to add a bit of time. So there's going to be the wait feature. Once we've clicked wait, we're going to click on the time delay and we're going to go and click the event/appointment time. So instead of having it wait a set period of time, we're going to have it trigger before an event time. So we're going to have it trigger on this first notification here, 3 hours before the event time. And if the timing is already past it, it's going to skip all the communications and wait until those 3 hours hit. So then after you've done that, just a good habit is going to be to make sure that we track our work here so we don't confuse ourselves in the future. So 3 hours before the appointment, first thing we're going to do is we're going to hit them with another email. So that's going to be very simple. We're going to follow the exact same format. Okay, so now that we've actually written the email reminder here, all we would do is if you have some form of pre-onboarding sequence, you'd link it here, but now we can save this and move on to the next section, which is going to be an SMS notification. So to do that, we're going to type in here, send SMS, and this is going to be very simple. It's just going to send to their phone number and just say, hey, and we're going to click contact first name, little reminder, we chat in 3 hours. Or you don't want to say little reminder, that's a bad follow-up. Just okaying, we chat in 3 hours. Perfect. And that'll be a great message here. And then after we've done that, we're going to go ahead and put in another wait period. And this wait period is going to be a lot less. This is only going to be 5 minutes before, just to let them know. We're going to add this and we're going to say 5 minutes beforehand. And then once we have the 5 minutes beforehand established, we're then going to go ahead and we're going to copy number 1. We're going to copy here. Then we're going to copy number 2 and we're going to input it down here. So now what we're going to do is once you click in here, we're going to take the same message and we're just going to reverberate it around to it being the 5 minutes or something along the lines of, hey, contact first name, just wanted to let you know, no, I'm in the meeting. And then I would also include the meeting link right here. So appointment, and then we'd want to put in the meeting location and then save, good to go. And then on the regard of the SMS, hey, contact name, just okay. And we chat in 3 hours, going to change to, we don't need to add the first name. We can just say in the meeting waiting for you or something along those lines. You can customize this however you want. But after we've done this, we're going to click save. And now what we have is when someone books in, we're going to go ahead and we're going to get a notification on Slack. And then we're also going to send them email reminders before the appointment so that we're good to go. So now we can go back on to our board over here and we can check off the board view right here. Okay, so the final 2 stages are going to be to create a pipeline view and then add pipeline creation to our actual calendar. And then we're going to test everything to make sure it runs and works perfectly. So we're going to go ahead and click over to our Go iLevel once again. going to head over to the opportunities tab. And then from that point on, we're going to click to pipelines. Once we're in pipelines, you're going to click on create new pipeline. Now we're going to design this pipeline as onboarding. And once you've done that, we're going to set up the stages, which I'm going to do quickly here, and you can copy me. Okay, so this is going to be the pipeline. Just going to keep it super simple. If you have any additional stages of your customer journey, you can add them in here. Going to go ahead and click save. So now that we've done the first step here, it's going to load and we can now okay the create pipeline view. Once we've gone ahead and done that, we're going to click right back on over to that automation we were working on. And this is why it's important to save things so we don't accidentally lose something during this whole process. We're then going to go ahead and click to scroll down here and find the opportunity that we're going to add. So that's going to look like the plus action, and then we're going to just type in opportunity and we can go create opportunity. Going to collect the pipeline of onboarding. We're going to put it in the scheduled call, and then we're going to go ahead and we're going to actually just put in the opportunity name being first things first, contact full name, and then we're going to have actually the way we do that is we're going to do contact first name, and then contact last name. And then once we've got that dialed in, we're then going to put a little space bar here. Opportunity source, we don't need to say this. We can just say customer, lead value, however much they paid. Let's say we closed a $4,500 customer. If you did that, congrats to you here. And then status. So we're not going to have any status here other than open. And then we're going to allow the opportunity to move to any previous stage in the pipeline. It doesn't matter for the sake of what we're doing here. So then once we got that, we're going to go ahead and save this here. And once you've saved this here, we're now, when we schedule in someone, going to create a pipeline. And then in order to move them to the actual active customer section, we can then go ahead and add another one, which is going to be appointment. And then we're going to update appointment status. So once a call right here is marked as a wait, and then we're going to add a time delay of 24. Actually, we can go ahead and click to 6 hours because we have the notification that happens 5 minutes before. And we're going to go ahead and actually add a 6 hours after. And then we're going to create or update a opportunity, and we're going to move the opportunity to the actual schedule call section here. And now what's going to happen is they're going to go from the first pipeline section, which I can show you, from the scheduled call section over here to the active customer, which is going to allow us to not have to move it ourselves. So now we have our full onboarding process done. It is time to test it and make sure everything's good to go and okay. So we have our scheduling link here, which we're going to copy, and now we're going to create and paste into a new tab. So first things first, we already saw our calendar is good to go, but now what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and actually fill out a submission to make sure everything runs properly. So if I were to go ahead and just put in test for all these questions, fill everything out right here, and then we're going to schedule our meeting. And by the way, we have to fill everyone out because we made sure that it was a required question, as you can see right there. We're going to click on the schedule meeting button. Okay, so now we're scheduling in. We can see, thank you for the appointment request. Looking forward to onboarding you. We can immediately add it to our calendar if we'd like right here, and it will add to our calendar. That's good to go. But now the next step is to make sure that our Slack notifications fire internally so we know and have all the questions. And then second off, to make sure that the customer is getting notifications as planned. So as you can see here, I made an example channel in our Slack, but you can see the person has just scheduled their onboarding 521, 522. So now in that, we can go ahead and see all the numbers here with the answers to test. If your person fills in actual answers, they're going to show here. And now we can actually get internally notified when someone books in. The next step is going to make sure our email is good to go. So instead of trying to jump into the customer's perspective or ask them if they got the emails, all you have to do is you're going to go ahead and you're going to click to the automation phase here. And this is also because I filled in test@gmail.com, which I do not own. And then we're going to click to the onboarding notification, and we can just click to the enrollment history. And as we can see on the enrollment history, we have test@gmail.com that got enrolled. And if we look at the execution logs, they have gone through all these phases here of first off being added to the workflow, having the Slack notification send, having the email send. So now this person is getting random emails from me, which I should probably cancel after this video. With that being said, you have a complete onboarding process that I've used to onboard all my clients, and now you should be good to go to get out there, crush it, and deliver exceptional results. So I hope the value that you got from this video is worth the time you spent, and you have a great rest of your day. Our traffic source, which we'll just represent as a T here, which is going to be leading directly into our school. And this can either be some organic traffic, this can be ad traffic, but fundamentally from that point on, there are numbers that we need to follow and actually have as KPIs that we need to hit in order to actually make this thing work. What that actually looks like is a 5% lead to set rate, for example. So what that means is that per 100 people that come into this school group here, we need to get an absolute minimum 5 of this to not work. And that's at scale with ads. If we're doing this on an organic basis, this should go anywhere up to even 10 people if we're going through and actually using great organic content like I've spoken about in some of my previous videos. Then from that point on, once we've got those people in, we then need to have a 75% show rate, which is going to lead into right here. If we're booking 100 appointments, we're going to get 75 shown. So per 1,000 leads that come in, we're going to get 100 appointments, roughly anywhere between 50 to 100 appointments, and we're going to have showed anywhere from, I believe, 50 to 75 calls. So it's going to be 50 to 75 showed calls. Now, actually making this work and what buttons you need to press in order to have this whole thing function so that we can get these calls and actually generate these high intent leads. Well, the first thing is you need to understand how to actually make your school community good. If I show you our school community here that I run with my partner, Dylan Wilson, we've done a great job and in all the school communities of creating an ample classroom that has lots and lots and lots of information that shows exactly what steps you actually need to take in order to see results. Now, if I click over to an example of one of mine here, where I show a funnel mastery guideline, you can see that in each section that I actually have, there's the ability to actually opt in and redirect to where I want people to go to. And this is the way that you actually convert off your school source. Because I see a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll just throw up their school community just like this, and they'll have lots of community calls, they'll be hyped, they'll be directing so many people to it. However, they don't actually have it optimized for conversions. And the best way to do that is to play on two fundamental principles. The first one here is going to be engagement, right? Without engagement, it doesn't matter if you have a call to action because nobody's going to care. So the preliminary thing that we actually need to get is engagement. Beyond that, we then need offer clarity, right? If we look at a lot of school communities, there's not a lot of clarity on what the next steps are. Yes, you join the free community, but how can we actually move forward in the process? A lot of the time, there might be small call to action in certain places, but it needs to be consistently repeated if we ever want someone to believe it. So in all the places that we can repeat it, if I just show you a mock community here. So in this test group, which I'm actually going to show you how to create and optimize later in this video, you can see each of the sections that we can actually have a call to action. The first one is right here on this right-hand side where we can actually attach links. The second one that I would recommend you going ahead and doing is actually setting it up on your profile. So if you click to my school profile right here, beyond all the communities that I'm in, you can actually see and get access to every single social media I have. This one being actually directing straight to a landing page and a funnel that I have. So then from that point on, if we go back and look at the places we can have call to actions, the first place is going to be in posts that we have. And to show you an example of what these pinned posts actually look like once they're set up, here's an example of my community. I have my challenge start, and I also have the engagement, which I'll show you in just a second here. And in these, you can have the call to actions to go forward and actually move in your process. And then if we go into the content section, as you can see here, once again, we have those call to actions on each of the documents there. And then once again, on every single post that we're going to make on a daily basis, in the auto DM that we send out, in the emails they get as a result of joining, we're going to consistently redirect them to one thing. And that's going to be first off our offer statement, which for my coaching business that I am talking about right now, it is to mathematically force other coaching businesses to 100K a month. Or with our agency business here, you can see it is to hit 1 mil in 12 months. And exactly the same way that I showed you just now, in every single place, we redirect to either the YouTube video so they can redirect back to the content that we have in the landing pages, whatnot, or they're going to click towards the next steps. We make it abundantly clear what they actually need to do in every single step of the process so that we can actually get conversions. And when you do this, it is going to be absolute magic because now the traffic that you have is going to be consistently reminded of your offer again and again and again till they go to one of 2 points. They can either say yes or they can say no. And until then, you should continue reminding them of your offer again and again. And remember, hearing not interested is a phase of interest. However, it might just be that it's not the best time right now. And to show you and really round up this whole point, it's about understanding and making your offer extremely clear. School is a place with a lot of value given and a lot of people doing free, nice things and marketing tactics, etc., etc. But a few people understand that they actually just have to repeat their offer and explain to people what they do. So the biggest thing going forward in actually making and getting these coaching clients with school is going to be that we need to explain properly what we do. However, for the rest of this video, I'm going to show you the exact technical setup that you need to follow to optimize your school community conversions.
All right, so now we're here over onto school. You can see we've got a test group that we just thrown out here. And we also have my own school community for my own coaching business, which we're going to use as a little bit of a model to show you how to set up your own school community. So once you start, it's going to look exactly like this. We see, first thing we're going to go to is our settings. So once you got to our settings, we're pretty much going to avoid everything that is not important and do everything that is important. So first things first, we go to the dashboard up here. This is fine. This is going to be a free community as per our funnel, so we're not going to focus on anything related to payment. This is good to go. Payouts, same thing here. Invite. So this would be the first place that is worth noting. I don't want to go in super depth here, but when someone joins, we're going to be collecting their email, and a very, very important factor getting that set up is the Zapier integration, so we can have them move into email sequences, flows, and things of that nature. So this is going to be something that we set up in the future right here. General. So first things first, you want a group name. I really suggest that you do not put this just as the name of your company. One thing that I've done, and one thing that we do at our own company, is we turn each of the actual communities and the things that we build into challenges. So this is the 12-month to $1 million agency challenge, where we then go ahead and invite people, and there's an objective behind the work that we're doing. This makes it a lot more appealing for someone to actually join the community and work towards something, because it's not just a mastermind anymore. So I suggest you come up with some form of challenge that you're actually inviting people into. Group description, going to be super simple. You want to keep this one sleek. It's super small, so keep it very, very few words. I like to do stuff along the nature of masterminds, insider secrets, and just very, very simple words here. You can see we only have 150 figures total. Overall initials, not too important. Overall color, not too important. What is important here? This needs to be private. Even though the group is going to be completely free, you want it as private, and I'll explain why a little bit later, but just for now, set this as private. So that being said, we're going to go ahead and update the settings here and move on to the custom URL. This is something that's going to be very nice. It's not obviously that important. It's not going to make or break something, but if you are ready to fully commit to school, you can go ahead and change to a custom URL, and then from that point on, you'll be ready to go and be able to use that, which is going to make your links look a lot more clean. Then subscriptions, not important. Categories here. This is something where, as someone who ran a very, very large Discord community to actually start our company, Catalyst and Relentless Success Club over here, we want to keep extremely simple. So we're going to have our first category. We would call it general discussion. I like to change the name to mastermind. Just seems way more cool, especially for business. If you have it as some other niche that you're working in, I would switch it to some niche form of language, terminology. Like if it's a football team, maybe a huddle, things of that nature. Then the only other category that you want to add is going to be wins. And from that point on, you should be good to go. So you just want to have mastermind wins. The only reason we have wins separately is so that we can sort by wins and then use that as social proof and assets that we build. But other than that, we want to direct as much traffic as possible to that one news stream, because school is kind of hard to communicate on. As you can see here, we have a lot of people that just shoot these messages in, and when we can get them highly concentrated like this, it makes a really good look for community, and you can see we have a crazy amount of pages that we have go down like that. So those are the only categories we're going to need. Same thing with tabs, just going to leave both on, super solid. Metrics, I'm going to skip plugins, I'm going to go back to it in a second here. Metrics, this isn't too important, this is just something you can look at if you're ever curious. Gamification, we're going to completely avoid gamification, not worth the time right now with our free community. Discovery, not too important. Links, this is going to be a little bit important. What we're going to add is we're going to add 2 links. The first one is going to be to work one-on-one. And then the second one is also going to be, so let me just grab an example URL. First one's going to be work one-on-one with, and then name, so I'd write Alex. And then the second one is going to be Alex's channel, and we would just input my YouTube or something of that nature. And then if we take these two, as you can see here, if we go back to our school, we now have these 2 links here, which are going to direct people to where we want them to be. So those are how you set up the links. Building affiliates, this is not going to be too important right here. And if we all the way back to the metrics, sorry, the plugins right here, this is where we're going to set up a lot of the things for our coaching business. First things first, it's going to be the membership questions. So the first thing with membership questions is I want to turn them on. And even though people are joining for free, we want to still qualify them. So once we do that, we're going to ask questions like, okay, well, how long have you been running X business. Could be a great example of a question. The other one could be, okay, what is your business website / social to check out? You can ask questions about them. So you can go, how old are you? And then you can also add questions in regards to things such as email, which is one that I heavily recommend you do. You collect their email address right here and you just say, what is your email address? This is going to allow you to go ahead and set up an integration so that we can actually communicate and work with these people. But pretty much keep it super simple. You only have 3 questions to use. I would ask for a social and then how long they've been running their business. Super easy stuff, but you're able to get a very good gauge of who they are before you ever even speak with them, just from these questions alone. So this is going to be the first thing. We're going to set up these questions. So now, if I were to go to a private tab like this, and I were to try and join my own community, if I click like here, so now you can see that I have these 3 questions here that I have to answer. So let me just give test answer, and I'd actually have to put in a test@gmail.com address here in order to join group, and then it would just show that my membership is pending, just so we can see here. And then from the actual user perspective, if I go back to the person running the group, if I go ahead now and look at my membership's pending, you can see that I get to see all this information before I even speak with them, which means that when they join, I can go towards the next plugin that we're going to be using, which is going to be the AutoDM. So this is something I want to turn on, but we really don't want to leave it as this message, or even a message where we try to pretend like we're a real person. It depends what niche you're operating in. As a rule of thumb, what I'd say is if someone is in a niche where they're not using Skool often, where they're not that informed of a buyer, feel free to just leave the message as a simple, hey, da-da-da-da, and you don't have to mention, but it's automated. But if you're speaking with someone in the business space that is constantly dealing with a community like Skool, you need to let them know that it's going to be an automated message, because if not, it's just going to break trust by you pretending to be a real person. So I would do something along the lines of, well, hey name, as you know, this is an automated message. However, I wanted to welcome you to the community. And then you're going to go ahead and make a value proposition. So what I want to show you is the example of the value proposition we use in my own coaching business. So if we go ahead to the plugin that we use, AutoDM Members, and we look at what that is, we pretty much just direct them to the links that we have. So we have the partnership link that we're going to work with, but we also have directing them to the live classroom that we have and the live calls. So you have the option of doing that. So the first step is you can direct them to, we have calls on X date along with Y content for you to check out. And from that point on, what I really recommend you do, especially if you're a smaller community, and what we do when we were a smaller community, is instead of just giving them kind of this blast message where we just say, hey, you can check this out if you want, I think you should go ahead and actually directly manage your own inbox and make a value proposition to them. So, hey, we have calls on this date, we have this content for you to check out. I wanted to know a bit more about your problems or about what is stopping you from achieving, and then the transformation here would be transformation, which would just be pretty much the challenge that you have as your community. So once again, to tie back into what we were talking about a little bit earlier, is the transformation is also going to be the name of the community and kind of the thing that we undergo people through as they join here. So I want to know a little bit more about what's stopping you from transformation. Would be more than happy to personally dive in the trenches to help you solve it as a thank you. And then you can just make this fit and kind of reduce the words or remove certain things like this, and then boom, good to go, save. And then if we preview now, so if someone joins in, they're going to go ahead and get this message. The next thing that we're going to be setting up in the plugin section is going to go ahead and actually be these API integration. So we're going to turn this on, and we're going to turn this on right here, and we're going to go ahead and get the API key. So by no means is this required to run the bare minimum Skool, and in fact, we didn't even have this set up till we were doing well over $50,000 a month. But if you want to email members as soon as they join, you can head over to Zapier just like this, and here's the automation that you'd make. So you go ahead and click Skool, and then you would have school, and then answered membership questions would be the example of the event that we have. We're gonna click continue, choose an account, and you're gonna see we have to add an API key in order to get in. So if we look right here, we have this API key that we need to input, and then we just also have to copy the URL on our school community. So first things first, we have the API key, and then if we go to the URL right here, we have the Alex's test group 123 that we can input into this section right here. And from that point on, we should be able to go ahead and get access. So let me make sure we can get this done right. Perfect. Yes, continue to school. So now what this means is that we're connected in. We have this account good to go, and click continue. Okay, so I just got it pulling properly over here, and you can do this connecting your account. You can see here we have all these submissions of people trying to actually join the school community over here, which from that point on, we're simply going to take this, and now we can take the email, the information, the fields we have, and we can send them anywhere. We can send people emails using stuff like Gmail. We can send people texts with things like any of these apps right here, or we can send them to a software like GoHighLevel through using a webhook or a Webflow that we actually go ahead and connect to our GoHighLevel so we can run them through a massive flow that we've got. And what that's going to do is it's going to allow every new member that we now join to have an email sequence that we collect and are able to actually capitalize on. So that is the Zapier integration. That's the second plugin we're going to be using. The next plugin that we're going to actually be running is Unlock at Chat at level 2. So this is something that we're only going to turn on once we have a good amount of members. But we do, as we see here, want to prevent spam and continuous pitches. In our community, we get this a lot. People are trying to say, I got cold callers to sell you, I got this to sell you, I got that to sell you, and you just want to have it so people can only chat at level 2, even if it means there's going to be a little bit less engagement. If you don't want to moderate it every single day, this is going to be a very important plugin in order to get things set up. From that point on, one important thing to make sure that you have off is going to be the instant membership approval. You want to be able to go through and manually review each of these submissions yourself so that when you see someone that piques your interest and that is really good at what you can do, and you can check out their social media and learn more about them outside of their actual school profile, which is why we ask those questions, we can go ahead and hit them with a personalized message, which is going to do a lot to help the engagement and start building a relationship with them. And that is all the plugins we need to do. So the next thing that we're going to dive into is the About page here. So if we go here, simple stuff, you got the logo right here, which you'd like to change, the cover photo, which you'd like to change, but you already know how to do all that stuff. You'll probably have a heyday with the graphic designing. The next phase is going to be the actual description of the group. So there's two things that we can do here. We can either have a video here, or we can have copy down here. So to show you how we do it, if I go to the About page that we use, go ahead, click to About, you can see here we have a video, and in this video we pretty much just explain what the community is about, how it works, and for the most part, what they're going to get and continue to receive when they join here. And if you have a good community with lots of course content, this is something that you can actually deliver for people. If not, what I'd recommend you do is tell a little bit more of a story. So if I click over here to the school community that we also have, where I show people how to be coaches, you can see here that I tell a story. So, dear six-figure coaching owners, if you're anything like I was, being financially okay is enough, you want more, etc., etc., etc. I share the story of what I have, and then at the very end, I hit them with the value. So pretty much the format that I like to follow in this is I go through pain experienced, and then I go through and present the group as a resolution to that. So if I'm working with people through fitness, I'd be like, all right, dear aspiring, and then if it's pro athlete, then pro athlete. If it's trying to get a six-pack, then it's people trying to get a six-pack, whatever the niche is. So it would be dear aspiring, niche, chances are, and then they want to get transformation. So chances are you've got X, and then you can say, but you want more, and then that more would be the transformation. Then you share the story of share pain you went through to achieve result, and then once you've shared the pain you went through to achieve result, you're going to go through the group member plugins. So you're going to go through 2x community calls, course content, personalized roadmaps from me personally. And these would just be 3 examples of value propositions that we're actually going to be delivering and be showing you how to deliver for people. Personalized roadmaps from me personally. So now that we got this set up, or not me personally, for me. Cool. So now once you got this set up, the next phase is going to be to actually go ahead and upload the video that we use to explain the rest of this or share the same story. And then also really just put the whole community and the things that we actually deliver for people together. Because if they just join this community stream, they don't really get anything valuable. So they have no reason to know, like, and trust us anymore. They just joined the school community and we're frankly quite disappointed. So the next thing that we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to go ahead and set up our calendar. So the best way to do this is just click create your own event right here. Click out of this just to see how it all works. And now what I want to do is add an event. So I've got a calendar right here, and this is how you're going to want to do it. You're going to want to pick a day where you're going to host a 1x recurring community call, or you can do a 2x recurring community call. So if I go ahead and click right here like this, and I were to set test group community call, and the test group, this would be the transformation name of the group, not just like the name of your company. And you can have it repeat. Surely here we can say like we do calls on Monday and Thursday, and we've got them run for an hour each, and then we have them repeat, so on and so forth. And then once we have this here, we're going to click back to edit. We're just going to add a Google Meet conferencing, and if we want to add a little description of what we're doing, that's fine. But once we save this, now we've got a link for each event that we can actually go ahead and use to plug into school. So then from that point on, we're just going to copy this right here. We're going to head back over to our test group, let them know that it's a Meet link. I'm going to drop in the Meet link here. You can just get rid of all the fluff on the other side. I have no clue why I copied the whole thing. Got to go back, and we just got to grab the link alone. So if you want to do that, you can click join here, click this, and you should be good to go. So now what we want to do is we just want to add the exact same information. So we would just take this, input it over, and then set the time, date to the exact same thing, set the description here. So I'm just going to keep this super simple. So we say that we are going to have this as a recurring event that repeats on every Monday and Thursday right here, and it's going to never end. We're just going to repeat it over and over and over and over again, and it's going to last from, what is the time we have set here? From 12 till 1. That would be in Eastern time, so we're going to go ahead and 12 and set it end for 1 hour, and then it will automatically set the rest. And then pretty much upload another color image. You can do that and design that through something like Canva, and then you're good to go. And you can see we have these calls that happen every week on Monday and Thursday that we can now go ahead and have users pop into. And we pretty much, just at first, we're going to need to hype it up. And as we continue to show up week after week after week after week, we're going to have recurring faces that we build up and start to work with people on a consistent basis through this community. So now that we got this set up, the only next step is going to be the classroom. Once we have the classroom, super simple stuff once again. New course, course name, and if you're watching this right now, you might not have a course. If you have a course, amazing. This should be super simple. You're going to input it here. If you do not have a course, what you want to do here is you want to direct people back to your YouTube videos. So you can go ahead and put in name of your course, little description here, and I would just leave all your courses open. People immediately go ahead and get them. You can add a cover to them, add here, and once you're in the course, it's going to be pretty simple. You're just going to click edit on this new page like this. You're going to add something along the lines of title. And then after and below the title, you're just going to click on YouTube, and you're just going to add a link to your YouTube videos. And this is satisfactory to start. It's going to be the starting basis of your actual community that you're building up, and also the course content. And what it's going to do for your audience, if I go to Whiteboard, these guys need to get a better SEO score. They lost their SEO score. It always go down. But once they've got the actual course content and they're being redirected to YouTube, they're pretty much going from YouTube to school back to YouTube. And what this does is going to create a flywheel, because the people that are in here are going to build more knowledge, liking, and trusting you, and they're going to go back to YouTube, interact with you more. So you're going to push out your videos to more people and just make a flywheel where it keeps on happening. Or if you're running something like Instagram, this could be even better, because what it means now is they're being directed to your YouTube for the first time, consuming long form content from you for the first time, which means that they're now actually going to build engagement with you. So it's very simple how it works. The course content is just going to be fine as YouTube videos to begin with, and then as you get more and more advanced, you can start recycling a little bit older content, packaging it together into big things as you have a lot bigger of a gallery that you actually use, and then you'll be set. But from this point on, I would just want to set each course as a separate YouTube video, and if you want to help out a little bit more, you can add a complementary asset alongside it. However, the best way to provide value to these people is going to be through you personally helping them, not through a course content or any piece of information you can give them outside of what you put in your socials. So I just want you to focus purely on the actual aspect of when someone joins personally giving them value. So to show you what that looks like, let's say we're to accept our little test friend here. We approve him into the group. So now if we head on over to the actual test me. So as you can now see here, I'm inside the test community with this person right here. And from a user perspective, what we go ahead and see is we've got nothing right here in the community section because we still have to go through and throw up posts. But we're able to see, click through the classroom, for example, and we see the YouTube videos right here. We go into the calendar, we're able to see everything. And from that point on, we're going to get the auto DM, which is the next phase I wanted to show you. Perfect, come in right now, where we get the message from self. So once again, reads the exact same way, but this message is going to provoke a response, etc., etc. And then we're going to go ahead and head back to this actual person right here. And this is going to be where we spend time personally one-on-one with people in order to make sure that we can actually set them, because this is going to be the number one way to actually build up our community and help people achieve results. So now that we covered this, this is all the school setup. The next phase we're going to be going into is how to actually run this and make it something that converts for you. All right, so now we are in the final phase of actually getting rich and making a whole bunch of money on school. And this is what I like to call the Rocky phase. So in the Rocky movies, or any training movie, Creed, whatever you like, for example, you would see that there's usually going to be a 2 to 5 minute scene between the fight where they're actually getting up, getting ready, training, getting amped up for what they're about to watch. I'll throw one on screen right now. This moment might only last 2 to 5 minutes in the movie, but in reality, it's probably majority of the duration of whatever's happening. This could be 6 months. This could be 12 months, this could be a year, this could be 2 years, this could be 5 years. In some cases, this could be an entire decade. And what I like to call it is reps / the Rocky phase. And this is completely from Alex Hormozi, but it completely resonates with what is about to have to happen. So in this Rocky phase, we have everything that we need set up. We just need to do more and more and more of it and just do more volume, and it's going to yield us a crazy return over a certain amount of time. We have our community set up. We don't need to do anything to it anymore. We just have to continue to do the one thing, as I mentioned at the very start, that is going to bring in all the eyes and create and run our entire business for us. And that one thing is going to be creation. All we have to do now is create. What that creation looks like. What you're going to need to do is you're going to do one school value daily. This is going to be you writing on your school community every single day, regardless of one person sees it or regardless of whether 1,000 people see it. And you're just going to write some kind of form of actual write out. And I'll give you an example of one right now. So if I were to write a school value for today and I want to share a story about making this video right now and a lesson that I learned about consistency while making this video, I would go a lesson learned the hard way. This would be a title, for example, and I'd go, so right now can't type, making a YouTube video. And I would just share the story of, as I'm making this video, I have continued to talk about X. X is important because of Y. If we can do X for Z time, we get desired result, etc., etc. And we just share a story in this kind of very conversational format that builds rapport to who we are about one thing per day. And it could just be a random thing that you have inspiration in your life about, or it can be something that you actually want to deliver as value. But think about it, you're talking to your younger self, and imagine you just bumped into him in a hallway or in passing of some sort, and just to give them one little tidbit of advice. What would you say to them? And that is pretty much what you write each and every day. And then if you want to add a little bit of a trick, you add a little gift to it. So let's say we're talking about content, we can just go video, and then we can add something like this, and it will just make it a little bit more engaging and get people's attention. So once we have this, throw ahead and post it after we select our category here, just masterminds. It would be now a post that someone could see every single day. And we just want to stack, even if no one sees it, even if absolutely no one sees it, just stack as many of these as possible one time daily.
So we have in our 4 departments of lead generation, appointment setting, sales, and product, key KPIs that we need to hit. We have 1786 leads, we have 125 booked appointments, we have 20 new clients, and we have a $5,000 client LTV. I'm going to break down the exact actions that lead up into this and the coinciding numbers so that you on a day-to-day basis can take actions that make it absolutely unreasonable for you not to succeed. So the first section to seeing success is going to be lead generation. As you can see, we need almost 2,000 leads, a 9% opt-in rate, 20,000 website visitors, and 1 to 2 social channels where we're bringing in all of this attention. Before I even explain this, I want to go through KPIs that we're actually trying to hit. KPI is a key performance indicator, and it's basically a benchmark that we are trying to go for. When we are using this OKR, which is what this whole diagram is called, and we're trying to aggressively scale, we set our KPIs as numbers that make it unreasonable for us not to succeed. So then what we go on and do is we reverse engineer all the inputs. So let's say we want to get more views on our content. That's the KPI that we need to hit. So if we need 100,000 more views, the first thing we do is make it more tangible. Then we need to post more content. Then we need to hire more editors. And if we go absolutely overkill on getting 60 more pieces of content out per month and 3 more editors, it is what is going to actually make this possible. So when we have all these KPIs tracked, we can do inputs that are so fierce and so aggressive that if they actually happen, it is going to become unreasonable for us not to succeed. And then we also set these percentages extremely low so that we go overkill and oftentimes explode way higher. For example, the month after our first 100K a month, we jumped to 160K a month because we were so aggressive with these numbers. So in order to actually bring these people in, a 9% opt-in rate. So that means when someone lands on our website, just like this, we need 9% of these people to actually funnel through and go to our opt-in page, give us their information so that we can either have a setter contact them or they can actually just land on our booking page and book in a call. And then from that point on, the next KPI is going to be roughly a 1 to 2% booking rate. And then using the setters, that is going to be a plus 5 to 7%. So we can get anywhere up to a honestly 6 to 8 overall lead to set rate, which is extremely good and is going to allow us to, if we get 100 leads in the door, get 8 appointments, which at scale, especially if we have ads on, is going to function extremely well. So the next phase for doing this is going to be an appointment setting. And in order to actually hit KPI, we need 125 booked appointments, which is going to go to a 75% show up rate, which is really just 100 showed appointments overall. In order to actually make this possible, the biggest thing that we need to actually master and execute is making sure our setters are in check. I see so many people neglect this, and I kid you not, if you have dialed setters, it can save you thousands, not hundreds of thousands of dollars on ads, and is really going to be the lifeblood of your entire sales team and then overall business as a result of that. So in order to get setters in an extremely dialed fashion, I want to explain everything you need to do. First things first is you need to have multiple of them. I see so many people that just have a setter team where it's like the founder up here and then they're just working with one setter. And I kid you not, when you have one setter, there is no honestly performance indicators, right? There's nothing to measure them against and they work in a vacuum, which means a lot of the time this person is going to be underperforming and not doing as well as they could. And you'll never know because you never have anything to compare them against. So the first thing that you need to do is you need to get multiple setters on your team. I recommend starting with 3 and then honestly hiring 3, even if you're only looking for 1, and then allowing them to actually go ahead and compete against each other to see who's going to be the best. So first off, you need around 2 to 3 setters, and I'd say this is a good minimum. The next thing that you're going to need to do, and this is where no one properly executes, is you're going to need to merge them with your sales team. So many founders are extremely lazy when it comes to this, and they'll usually just run like a, one time a day sales meeting that they'll do in the morning, and then maybe they actually have a setter meeting that's separate. And what I want to tell you is I want you to go on your calendar and I want you to do one thing. I want you to I want you to put 2 meetings per day with the sales team. This is going to suck for you at first, but then you're going to get into a rhythm of it, and it's going to be so exponential for your growth. First things first is you're going to need a meeting in the morning. This is what I like to call a pump-up call. So the only objective that you have is to make them happy, make them ready to go in the day. And then in the evening, you're going to have an analysis call. The reason why we have it like this is if we do analysis in the morning with someone, a lot of the time we're going to have to be kind of digging into them if we're giving completely honest feedback. And it starts to cause some self-esteem or just honestly sets them off in a bad foot for the day because they need to be energetic and believe they're best in the world when they start calling. So that is the first thing that we're going to do. We're going to have 1x in the morning, then 1x in the evening. And that is really going to be around anywhere from 8 a.m. And then this can be anywhere from like 6 p.m. onwards. That is going to do massive amounts for your team. The next thing is you need to be tracking the lead in to dial time. If you are not tracking this, it is the #1 metric that is going to indicate whether or not, first off, your team is actually working as hard as they say they are. And then second, if they're actually going to set people in. One of the biggest things that when someone clicks on the landing page, they're expecting is relevancy, right? They're expecting, okay, I just clicked on this, et cetera, et cetera. in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, they have completely forgotten, they've moved on with their day. If you can hit them in that 5 minutes, it is going to be the sweet spot for actually making this happen. And I kid you not, it is the one metric that we optimized for that made the biggest difference and honestly jumped our lead to set rate from anywhere from 10 to 13% while we were running this on a mix between cold and warm traffic. Then from that point on, we need to optimize for our show up rate. Once again, show up rate has a lot to do with what the setter actually says on the phone. Because we have this person in a real-time conversation, the setter can say so many things to actually dial in their expectation and make this an easy booking. One of my favorite lines that we always use with our appointment setters is, "Hey, is there any reason why you wouldn't be able to show up to this call?" And then from that point on, we say and pretty much give them a direct handoff to the closer while still on the phone. So instead of just saying like, "Hey, I'm going to book you in here," and then you'll get all the email confirmations, we actually introduce them to the closer while they're still on the phone and then make that connect there, have them respond to a text message, have them respond to an SMS while they're still on the phone with you, so that we've created that bridge in contact. And then going into the sales appointment, we can maintain a 75% show up rate, which if you're just running honestly warm traffic at the start, this should be a lot higher. But then as you scale out with ads and then cold traffic, is going to be inevitable that it drops to around 75%. In order to do that, we now need a 20% close rate in the sales department. And the biggest thing about making sales, the biggest contributing number that I see absolutely no one optimized for, is what I like to call offer rate. If we are not making 50+% offer rates, we are going to absolutely shit the bed. And I see a lot of closers, they go, "Oh yeah, my offer to close rate's so high, yada, yada, yada." That is not what I'm talking about. What I mean is we need to be training our closers to make 51+% of offers to people. And this is really not like a "I want to close hard close people that aren't qualified" thing, because that's the worst thing you want to do for your business. But your setters all the way over here need to understand and honestly should only be paid in a commission of what the closers actually make and maybe a small base in addition to that. And what that is going to do is it's going to allow your salespeople to actually get reps in, because instead of optimizing for this kind of like eye in the sky metric of, let me show you right here, like a 20% close rate, what makes a lot more sense is if you optimize for a 50% offer rate, and then out of that, you offer a 50% offer to close rate. So these two 50% still overall add up to 25%, which gives you honestly like a 5% of margin to mess up in. And what that is going to do when you break down the number like this, becomes a lot easier to digest and actually hound on and hold people accountable to achieving the success that you know they need to do. So 50% of your calls that actually show up should be getting offers. And then of those offers, 50% of them should be closing. And when you can break it down like that, you can really understand what is going to happen with a prospect to make them close or either not close. And these are the core metrics that we optimize for and actually see success. So now I've gone full screen because I want to explain to you the most important part about making this all happen. If you take away one thing from this video, it's what I'm about to say. It is creating a data culture around your company. So I see a lot of companies, and even our own, where guys are just jumping on meetings, they're talking, and even when they're working, they're just working on the things that they believe are going to be high leverage. And if you want to push to the next level into the multi-7-figure range and even higher than that, which I'm still trying to do myself, it is about understanding exactly what goes on in your company. What creates that like hyper level of productivity that you see all these legendary entrepreneurs talk about is the ability to hone in and focus on a simple number. When we continue to ask ourselves how, so let's say we want to improve our close rate. How do we do that? How do we do that? How do we do that? And just keep asking ourselves how. What we do is we create a big long list of coinciding actions that we know we need to take. And it stops us from wasting our time on absolutely anything else. If you know at your company that every other metric is in check but your sales, you have the ability to just go all in Rambo style on sales. And then if you continue to ask yourself how, you're going to break that down to a simple action that you need to do, like spend more time with your team. And as a result of knowing that, you're going to spend a lot of time with your team, and you're going to have an extremely high leverage output when you improve your sales rate. And then you're going to go into the next number, the next number, the next number. And that is what a lot of people mess up on. Every day, they're just working on what they see on their task list. And what their task list is decided by is their feelings, right? If you're just going off nothing and you don't have any data, you don't have any objectives, all you're going off of is your feelings. And I know that might sound hard and might be like a tough pill to swallow because it's not your complete logic. Your brain is completely logical. The numbers are completely logical. So if you don't have this set up already, please just, for the love of your coaching business, please set up data KPIs that you have, set up an OKR similar to the one that I showed you in this video to have the actual coinciding numbers and the results and the actions that you need in order to do that. and then just double down on what you actually need to work on. And if you track this and then backdate it 30 days so you can start and just skip the phase of having to like collect data, it is going to be so massive for your success because you can just reverse engineer exactly what you need to do and play it like a math equation. And that is how simple business can be when you understand this. So I did this all without sacrificing time with family and friends, sacrificing time for hobbies, and sacrificing any other aspects of the company. And really, it wasn't always like this. I used to spend 12 hours chained to my desk every single day, really just checking Slack every 5 minutes, praying that there wasn't a problem with a client dispute, refund, or even like a complaint from a team member, just a slave to the product and every single client that we had signed. And it led to other departments becoming less effective and overall our product becoming worse because I was the equivalent of a guy trying to tread water but really not knowing how to swim. And slowly but painfully, I built the anti-system system for working with clients over the next 6 months. And once it was complete, every single client received 60 plus minutes of weekly personal one-on-one consulting every single week, 60 minutes of group coaching every single weekday. So they got 5 times per week, 24/7 open Slack channel support to answer any question they had, which massively improved client accountability and success rates. And I got to refocus all my time into purely improving the product, creating upsells, continuations, recurring revenue, and growing a legitimate business instead of a sales company. So I'm gonna give it to you all the way today for free, and you'll get the peace of mind to finally begin enjoying client work again and reignite the Kindle that you had, but you started your coaching business in the first place to focus on getting insane client transformations and case studies. Then the ability to turn your sales company once again into a legitimate business that really just has an insanely high LTV so you can stop having to chase new revenue and get reset to zero every single month. So it sounds like why you clicked on my face for this video. I'd like you to trade a little bit more of your time, and I'll give you all these things away, a task list and just a step-by-step copy of how to receive the system. And trust me, I promise you this is going to be an extremely boring video, but you're gonna get all those things. So without further ado, let's dive in all the way back up to what we'll be covering, which is gonna be product positioning, the silent killer, team positioning, day-to-day operations, client and team facing, and the task list to implement in a secret book I read. So first things first, we've got our product positioning, what to deliver. Product positioning should be the most simple aspect of your business. You've got 3 simple options. You've got an info product course with modules similar to how Iman Gadzhi did the Agency Navigator. You've got one-on-one consulting where you're having someone externally or yourself spend time with clients to have them go through a transformation. Then you have asset creation, templates, and done for you where someone can get something, receive something to actually plug into their company immediately. And my company, first Relentless Success Club and then Catalyst Holdings, went through each of these phases here. And I'll tell you that it is no different what kind of client results you get. It is purely something that you just need to know so that you know what weapons you have in order to actually get results. Write down everything the client receives from you once you got this figured out. So the documents that they get, the modules that they consume, the softwares that they have access to, all in order so you can map out practically what a client gets from you and know these are not the transformations that occur. No, these are not the mindset shifts that go on. It is purely what they receive on a practical basis so that you know what you can fill up those things with and actually have someone get results. From that point on, once you've done that, I want you to go and figure out what your expectations of clients are. So this is the hardest part about nailing your delivery, but it is also the only barometer that you have for success. The quality of your product doesn't really matter if your expectations are just absolutely through the roof. You can never really attain them. It also really doesn't matter if your expectations are quite low and you still manage to get people to buy at a good rate and your product just delivers above that, because expectations equal reality. And that is the pure standalone equation for having an amazing product. Clients are only ever going to be disappointed, unhappy, or complain in any way, shape, or form if the expectations of what they were hoping to receive differs from the reality of what they ended up getting. So in order to figure out what actually creates client expectations, we have to dive into the first principles and go through all these contributing factors, which are the ads they've watched, the organic content, the landing page, the appointments out of the salesperson, the onboarding, and then the reinforced client journey that they go through. There's 7 things, and I tried to uproot all of them at the same time when I first found out about this, and it bit me in the ass, and it really didn't end up well. So what you want to do is you want to pick the ones that have the highest impact because they're not all equal. And I'm going to let you learn from the mistakes I did and do it all while being operationally a fly on the wall so that the rest of your business runs as is. And the best way to do that is by first tackling the onboarding, then the headline, which is pretty much the prime aspect of your marketing, and then finally the salespeople, because what happens from that is the onboarding gets dialed and then new clients end up having good expectations. Then when you shift the marketing, because you know the onboarding works, then you're going to start to get leads at the same quantity. And then the salespeople are going to be forced to adapt because the people that they're now speaking with have new expectations in their mind. And it's super simple, but it must be done in that order. So to show you our onboarding presentation itself, let me actually dive in and just quickly click through all these slides. You can templatize this, steal it however you'd like, but I'm not going to be super quick, so just pause the video on each slide if you'd like. Mission, story, accelerator, alumni, why you're here. We tie back into the sales process, more case studies, walk through all our team, pumping up their frame and what they've actually achieved, a timeline, which is very important, and then walking through each deliverable with the actual goal that it attains. And then from that point on, one of the final, most funny and actual pivotal parts of getting an onboarding to go well is to flip the locus of control. So what I mean by that is typically with an info product, they are going to go for growth, right? Someone is looking to learn a skill in some way, shape, or form. But the bad thing about growth for the person that's actually providing the coaching is that a lot of the time it constitutes pain. And the issue is that when we get client complaints, refunds, disputes, whatever it might be, what they're doing is they're pointing this pain at you. And the way to avoid it is to have them point the pain at themselves. And what's funny is that by pointing the pain at themselves, it's not this malicious thing where now you've scammed them and tricked them. You've given them control to actually turn themselves into a transformation and a success with the given thing. If they blame you, it doesn't help anyone. Everyone leaves as a loser when this happens. So what we do, and one of the things that we picked up, is we have them literally on the call. They'll stand up with their camera on, and then they will put their hand over their heart and they will read this out. And I'm not going to read it right now, but you can implement something like this as well. And it's going to be super beneficial to just nail down the concept of, hey, you need to be completely accountable yourself for everything that you have as if you were an individual. And that's actually going to create the help. And then we're just going to continue to provide you value. And that's how you actually get results. But making sure we reinforce that we're not just a magic pill when they buy. Because a lot of the time, if you don't have experienced salespeople, that's what's going to happen. And it's going to cause us a lot of pain on the back end. And honestly, not even be that profitable if we're not running ads at a crazy return on ad spend. But that's tangent. What I want you to do is now templatize, mimic the onboarding flow, and especially the frame of flipping the accountability back onto them. Phase 3, team positioning and the hires to make. So after you control what a client expects from your delivery, the next job is to find out how to deliver it consistently without your direct involvement. That's very important because I promise you, if you just had one client or two clients or three clients and it was you who was working with them, you'd be able to get all of them good results and there wouldn't be complaints or yada, yada, yada. The problem that you're likely facing right now, I've clicked on this video, is you either have, too many clients, your numbers are too high, or your team is just not good enough, or maybe both, and then you've got a big problem to solve. So what you want to do is there's 2 to 3 hires that you can make that are going to save 10 to 20 hours of working time per week from you without even impacting your margin significantly. And even if you look at the business on a long-term perspective, they might make the margin better. So here are the potential kinds of hires that you can make, and you want to pick it based on the model that you have. So first things first is we have the advisor. The advisor is someone who becomes primarily responsible for a client, kind of like a consultant. In the early stages of coaching, if you're doing one-on-one consulting with people, this is going to be you yourself. They are directly speaking with and providing value to the customer. They're cultivating a relationship and they're completing contract value. This is the person that owns it. So when a client gets a bad result, they say, this is on me. When a client gets a good result, they say, this is on me. I did this. The second kind of hire that we can make is the customer success manager. So this is the person who does the boring and the repetitive stuff that is equally as important, but is responsible for not just one individual client and then repeat that many times. They look from a general perspective of all clients that they have. So to show you what that looks like, I'll go CSM here and then advisor here. The CSM looks at a whole bunch of clients like this and sees them as an umbrella. The advisor goes like this, and they see each client as an individual relationship that they're connected to.
And depending on the model you have, you're going to want different people. So if you have an info product or a course, right, the CSM is going to make more sense. You can have people that oversee every single part of your client. And what they'll do is they'll focus on things such as accountability and data. And then your way of improving the product and delivering client results and overcoming client complaints and improving it over time is going to be looking at this data and then improving the course or the modules. If you have this model and you're working with people directly and you want to continue to do that, and you're hiring people to continue working with people directly, then the way to improve is going to be by spending time training your team. And instead of focusing on external things like the course, you want to spend time creating internal documents or trainings and spending time with people so that they have the ability to go out to your customers and achieve better results. It doesn't make a difference which of these two you do, but as you work in this model right here, you're eventually going to also want to stack on a CSM to make their lives easier so that your advisors can work with more people. From that point on, some pitfalls that I made with hiring team members in order to leverage out my delivery. First things first is paying them a percentage or a scaling ratio. The issue with this is that, as I mentioned, it will not impact your margin significantly. If you make this mistake, it will impact your margin significantly. Because what happens is if we have money and then time or their pay, what happens is as our revenue grows like this, so does their pay, and it will go like this. And yes, I understand that as you start a company, you want to have people that are equally as committed and driven as you. However, the issue comes that when they're simply doing base client delivery, and when you get to high numbers, they're getting paid $20,000 a month for something that has a market value of $3,000 a month, it becomes very hard to remove them because you're now emotionally connected, your clients are emotionally connected, and it's just not a good situation at all. What's better to do is to take the graph of client delivery and you want to instead set cliffs. So let's say your revenue grows in the exact same way. What you want to do is you want to set targets for them increasing their pay. And you can set them at each point where they'll still end up making good money, but they have to actually work in order to get there. And you decide when it's done right so you don't just mess up your finances because of the structure that you have your company in. The next thing is too quick to promote. These people have to be able to deliver client results consistently for months and months and months on end. Having 1 month or 2 good weeks of performance or a few case studies isn't going to mean much. And a mistake that I personally made was promoting people too quickly, and then as a result, having no one to fill in below them, which just didn't work at all. And the final thing is going to be not setting KPIs. So this ties into the next 2 points, but fundamentally we have back-end people and we have front-end people. And the biggest problem that I noticed with myself as a back-end manager and then as a back-end person is that there were just no numbers of what actually constitutes you doing a good job. So do you have a percentage of effectiveness that they need to get results at? Do you have a dispute tracker or a refund tracker so that you can say, hey, you're causing a lot of clients to be upset. Why can we solve this? Or how can we solve this? This is extremely important, and you have to treat them like a sales team. Remember also that they do not have the risk appetite of a sales team. So what that means is that they're looking for consistency, and you simply need to find the balance between on the far left-hand side here, which is just going to be maintain. So maintaining, just showing up to work, going through the motions, et cetera, and then growth. Because you can't be all the way on the maintaining side or else they'll never get better and grow, but you can't be all the way on the growth side or else you're going to end up overpaying them for a job where they're not really risking anything and just having clients given to them. However, you can take all that into account yourself. That is the primary action when hiring a team and the 2 kinds of hires that you can make. Next thing is going to be day-to-day operations. So I want to walk you through a little bit of our client access points and also the go high level flows that we use. So first things first, if I go to my Slack right here and I click in, you can see here we have all of the clients that we have actively serviced organized into a section just like this. If I were to click into any example of one like this, you'll see that the client communication that we have over time with them and accountability happening day over day. Again, if we click into another new onboard, just like this, you'll see when they get onboarded as part of our process, we have ourselves introduce, say hello, whatnot, and get them kickstarted. The next thing
is going to be our actual deliverables over here. So I want to keep it super simple. This is something you do not need to overcomplicate. First thing we have is onboarding call reminders. When someone comes in, we just send them text, emails, hey, your onboarding is at this time, same way that you do a sales process. Then from that point on, we just have a whole bunch of different calendars that we use in order to organize who is scheduling for what. And fundamentally, all you have to do is have all these calendars organized in the pin channel of Slack, and you'll be good to go. The back end and delivery of it is not too hard. You can do this with Calendly or any other software. This is not too important. What is important is having good team-facing operations. So this, without a doubt, was the best thing that I did for my coaching business. And if you're able to implement, is going to help you. I can't even put into words how much. So let me dive into it. Okay, so the first thing we're going to go through is the CSM responses. So this is something I spent 20 minutes on, but ended up saving me a ridiculous amount of time. So to show you how it works, every single other hour, what we do is we'd have a message from this bot, which you can get on your own Slack, called SupBot. It's completely free. What happens is it sends in a message to our CSM and it asks him if every client has been responded to. And part of the accountability and the frame that we set with him was that, okay, when this happens, you have to respond to each and every single one of these. You're going to receive the message. You don't have to do it yourself. You just have to respond to the message. And it constitutes that all the clients that are above it have been responded to and taken care of. And this absolutely made our lives 20,000 times easier because, as you can see here, when there's something that we need to go over and check, it's immediately called out and caught here within hours. And worst case scenario, we can go through and log and check everything that we have. The first thing is you want to set up a similar system for your CSM. And if you don't have a CSM, set up something similar for yourself on your calendar with just set response times. So what we got here is set up response times. The next most important thing that we're going to be covering is actually how to set up a customer dashboard. So if I head down here and show you, this is an example Monday board that I made. So I was going to track all my customers and clients that I have. First things first is you just want to give it a generic name, something like clients. I mean, self-explanatory stuff. But once you have your actual board created, and you can use Airtable or anything else that you'd like, but you want to pretty much set an advisor. You'd also maybe want to add a CSM here, but the most important dates to track, as I can write down here, are going to be, first things first is going to be the date onboarded. So we're going to track the date that they got onboarded. Then we're also going to track the next payment due from them on the contract value. So that's extremely important. So we got next payment. And then additional to next payment, we're also going to simply be tracking, let me go here, onboard, next payment, and then the final thing that we're going to track is amount collected so far. So I kid you not, this is literally how simple it needs to be. You can track all this for clients, and this is a multi-7-figure company and how we run everything in our customer dashboard. It's all manual. We manually update it. We just check it once per day, every single day on the team meeting. And that's allowed us to stay on top of every single client payment that we have just by making it a consistent habit to check. And that's how you set up a customer dashboard. If you do not have one already, you're probably missing out on a lot of money. We were missing out on over $50,000 when we didn't have this, and it stung quite a bit. So from that point on, the next thing to do is go through the team meetings. So on team meetings, this is going to be where you fine tune everything that you covered beforehand. So the first things first you're going to do when you cover on team meetings is go through all clients. This is a non-negotiable. All clients need to be covered, or else what's the even point of being on the meeting? You're checking in with all the clients. This is a daily meeting, by the way. So to write this here, this is 5x weekly, all on weekdays. On weekends, it's fine. You don't need to have the meetings. And then it's going to last about 30 minutes. And I'd have one 60-minute meeting per week as well, just to dive in with everyone. First things first, we're going to go through all clients. This should take about 10 to 15 minutes. This will leave us with another 15 minutes or so to go through. What we're going to do then is we're going to talk feedback. So we want to find a way to improve and remedy every client that's not doing extremely well. Part of going through all the clients is they're going to have to score on a scale of 1 to 10
how the client's actually doing. So if the client, apologies about that, if the client is anywhere below a 7, we just dive in, okay, well, why is the client below a 7? What can we do to change this, et cetera, et cetera. Talk feedback. Then we create daily actionables, so things that they actually have to do as a result of everything that we covered. And then finally, we also make these for ourselves to implement into the overall product, so we don't have to continuously solve this one-time problem again. We can just solve it for once and it will be done forever and good to go. And these meetings are extremely important. These are run daily, and the process of simply identifying and bringing every single client to light every single day and just asking why they're not seeing success is going to be the biggest thing to skyrocketing the LTV that you collect from them, and then also just the accountability to make sure that everyone is doing well. Next thing is going to be the task list to implement all this. So I appreciate you watching this video so far. The action steps first, you're going to have to list your deliverables. Then you're going to control client expectations following the onboarding deck. You're going to make the hires where needed. Then you're going to implement the basic call structuring. And then finally end it off by doing the responses that we have, in addition to also covering everything on the team meeting so you consistently get better day in, day out. And I promise you, mindset principles for implementing this is that you only have to allow yourself to work 1 hour per day max working directly with clients. Only check Slack at direct and set times, and let the pain of this problem burning for the first 3 to 7 days be the motivation to dial in and creatively work with your team members in order to solve this. If you do not escape from this problem, it is going to eat your company alive. And the best way to do that is by setting times where you only check Slack, again, spending 60 minutes, and then finally letting the pain of the problem make a fire get lit under your ass to fix it. And how we did that was spending time with team members individually to train them so that they can solve it, which didn't constitute working directly with clients. So it was good to go. It's kind of a cheating, but whatever.
So I don't say this to scare you, but you need to understand how each phase of this contract actually works, why it's there, and really just how the whole thing functions together, so that A, if you get any questions, you can answer them during the sales process, but then B, so you also understand the legality behind it and you don't end up in a random court in Timbuktu. So the first fundamental point we have to get to is what the actual purpose of the contract is. Almost everyone in their mind thinks that this is some kind of legally binding entity that if they sign, they now have to pay every single split pay, and if they don't, they're going to be thrown in a maximum security prison. I just hate to break it to you, that is not the case. I can't tell you how many times we've had many clients sign a contract and then continue to, after the first split pay or whatever they agreed to installment on the call, never pay another installment. And I struggled like this for a very long time until I really understood that the purpose of this contract is really just to be an agreement of services. Now, what that means is that you are pretty much laying out everything that's going to happen over the term of your period working together. So whether that is 3 months, whether that is 6 months, whether that's 12 months, and you're going to be taking that and you're going to be putting it onto a piece of paper so that the expectations are clear on both ends. Pretty much you're just setting mutual expectations. And if it's aligned and you say, hey, I do X, Y, Z, and in return, I'm going to receive X, Y, Z. And you're going to be doing X, Y, Z, and you're going to receive X, Y, Z. And that is what the actual purpose of the contract at its fundamental basis is. If we can make it extremely clear what they're getting on the front end, so the result that they're going to achieve, the mechanism to achieve that, on a day-to-day basis, what they're actually doing once they start with us. And then in return, they say, okay, well, if I get this, I'm agreeing to pay this much per month. And if we install and we work to this point, maybe we do X revenue share or just finish the contract value, whatever your agreement actually is. But you need to understand fundamentally that you're not trying to lock them into a legal battle. Your goal is to make it extremely clear what is going to happen. Because if you do that, again, business is people versus people, you can fundamentally just get everyone good to go and you're set from that point on if they understand clear expectations and it's not really about binding them legally. But that being said, you do have to still cover yourself and your business just for proper operating purposes. So the first thing that I'm actually scrolling through right here is going to be where your actual agreement is and the basis of what the purpose of the entire document is. So you pretty much want to say, well, where's your company from? And you can always fill in this template. Pretty much the jurisdiction that we operate under, which is just, hey, if anything happens, we're operating under the laws of this country. For me, that's Canada. And then also what the purpose of this document is. So you want to say you own the product, the purposes of everything that they're going through here, and you're granting the client access to all of them with your service, pretty much a kind of licensing. Now, that is pretty much just to get all of the ownership out of the way. here is the very important part of a contract that I see almost no one actually dial in. And that is what I call the services agreement and then the also fee section. So as you can see right here, what happens is we take the program term that they're doing. So the program term could be 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. Then we also fill in the total program fee. We have the payment term. So the payment term is, let's say we have a total program fee of 10K and we're going to be doing 2 installments. The payment term is going to be 2 5,000s. And then once again, the monthly fee right here is going to be that 5,000. The payment term is going to be those 2 months. And then total due today is the amount we collect up front. So for example, if we're doing this split pay, let's say we only have $3,333. We're going to collect that up front. And then we're going to have 2 more terms of another $3,333. Then included services for actually doing this. So after you've written in the payment terms for everything that you're going to be covering, you want to include the services and the products that they're actually going to be receiving. So you want to break this down to the deliverables. You don't want to write your offer here. You're not saying, hey, I'm going to help you achieve XY result. That's not what this is about. This is about how you actually make the offer possible. So is that one-on-one consulting calls with you? Is that group coaching calls with you? Is that a course with you? Is that a mastermind? Is that a licensing system? Is that a done for you thing you're to be doing? You want to write all of it down and get extremely clear about it. And you're not only going to write this, but as you're going through the contract with this person, you're going to want to explain what each segment of these purposes actually is and actually for. And if there's any applicable notes, you want to write them now. So any specifications of they don't want to receive this part of the service or they don't want to receive that part of the service, you want to break it down and you want to make it extremely clear right here. Now, this is a section for them, and it's really just, once again, about aligning the expectations. It says, start now, charge my credit card, total due today services. I then authorize company name, in my case, Scholar, to charge my credit card, X amount here. Monthly thereafter for the payment term above. This payment plan is not a recurring fee and is not subject to chargebacks. So what I want to explain in this section, it is not a recurring fee. Well, you might be asking, Alex, well, there's a monthly fee here for the payment term. How is that not a recurring fee? Well, pretty well, this is the way that it's going to work. You're going to have a total contract value. So let's say, for example, once again, we're going to go back to that 10 grand, and you're going to have installments that make up paying off that 10 grand. This is not a monthly recurring service like $2,000 a month till the end of infinity. This is, hey, we have a total amount here, and the terms inside of it are to pay off that total amount on the split pay. If you're getting a PIF, well, congrats, because you don't have to actually do this part. Then, from that point on, this payment plan is not subject to chargebacks. So given everything is met in the included services and products section, you want to make it explicitly clear that this payment is not subject to chargebacks if all of these things are received and what you are actually agreeing on with the services. So for example, if you're teaching someone how to get into shape, you're doing an online fitness coaching program. Well, if you allow them and you give them XYZ result, it is not subject to chargeback. What a lot of people need to understand is that fundamentally, chargebacks are for fraud, which means someone steals your credit card or explicitly scams you, and then you're calling the bank to say, hey, my credit card just got scammed. If they're agreeing to all these things here, it is a transaction between a person and a business, or if it's B2B, a business and a business, and you are no longer scamming them because it's very clear what they're getting here. And if you have these expectations, this is super easy to go through. Then obviously signatures here, their person for the actual signer at your business, and then also their company billing information. And that is going to be a very important part of the contract that almost no one covers because it gets all the financials clear. So you're never going to hear any headaches about, I didn't know this was a fee, I didn't know that worked, I didn't know how this existed. But now you got that covered. The next phase is going to be a lot of the actual agreements, the service terms, and everything that is about really just making sure they understand where each section of the program is, whose responsibility lies for it, and everything here. So this is going to be custom based on what you're doing, but essentially here's what you want to cover. First off is ownership of intellectual property. This is boring stuff, pretty much just saying that they can't steal your course, steal your assets, anything like that. Legally binding. So this is pretty well saying like, yes, even though we're agreeing in our fundamental goals to get an agreement, and people can break this still, but you want them to understand that it is a legally binding contract at the end of the day. And then from that point on says that you authorize everything that you're saying here. Once again, is not a monthly subscription. It is an installment for the total contract value. Services, so you're pretty much agreeing that you're going to do everything that you said you're going to do, and they're going to pay if you do all those things. Service term, compensation for everything, and then also in the event of a refund given, pretty well just all the stipulations that need to be met Do not make these some crazy, oh, you have to do this crazy input to get a refund stipulation. You essentially want to make it on a basis of fair inputs that are pretty well exercised in the entire program plan. So in the event of this online fitness coaching program that we're going over, some actual refund clauses that you could give for somebody are: one, okay, if I am not able to give you XYZ thing because of your health and fitness, if at any point you have to stop and are not able to complete XYZ, and you just want to make it things that is like failure to complete. You don't ever want to make it results based, refund guarantees or anything like that, because it just puts you on a slippery slope where you don't want to run your business. And then from that point on, it's just going to be pretty well saying that you are going to work together in this whole process, and as a result of signing this, you are partners in achieving a result and whatever your offer would be. Then from that point on, these are what I like to call commitment clauses. So essentially, these are just saying like, hey, you and I are in this together, and you can obviously read through all these and understand what they mean. I actually suggest that you go through ChatGPT or you hire Quick Attorney off Fiverr to actually read through and adjust these to your specific niche once you've taken the template in this video. And then finally, the most important part of actually making this work. So you want to do credit card authorization. So if you are transacting through crypto, PayPal, or anything like that, this is not going to work. But I heavily recommend and suggest that you do actually go through and do credit card authorizations here, because what this does and what it allows you to do is that monthly term that you had, that big overhanging monthly term, it allows you to, without friction, pretty well just say to them, hey, yada, 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 I'm ready to charge the card here. Or if it's already priorly agreed upon, hey, I'm just going to go through and charge you at the first of the month for X amount for the 3 months of this term, and then it is going to be completely void. And that would be an example of something you can do to actually see success. And if you are new to the coaching space, this might seem like, whoa, who's giving their credit card information out, yada, yada. This is something that is done at every level of business, especially in the agency space. And really, if you're giving a full installment here, it is only reasonable, because if someone gives you pushback on this, it shows that they might not actually trust you first and foremost. This means that you need to overcome that. You need to work with that through on the call that you're on with them. And then B, it also means that they might not actually have plans to pay the full installment. So you're going to want to recircle back to that and figure out what is going on. From that point on, we then just have updates about text messages and SMS. So that's the A2P stuff that you obviously have to deal with anyways, but pretty much just saying, hey, I can message you about this. And yes, I agree to the terms with my signature below. So pretty much just connecting the signature that they're going to do right below this to everything that you've said above. And then they're going to sign their name, title, date, phone number, and then you're going to sign with the exact same thing. So the only step left for you to do is to actually implement this. The first step is to just go ahead and grab the contract link in the description. Then the next thing that you actually need to do from that point on is you're going to want to take the section where I write down pretty much all of the agreeable clauses, and you're going to want to do two things. First things first is you're going to want to use ChatGPT as a quick supplement to kind of summarize and have yourself understand it a bit more. And then from that point on, you're either going to, if you already have an attorney or a lawyer, or you just don't have one right now, you can go to Fiverr, immediately contact one there, have them read through it, give them your thoughts on it, and then have them customize it to the niche that you're actually working in. And then from that point on, you can pretty much run with it yourself. Or if you already have a contract for your coaching business, what you can go ahead and do is you can add some of the clauses and the terms that I actually had in there, especially the ones about the total payment term and the also credit card authorization, because doing that on the contract is going to be so massive for your actual LTV with clients that it is going to absolutely double their LTV. To be completely transparent with you, the way that the story actually happened and played out for us is, for the longest time, we had been closing people, but our handoff between, okay, I'm ready to work with you, and then actual client delivery, that onboarding process, and then also the contract that we had them sign to actually move forward, wasn't that great. We just kind of collected payment, said, hey, here you go. And the second that we took it seriously and we actually implemented something that made the terms extremely clear, and then that segued into the transition that we began working with them, it 2x our LTV without any changes to our actual service delivery. So if you can do and actually implement those few clauses of the contract that you already have, or build it with the template that I'm going to include below, you are going to absolutely smash it with your coaching business. So